Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top-quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. Right behind them, it's Biozyme from biozymeinc.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
Steer show and our sheep show. Ring number 1 will be the market steers. And I'll introduce my friend, Mr. Dick Lowe, over here on the sheep side. He'll bring you the placings today in ring number 2.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lake, and we look forward to a great day. And we'll be starting this morning over in the sheep side with the hair sheep. We have 2 classes, and the hair sheep, that's where we'll start at this morning.
Well, I think we're live, Thompson.
Well, good deal. We are back at the 2025 Oklahoma Youth Expo Market Steer Show. Diving in, I think the breeds are alphabetical, if I remember right.
Yeah, that's right.
And starting with the Angus-ish market steers.
Angus-ish. Yeah, Class 1 ranges from 1170 to 1225.
I don't know if they still do it. I thought they started some type of a classification process, which is a little.
Yeah,
I think it's.
I think haven't they had a classification
no,
for a long time?
Nope, they haven't. I think it's always just been kind of.
You just submit your breed. And
yeah,
you go.
submit your breed and just hope people kind of stay in the realms of possibilities. And I do think, like, as far as Shorthorn markings and Hereford markings, they're a little less strict, I guess, than Texas. But
yeah, I would say that. Historically, there were Herefords that would class in Texas and Herefords that would class in Oklahoma, just in terms of maybe white and pattern.
And I think this is the fourth year I've come down here, and I haven't seen anything that has been too far that way.
Here's Brock on the first class.
Yep, they already got them lined up.
Well, a really nice way to start off our steer show.
Thought this class lined up pretty logically from the start, and as the classes get bigger, we'll take a little more time to sort them, but we thought these just kind of spoke for themselves. Young lady that starts off the class, this one here, I mean this in a good way, he's the combination calf in this class. He's got some look, he's got some balance. You get in on top of him, he's got plenty of muscle, got plenty of shape, and he's still got a degree of finish that's acceptable in our opinion. You set him into motion, he maybe wants to turn out on them fronts ever so slightly. Getting pretty picky on a pretty nice class winner here to start the day off. Calf that comes in second, he's a bigger bone version of the steer that wins the class. He gets a little plainer about his front third. We'd like to lengthen him out and just neaten him up there in that neck and chest, and then maybe see him a little deeper in through his forehead back into his flank. Calf that's got a lot of muscle, got a good degree of finish to him. We need to see him hinge a little looser off both ends when we set him into motion to slide him past the calf that wins the class. Then we got a pair on the bottom that differ in type and kind. The young man's calf here that comes next has got a ton of power. He's got a lot of red meat on the top side of his skeleton. We opted to put him third over the calf on the bottom just due to his power and his degree of finish. You could deepen him in his flank and see him go a little better. Maybe just lengthen that thing out, maybe make him a little bigger. He's a little moderate, but that's a dang good calf that's got a lot of power. Calf that rounds off the class has sure got a good look when you got him parked. We like his length and extension through that front one-third. We need to see him a little better in his forerib and a little deeper through his flank. Add a little more power to this one before we slide him up in this particular class, but a really tough group of steers to start off our show.
Congratulations to your Class 1 Angus Market Steer winner, Kate Sherrill from Pawnee, FFA, followed by Riley Eccles from Holdenville. In third, Levi Kubik from Newkirk 4-H. In fourth, Bailey Varner from Durant. We now welcome Class 2 of your Angus Market Steers into show ring number 1, Class 2.
You're going to have to read these names, Corey, because he's using my deal to type in. That's Class 2 coming in the ring.
We can share a program here. Class 2. Well, I tell you what, these Oklahoma towns some of them can be tongue twisters. Okay. Legend Melton from Warren FFA, Allie Harrison from Westville FFA, Kylie Miller from Eric FFA, and Gus Goodson from Tecumseh 4-H.
This group a little bigger. Jump about 50 pounds, 1275 to 1290 weight range. Calf that came in third looks pretty nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will show them in all. You get in the crossbreds tomorrow, they'll show them from, I think they got to be 1,000 all the way on up to whatever.
How does that range relative to what's the bottom end of Fort Worth?
You know,
1,000?
I'd say
Or 950
I'd say
maybe?
it's very similar. Yeah. These guys, some of them lighter weight steers, then they'll just wrap them around and take them to. If they don't make the sale, take them to Tulsa.
Yeah.
Got Scott Griner across the ring from us judging the sheep show today.
Yeah, I missed who they said was his associate.
Got Brock and Bob May back for the second year on their contract. Bob was actually, I got down here 2 years ago to do Walton here at OYE, and didn't Brett Carter's boys started showing. We did it 3 years ago. Brett and I did, and his kids weren't showing steers yet, and his kids, you know, like Brett, he said, yeah, I'll be able to help you on and off or whatever. Well, it was mainly not so much because his kids were showing.
I'm actually
And
snapping Brett right now.
You are, yeah. And so anyway, I walked back through the barns, and I was like, I got to find, it's going to be pretty boring all of myself doing Walton. And went back through the barns, ran into Bob May, and I said, Bob, would you come up and do Walton with me? And he said, you bet, I'd love to. And we spent the whole day up there. And when he flew out of Oklahoma City that day, Jimmy Harrell called him and about judging the show.
Well, that's
and
pretty
he
good.
did it the next year. Yep.
Brett asked
Yep.
if I was helping you today, and I said, yes, I am helping you.
Yep. I thought about asking him and having him tell me he'd help me and then not show up.
Well, I think Brett not showing up is the reason that you and I got to do it together the first time in Louisville, the bigger end of the steers in Louisville.
Well, he had to go get his heifer ready for Supreme Drive. He had a good excuse that time.
I think him getting her ready was usually probably.
He had to watch people get them ready. He had to watch some people fit her. Yep. This was also the inception of the Bob May Kent Jakey wrestling match. Happened right here at this table.
I think you let things lie sometimes.
What?
I think some things are better left alone.
We still gotta come up with a event for Maines and Keys Junior Nationals if anybody has any good ideas of something. Last year we had Josh Krebs and Blake Nelson in sumo wrestling gear.
Yeah, with Gerald.
Yep, with Gerald, and who was the fourth?
Well, Tim Schaefer was the ref.
Yeah, who was the fourth? It was you, Nelson, Blake Nelson, Gerald Buck.
Gerald.
Golly, who
Blake
was the
wrestled
fourth?
somebody. Blake wrestled.
Blake wrestled Gerald. Who'd you
Yeah.
wrestle the first match? Brett.
It was
That's
Brett,
who it
yeah.
was. Yeah, Brett Carter. Yep. Yeah, we got to come up with something good. If you got any ideas.
Which Brett wearing that sumo wrestling deal.
Yep.
Thank you, Riley.
Taking a little more time on this class.
Those cattle, they're pretty close, honestly, muscle
Yeah.
structure-wise. There's subtle differences in terms of build, but really the big thing is maybe there's some differences there in terms of freshness and presentation between those four cattle, but the compositional differences are pretty close.
Yep, they're going to do some flipping and flopping. Brock was telling me this morning he chose the black jeans today because last year he chose the tan khakis, and the black on the steers got on the pants. Took the cleaners a while to get it out. Here's Bob for some comments.
Brock said when he talked that first class,
it's a really nice way to start the day when you get quality like this in this Angus drive. That being said, this class here didn't sort itself quite as handily, admittedly, as the class ahead of it, or at least not in our opinion. With that being said, the calf that wins the class, I mean, he's the undecided hero in this class in terms of standing still. We love this calf park. We love his depth of side. His finish is really smooth. He's good from hooks to pins. Now, for you at ringside says, well, he's not moving as free as he should be. We will grant you that. It's not an argument. It's just part of the discussion. As far as the way God designed this one, it was really a neat steer here. He's good-footed. He gets quite short-strided, and he gets a little tight in the top part of his spine. As far as standing still, he has no peers in this class, or at least we don't think he does. This is a steer here that, at least for me, I can't speak for Brock exactly, but I kind of miss this steer when he come in. No, he's not quite as tighty in his chest floor, not quite as tighty from the top of his crest down into his jawline as the steer that beats him in this class, but man, he stays right with him through his center body, his depth of body. He's really good from hooks to pins. He's a steer that just doesn't balance up quite as well as the steer that beats him, but a high-quality steer to be sure. This steer here is a steer as they stood when they first come in before we really evaluated the movement of them. This steer is really good from his mid-back back. He's big-loined. He's big-hipped. He's a steer that isn't quite as good in his underline, doesn't carry down in his flank quite as well. We considered moving him up, but when he went in motion, he wants to get up and over on those ankles a little bit, and we just felt like if we're going to move him up, we certainly want to see him move a little better and a little more comfort at the ground. This is a really nice steer here. As we viewed him, again, the three that stand above him, probably didn't think there was quite as much true muscle shape down in the lower one-third of this steer. Like to drop him down in his flank just a little and balance him up in his underline. He's probably the biggest footed cattle of the four, and we certainly appreciate that about him. A really nice class of steers, a little harder to put together in terms of 4 steers, 4 different kinds in this class.
Well, good morning from our Market Lamb ring. We got an excellent set of hair sheep, 2 lightweight hair sheep.
All right, Class 3 Angus. First in, Cooper Chenault with his 1310. Brooklyn Beams with her 1326 steer from Yukon FFA. Addison Franklin from Hera FFA with her 1330 pounder. Creed Abernathy from Altus 4H with his 1330 pounder. Cap Dunn with Alex 4H. Cade Cowan from Balco 4H. Cabry Shirky, from Woodward FFA. Annie Miller from Duran FFA. And Brennan Herndon from Kiefer FFA.
This is the last one's Herndon?
Yep.
That must be, is that Bart Herndon's daughter?
I think that's correct, yeah.
I would imagine.
Calf ranges from 1310 to 1350.
Pretty good class of steers.
A little bigger, yeah. Probably just a touch more short.
And they're ranging 1369 to 1399?
1310 to 1350.
Oh, where are we at here? Oh, heck, okay.
First,
yep.
Yeah, class
We
3.
still got 2 more class Angus.
Mm-hmm.
Nice set. Give these kids a nice evening as we get our hair sheep division started.
Over here in ring number 1, your Class 2. Placing, congratulations to your class winner, Angus Market Steers, Tyler Miller, Eric FFA, followed by
What do you got?
Well, this is a late entry, but I don't have that.
501024.
Yeah, that's not a number on our sheet.
your Angus Market Steers in the show ring, Class 3.
No, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. You know, looking at these cattle from our angle, just thinking about steer show wise, this is probably the latest haired steer show.
Yeah.
You know, ain't it? I mean, just
Yeah.
in terms of time frame in the
Yep.
spring.
No, I think it is if you ask all the
It's got to be a battle.
exhibitors and the fitters here, it is every day is a new challenge in terms of keeping them from rubbing, keeping them from shucking, keeping everything to look fresh the end of March in the state of Oklahoma. Which it's been pretty cool down here this year.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
still,
you know as well
yeah.
as I do that it's more
Yeah.
about day length and change of weather. You know,
Yeah.
Lunar phase is
Sometimes
the
up
bigger
our
difference.
way, honestly, brutally cold weather can dry their skin out and cause them to start rubbing more than shucking. Yep.
That was a fight at our place this year because we were just so dry. I mean, South Dakota, I mean, for us, heck, it's probably been the most open winter we've had in
Yeah.
a long time.
Like up our way in the summertime, we're rinsing them twice a day and trying to get them hairy that way. And down here, I think they just kind of put them in the cooler or put them under fans and probably don't wash them as
Not
much.
a lot of
the way it
washing, yeah.
sounds, yeah. Yep.
We don't get the best of view in the front end of this class from our angle, but sure looks like kind of looking down the line. Top-wise cattle have quite a bit of muscle in them. I wish steer shows did what breeding cattle shows did and put their sire.
Yeah.
You had to submit their sire just so you could look at the percentage of breakdown of certain calves.
Yeah. Got Parker Henley down in front of us working the ring today. He judged it the year before. He did it 1 year, 2 years ago, the year before Bobby did it. Bobby and Brock did it.
Yeah,
He did it by himself that year. Got his hair looking on point today. Parker's hair is always impeccably fit. If he has a personal barber that fixes it for him or he's just good at it. Starting to draw a crowd. We get into that Chianina division. They'll come out of the woodwork.
Start to get more of the crossbreds. Calf in the lead looks nice.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a good class. These top 3 or 4 are going to be.
That steer's body shape is really good. Like just the turn of his rib cage.
That 1 in 4's a big back ripper. And
You said they do. They do classify him. Yeah, he is.
they did. I don't know if somebody let us know that. I know they did a couple years ago. They did that, but I honestly I haven't heard how they do it nowadays.
Trying to find an Angus class one in our part of the world, that's a battle for people because his head and his ears and everything's got to be just perfect.
It's a big boned one down there. That second to last one.
Calf is very dense. He's a lot like the steer you commented on in 4th. You better help me get these class placings right.
Yeah, the one thing that's good when we got their backs to them once they're placed here. 500, 194.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, put our hands together with these kids and exit the ring at this time.
What do they call that breed of sheep they're doing over there right now? Is that
Dorpers.
Dorpers. Is that what they call a fine wool?
No, Dorpers are haired sheep.
Oh, haired sheep. Yep. Okay.
A fine wool would be like a Columbia or.
Oh, I got you.
They call them fine wools because they're the sheep that were used for wool production.
No. So you can't make a sweater out of a Suffolk?
I don't know. I'm sure that wool goes into some kind of production.
You're taking a little more time on this class.
Well, I think there's some. What's interesting about this class is there's a couple steers that are very high quality, but they're very different in their make. You know, like the steer in the lead, his like body shape and length of spine and freshness is real intriguing. And I think he's the lightest weight calf in that class.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they pulled anything in front of him. Calf right behind him is similar to the steer that's in the fourth slot. I mean, very dense and stout, maybe a little shorter backed. Calf in third is between those two. Brett. Give me that.
Oh, God. Brett, when you're going to text, you got to make sure I got my phone facing away from Krebs. How you betting here? This is going to be that'd be a really good judging class right there now. Yeah, that one in first, his rib shape's awesome. Probably his feet and bone are not as big as the other three.
Yeah.
That one in fourth is huge-legged and really stout-backed. Probably not quite as, just attractive up through his front one-third. Boy, this is a tough class 4. One in second, just his top line sometimes gets a little.
You know,
Yeah.
Bob just looked at that calf. That's probably the whole of that steer is just his rear foot size.
Yeah.
But as far as muscle shape goes,
Yeah.
he's probably the best that way.
Yeah, we haven't even got into the heavy 13s on these Angus yet. This is by far the deepest class of Angus I've ever seen here. You know, and one thing everybody at this show talks about it, every breed champion, it don't matter if you're champion Angus, reserve or champion Angus, AOB, champion Limousin, whatever, every breed champion gets a ticket punched to ride in the Limousin.
That's cool.
And that is a huge deal in this state.
Mm-hmm.
Is getting able to get in that Limousin, take a ride in here, walk out, do your little dance, and be able to stand as they, if you look, usually, I don't see them up there yet, but they got to be, the trophies are usually up in the rafters.
Oh.
before they start to show.
Up on the AV scaffolding.
Yeah, they're up on that silver stuff up there in the ceiling, and then they'll drop those trophies out of the ceiling tomorrow night.
Here's Brock.
Well, we turned up the heat in this Angus steer class, and I think there's 4 steers here that are just very different in terms of type and kind. One thing Dad and I agreed on as we got them out and studied them is the calf that wins the class does so with a look from the side. He's also got the most power of the initial trio, and then you set him into motion. He's comfortable on the go. We just like all the things he does and puts together in a complete package, all while having some power and a good degree of finish. He's got the freshest look of the initial trio as well in that front 1/3. Just a good place to start, a good calf to get us going in this class. Then I think there was some decision between the next 3, and as we get them out here, you can see there's some differences here, but there's a lot of quality in each of them. The calf that comes second did so with just having the most true power, while staying the best under his feet and legs when you set him out into motion in the remaining trio. I don't think he did it quite as good as the steer that wins the class with a little less power than that calf, but he's still got plenty of look, plenty of balance, plenty of power, good degree of finish. We just like the way that one balanced up, and we liked his structure of the remaining trio for the power he still has. The trouble came in this 3rd place calf. There was times, especially when he walked in and the initial look we had, I thought this calf was going to win the class. And when you study him from the side, that one's my kind. He's huge boned. I love his angles. He sets down soft at the ground. When you get in behind this one is where we sort him into 3rd. We don't think he has enough true power from his shoulder blades all the way back to his pin set. And then you take him down to a pretty base, narrow situation. If we could just pull him apart in his skeleton everywhere from the ground up, that calf slides up pretty easily. We love his pattern. We love his balance. Congratulations, buddy. We love his power and his balance. We love the way he gets out and goes. He's just got to have more power in a market steer show. Then you got the powerhouse here in 4th, and man, this one gets the power that the calf in 3rd lacks. Standing still, this one is pretty cool. It's when you set this one into motion where he gets a little short with us. We'd like to see him a little better footed. He's a little narrow footed, a little round in his foot shape. If we could square that up, I think that calf would travel a little better. When you get in behind him, he's a little bit bow-legged, and as you see as he goes there, he wants to get a little bit quick in that show side hock. If we could fix those things about that calf, well, then this class gets very interesting. Next, we got a pair of steers here that are both pretty similar in terms of type and kind. They got some frame, they got some balance. Calf that comes next, we thought did so with just a little more true power, a little more true width than the calf that comes behind him. The calf that comes next, the young man steer, is very nice. He's got some length of spine, some length of body. We just need to see him a little deeper and softer in those areas there before he gets any further up in this class. Really tough class, Angus steers. We really turned up the heat. Nice calf here walking out in 3rd. Just a really, really tough group of steers. Congratulations, everybody.
Congratulations to your class 3 winner.
All right, Corey, class 4 ranges from 1369 to 1399.
We are getting into the heat of the weight sitting way of this Angus deal. Cole Williams, Frontier FFA. Canyon Dixon from Wynnewood FFA. Hey, that's Joe Exotic's hometown. Isaiah Saley from Porham FFA. Bentley White Guthrie FFA, Aubrey Steinert from Garber FFA, Brackett Ridling from Canute 4-H, Camden Dorton from Navajo 4-H. Hey, if anybody has any info about some of these cattle, we'd love to give you a shout out. Just shoot us a text or Facebook message, smoke signal.
What about those other breeds? Not to take away from the Angus breed, but there's probably usually a pretty good Charolais in there.
Oh yes, very, very good. Actually, the bronze medallion steer last year was the Charolais steer of Fusses.
So what all is today? Is the steer show split 2 days?
The steer show is split into 2 days. Today is all the breeds. Tomorrow they'll start with Division I crossbred.
Crosses.
And, and then they'll pick 3 division winners and reserves. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing they will do, I think it's by the percentage, so much of each breed makes the sale of champions. So as soon as they pick a Grand Reserve Angus, they'll tell them
it's the percentage of cattle relative to the
They'll-
number. Excuse me.
they'll go to Ricky Oakes and say, Ricky, how many we need? And Ricky will say 7, or he'll say 12, depending on how big the breeds are.
The Angus division is the non-dehorned crossbred division.
It appears that way. I haven't seen anything with stitches in its head.
Did you catch who they have for associate for Griner over there?
I did not hear.
My eyes are as bad as yours, so I can't really tell.
My far sight is awesome. I can read stuff from a long ways away very well. Cannot read something a foot from my eyeball.
I know. I told Lindsay the other day that at dinner the other night you were taking your phone.
Oh, it's terrible.
Zooming in
That's
on the
the
menu.
worst.
And the second night your phone was dead, so you couldn't zoom in. So it's pretty much you were just blindly ordering.
Yeah, you could think you ordered a ribeye and get salmon.
Heavyweight hair sheep, and young people have done a nice job. We got some quality lambs for sure. They all kind of bring some different pieces to the table in terms of what they're good at, and a thing or two we might change. I think the thing that's easy to agree upon is the sheep we lead with is the best built one, the best designed one. When you put your hands on
That calf found a panel by mistake.
Yep. Boy, yeah, you don't see that as bad from a distance, but
They did a nice job of not
really
making it as noticeable.
Yeah, I bet you. Brock is glad he's got the black pants on that one. Boy, Scott sounds like his voice is a little raspy.
A little hoarse, yeah.
For just starting a 2-day show. He's going to need some
Texas shows just got
Ricola.
over. Did he end up judging?
What?
All the Texas shows just got over, are kind of trying to get over. I'm sure he judged something down there this year. It's usually a pretty good bat.
Mm-hmm. We like those things about him. The spotted lamb that comes in third, just a really nice, practical, middle-of-the-road sheep. He probably handles as good as any of them in terms of touch, handling quality, freshness, leanness, muscle mass.
A couple calves in the back here look pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
That's the view we get,
And
anyways.
we've got Yeah, 1369 to 1399.
If we have a little more to it, I think the sheep that's can run up there in the top end. No question, the sheep before's got a lot of turbo hair, lots of shape, and lots of expression. Unfortunately, it doesn't come to us quite as neat a package in terms of top line.
One more classes and guesses after this.
Just a little extreme in that regard. It doesn't allow us pieces to fit together quite as nicely as we'd like.
Well, I wish there was a Starbucks right behind us.
No kidding.
Could use me a caramel macchiato.
Coffee
ever had
in
one of
general
those?
would be nice.
Yeah. You ever had
That's
a
what I
caramel
thought.
macchiato?
I just had a Lindsay Utter who was on one of my teams at SDSU. I thought that was Rediford over there, but my eyes are so bad I couldn't tell. But that's Colby Rediford, who is Scott's associate.
What is the connection between those two?
You know, I'm not sure on that. Colby, he was out at. I'm trying to think where he's at now. He got his PhD was at Missouri for a little while. Colby originally, graduated from Tech. He was on one of those national championship teams.
All right. They're going to walk them one more time.
Well, this class probably deserves that. There's quite a bit of difference in the cattle. That's a pretty nice calf that rubbed his hair out.
Mm-hmm. Boy, that one there's got the fluffy legs on him, don't he? It's amazing how good these kids are getting at being able to fit them legs on them cattle. Whoop, he pulled in or rubbed out. That last calf is, boy, he's a wide-built, horse-neck son of a gun now.
Yeah. In this class, too, his power to structure is probably the best.
Pretty good. He's weighing, right at the
1,400, right?
Yep, 1399. Tried to be 14. You know who the guy is there in the tan hat? I don't recognize him.
Mm-mm. This little girl at calf was second to the end. Calf kind of just a little lazy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's a nice calf structure-wise.
Presented very well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this state's got a couple guys in it that can run a pair of clippers pretty good. Haven't got too many people pacing behind. Usually when you get into some of these deeper classes, there'll be 20 people up behind us here and pacing around giving hand signals.
I think Bob just asked that kid what the weight of that calf was. I was saying the other day, I think weight is getting to a point where it's irrelevant anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Just the best one.
Yep.
Doesn't really matter where we're at, probably weight-wise.
Sheep that are fresh to the touch, sheep that are compositionally right in terms of leanness, got enough muscle in them, and yet they're real good and got plenty of skeletal design and correctness about them. In both cases, we probably gave up just a nickel of power and a nickel of muscle to the sheep that are in second.
He switched them to
Just a little better in terms of the way they were constructed. A nice pair, I think, as you evaluate him. You love the lightweight in terms of his compositional correctness. Like to drop his leg, change his underline ever so slightly.
You know, that class, I mean, the way these two cattle or these 4 cattle are in here, that is the 2 pairs of similarness. You know, like the 2 calves in the back are probably a shot chubbier in their middle, in their rib cage, probably a nickel denser in terms of their feature. 2 cattle in the lead are a little bigger in their elevation, a little rounder in their body type.
They're going to leave him just like that. It looks like Bob's reaching for his back pocket.
So, in Brock, in my opinion, this class is very discussion worthy in our opinion. With that being said, that does not include the steer that wins the class, or at least in our opinion, and we certainly admire other people's opinions too. But I'll tell you what I like about this steer, what we like about this steer, and we feel like he just has to win this class for fun in terms of he's so fresh to the touch, he's good in the top side of his skeleton, he's good from hooks to pins. Is he the deepest bodied Angus steer we've seen this morning? He's not. Is he adequate? He certainly is adequate. He's good in his barrel. He's good in his underline. Got big old clod hoppers on him. Boy, that's a big-footed rascal. We really appreciate that. We like the way he gets around the ring. You could say, well, maybe he should be a little bigger bone compared to a few we've seen. He's pretty big bone. He just doesn't have great leg hair, and he's not the hairiest steer we've seen. But as far as what's south side of that hide, that's a really good cattle. Carries down into his stifle really nice. Love him when we put him in motion. Very fresh to the touch. Very, very nice steer. We really like this steer when he hit the ring, and if you're sitting ringside and evaluating him just from your vantage point, there's not a lot not to like about that calf. His body length is really nice. He's real adequate through the center part of his body, good from hooks to pins. We feel like he gets just a little tighter in his spine when he gets in motion, which causes him to get just a tick choppy in his overall movement, but that's an awfully, awfully nice second place steer. Then the discussion between 3 and 4 is simply this. This long-bodied steer, I commented to Brock when he came to the ring, I said, that thing is exceptionally long-bodied, and I don't criticize him for that, but I wish his design was just a little different. I love his length from his pole to his tail head. I like body length, and he holds together pretty good behind his shoulder for a long-bodied one. I want to drop him down in his flank, and like a steer we saw in the last class, I think we put 3rd or 4th. Phenotypically from the side, you're like, well, why is that steer in 3rd place? As we view him from both ends of his structure, he gets quite narrow-based off of both ends of his structure. We just need to see more true power in the lower 1/3 of the body cavity of this steer to move him up into the 2nd place. Muscle, if you want muscle and you're just throw a little slang at you, if you're just a butt cutter, then this calf can go up and win the class. He is a big muscle cattle. His top screams at you. He just got a little more shoulder than what we like. We'd like to tone him down there just a little, but we do admire the muscle he brings to the table. Good from hooks to pins. Maybe we'd like to keep that back two inside of his skeletal just a little when he goes in motion and relax that tail head just a little. But again, I will credit that steer just simply because he is truly a big muscle cattle. Wants to pigeon toe on those front two just ever so slightly, which probably in our opinion throws that shoulder a little more forward than what we think is optimum. This steer here, when he come in, I told Brock, I said, doggone, that's a good calf, and that is a good calf. He just had a post or a tree move in a little close to him, and he got with it. And you're saying, well, are you judging these cattle by their hair? No, we're not, but it just takes away from his overall look. He's got some shoulder, and he needs to be a little better in his forerib. With all that hair gone, that certainly accentuates that problem, but that's a high quality steer. As you can see, the longer he's out here, he gets a little camped up and a little forward on those front two, but a high quality steer to be sure. Sorry about your problems with him hair rubbing out. I feel your pain.
Well, over on the sheep side, our champion hair sheep was exhibited with Tyann Stacy from Oak to Hall, reserve Tyler Shea Mitchell from Central High, and bronze was Nate Thomas from Beckham County.
Before I say the class placings, I just want to say, livestock, stock showing kids are the toughest around here. So, wow. Yeah, give that young man a big round of applause. That was impressive. He even made us in the announcing stand move a little quick for just a moment. So, your class placings in Class 4, congratulations to your winner, Isaiah Salih from Porham FFA. In second place, Cole Williams from Frontier. Third, Brackett Ridling from Canute. Fourth, Camden Dorton from Navajo. Fifth, Canyon Dixon from Wynnewood. Sixth, Aubrey Steiner from Garber. And seventh, Bentley White from Guthrie FFA. We now have your final class, Class 5, of your final class of the Angus Market Steers making their way into show ring number 1.
All right, Thompson, give us the Class 5.
I thought I did the last class.
No, you didn't.
All right, here we go. Last class of Angus steers, Class 5, ranging in weight from 1419 to 1560. We got Kylie Bronson from Sequoia FFA, Miley Cato from Savannah FFA, Adrian Walker from Durant FFA, Casey Smart from Sealy FFA, Rebecca Purvine from Thomas Fay Custer FFA, Jace Parker from Lone Grove FFA, Brody Shook from Tuttle FFA, Chloe Goblebeck from Lamiga FFA, Kaylee Jungham from Medford FFA. Good big class of heavyweight Angus.
Is that your phone?
Nope.
You definitely did do the class before. I got you.
I thought so.
Oh, it's my phone. I'm going to hop off real quick. Yeah, now we are.
Okay.
Sorry, I hit the wrong one. I had to put out a fire. Seems like I leave and something goes wrong.
What kind of sheep they got showing over there now? Is that
South Downs. Mm-hmm. Are the market goats going right now too, I guess, probably?
Yep.
They're out there in like where the horse arena is.
Where the sale.
Yeah.
The sales are at Cattlemen's Congress.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last show. Tomorrow will be the last show in this Coliseum. So that's kind of historic.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. So what are they going to do with this? Use it for stalling then?
No. The way it is told to me, this building will be, they'll start in weeks to come tearing this building down.
Really?
And
so what are they going to do between this building?
Eventually, I think the plans are, they're just working on the funding, they would like to build a barn like, what do they call the barn to the left of us here?
performance arena.
Yeah,
maybe.
they'd like to build that here, and then that would go right into the show arena, the new arena, and then move those horse stalls here maybe, and then make more stalling out of that barn.
Gotcha.
Possibly.
It's a big class of South Downs over there.
Yeah.
Those are the ones they're excusing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they sort off 15 or so, and yep. Yeah, next year at Cattlemen's Congress, have you heard they're going to have like a make-ready area over in that open air barn, to the, I think it's west of here, where they got some of those pin bowls over there.
Gotcha.
They're going to have a make-ready area there, and then they'll have a tent that'll go over where the loading dock is. They're going to fill that in with dirt, and you'll walk in the loading dock to go into the new arena, because this will all be getting torn down still next January.
Gotcha.
And you won't be able to get in you're supposed to go right out that door and go into the new arena, and won't be accessible yet. It's been a while.
Last year, watching Bob and Brock, did they have an ideal weight that they liked relative to the cattle?
No,
or
I
didn't matter?
really don't think it. They didn't get too far over 14 and a quarter, but in a lot of these breeds, there was probably just as many a titch over 14 as there was under 13. Get that to come up on there.
On Walton?
Yeah.
Does OYE have Facebook as a live feed on there?
That could be.
This class has some pieces you gotta fit together a little bit. It's maybe a little more of a puzzle than the last couple.
Yeah. A little more variation in size and maturity, and
Well, the speed of the cattle is just a little different, honestly. Quite a bit of difference in shapes and sizes. This young man's calf, he's pulling up. That calf's altitude is pretty high, but he's very nice cattle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he really is. He got the choke neck on him. For the longest time they've studied on a class.
I think we'll be done. Decent time. Hey, I got to answer this. I probably got to. Go on. Okay. Sounds good. I don't know. I put air in it yesterday.
We walk them four again.
Mm-hmm.
One in second there found him a tree in the yard.
Nice oak tree.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of what. Excuse me. That calf they just pulled to the lead. He's a good looking.
Well, we may have to.
Find some coffee.
Yep.
Yeah.
You want cream or sugar?
Yeah, cream and sugar.
You do?
Yeah. I bet there's one of them little coffee deals out there somewhere.
Yep. I'm going to go get us a cup. Yep, we'll let Brock talk these. We'll be right back.
We round off our Angus show with another really competitive class here, but one thing's for sure is the calf that needs to start. This is one Dad and I like quite a bit when we got him out here. One that profiles really nice from the side. He's got some length and extension through his front third. He's got some length of body while he's still deep and bold through that rib. He's good moving when you set him on the go. You could probably see him a little bit bigger bone to match his foot size. He's huge-footed. I'd say he's adequate in his bone. He's got a lot of power. I would like to maybe freshen his head up ever so slightly. He's just a little bit stale-headed, but he's long-necked. He's got good presence to him. Really easy place to start this class. Then the decision became with the three behind him here, and we thought the calf that gets second here, he's not the prettiest from the side. He's got a little bit more chest floor than the calves behind him, but he's got more meat on the top side of his skeleton. When you put your hands on him, he's got a lot of power. We love his degree of finish. You set him into motion. We thought he does so pretty adequately in this top four. Now, the calf that comes third is one that from the side, you really want to like this one. He's got a really stunning profile when he's stopped. He's big-boned, he's good-haired, he's well-balanced. Then you get in behind him, and we would just like to open him up on his skeleton from the ground up. He just needs some more genuine width, some more genuine power, and that's where the calf that comes in fourth maybe has the advantage over him. But as you can see, he's slipped some hair. He's a little stale appearing when you get off to the side of him here. That's one that does have a lot of genuine muscle. That's what kept him up here in this top four. When you get in behind him, there's a lot of true width, a lot of true power here. We just need to freshen him up in his appearance. He's got some cover. Maybe could see him a little bit softer as well. Now we got a powerhouse here that comes in fifth. This thing's really, really wide constructed. We like that about him. However, we need to just soften him up on both ends of his structure, see a little more angle from his shoulder back into his knee, soften him up on his hocks down into his pasterns. When you set this one into motion, that's when you notice it all kind of, when he just needs to be softer on both ends of his structure. So if we could do that, that'd be a little more interesting within this class, but that's a good top five to round off our Angus class.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winner, the Angus Market Steers, Jace Parker from Lone Grove, FFA, followed by Brody Shook from Tuttle. Your third place, Miley Cato from Savannah. Fourth, Adrian Walker from Durant. Fifth, Kaysen Smart from Sealing. Your sixth place, Chloe Gobeck from Lomega. Seventh place, Rebecca Purvine, Thomas Faye Custer. Eighth, Kylie Bronson from Sequoia FFA. And ninth, Kaylee Younghans from Medford. We'll now show for your breed champion. Champion drive for the Angus Market Steers. Champion Reserve Champion. We'll bring all of our class winners in to show for your champion Angus Market Steer.
All right, here pretty quickly we'll be selecting your champion Angus, reserve Angus steer. 5 class winners coming back. All right, here we go. Class 1, the calf was Kate Charolais from Pawnee FFA. The calf weighed 1,215 pounds. Class 2 was Kylie Miller from Eric FFA. Calf weighed 1,285 pounds. Class 3 winner is Cap Dunn from Alex 4-H. Calf weighed 1,339. From Class 5, Jace Parker from Long Grove FFA, weighing 1,449. First breed of the day, and all 5 class winners are very uniform all the way through. Here comes Thompson back with a little bit of coffee, thankfully. You made it.
I tell you what, I'm going to be player of the game after this, Krebs.
Oh, yeah.
Check out that bad boy.
A little bit of cinnamon roll action.
With the cream cheese icing.
Very good.
Tell you what, there's torrential winds out there.
Oh, did you have to go in between the barns?
Oh, I'm talking
It's a
like
nice alley.
Like, we do not have to worry about fluffing the hair on the show steers today because it is getting blown now.
Oh, man.
Boy, that tunnel between the buildings out there, it makes what we walked through this morning. Oh, it's a war.
Coffee's good. That's all that really matters. Top 5 steers look pretty good, or class winners anyways.
Yeah. There's five classes.
5 classes, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that ain't going to hurt nothing.
It's going to be fun. We honestly, we should, everybody's got the bracket thing going today. What we should really do is we should make bets on sire groups and see how we do at the end of the day with the pulse. Was it the third class, Corey, that had the two that were, like the two pairs that were different, had the two denser steers they put third and fourth, and the two?
It was the.
Or was that the fourth
It
class?
was the fourth, yeah.
Yeah.
The third class was probably, that was the really deep class. There was like 4 in there that it could have gone a bunch of different ways.
Soft down class, and I think a really nice top pair, very similar shapes, lines of ladies, in terms of the way they're built, in terms of their skeletal makeup, the balance that they offer us, in terms of their side profile, and still being compositionally right, and having that muscular shape, natural with the skeleton that we look for. Differences as we see them, I think our sheep that we got first has got a little advantage in terms of his leanness. He's better over his forehead. He's cleaner right there at the base of his chest. He's a sheep that's got just a little more trimness and cutability compared to the sheep that we got in second. Along with that, he's got plenty of touch, plenty of muscularity, plenty of shape, really wedges nicely when you stand behind him in terms of shoulder to twist. We appreciate that a great deal.
This is the longest I believe the Angus steers has ever taken here. Just there seems like a few more head, and boy, the quality has been outstanding in this breed. If it's a tell of what's going to come here today, it's going to be quite a show.
Yeah. The foreshadowing, you're saying?
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know what to expect on the Angus steers, but I would say that all the classes had multiple steers that, depending on where you wanted to maybe put a little preference, you could get some different things done. And Bob and Brock are certainly making certain that they get the right winner here relative to what they're after. I think there's some discussion here between calves 3 and 4, it looks like to me.
Sheep that comes in 4 certainly has some pieces. Right on this view, you like the way he runs uphill. You appreciate the leanness. You appreciate
Scott does sound a little raspy over there, don't he?
Yeah.
He's a little rough in terms of his loin. Hip hook up. He's a little washed out in his loin. He's a sheep that gets underneath himself ever so slightly in terms of his rear leg skeleton. Need to fix those few things to run him up a little higher. Really solid sheep the young lady's got.
Yeah, they're really talking through this.
Well, and they get a little break here because they got to wait for Scotty G over there.
Yeah.
So get just a minute here to kind of hang out.
Quality standpoint, he certainly deserves to be there. Excellent class of lightweights. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
Here's Bob with some comments.
Okay.
Angus steer side, this was a pretty exciting group of cattle. Brock and I were talking, and we thought maybe, if our memory serves us correct, maybe there was a few more Angus steers this year than last year. Not sure we're correct on that, but we started the first 2 classes off really fun in terms of just cattle that are combined together well, good through their center body, cattle that are well taken care of, well conditioned. Could we change the structure of the running gear on both of them just a little? We could if we could, but I think they're both high quality, fresh enough up through their front 1/3 specifically on that one that wins the first class. Probably a little lighter weighted steers. We certainly didn't come in here at any point in time and talk about what we want our champions to weigh. To a degree, we kind of throw that out the window. I think nowadays we're getting these cattle pretty heavy. Not saying that's what we're looking for, but it's certainly not something we're going to shy away from either. The second place steer, like the first place steer, like I talked, we love this calf when he hit the ring. We wanted him to be a little bit more mobile in true time because he's just a little shorter coupled, and we feel like with that being part of his overall makeup, he needs to reach his stride just a little better. This calf that comes out of the third class, this calf, Brock and I, we struggling a little bit here on our champion and our reserve, and we'll just admit it on a mic in terms of this thing screams muscle. I mean, this calf, between him and the one we're going to talk about, or I'm going to talk about here just momentarily, that calf is specifically the biggest muscle cattle in this drive. He's a calf that's still fresh fronted up through his front 1/3. He's good-headed, big back, big loin, and when you stand behind him from a back 3/4 angle, that hip and center quarter just screams at you with power. What's unique about him, and we'd admit this going into this, that he's not as good in his angles off of either end as the steer I'll talk about in a second. But with that being said, to move that kind of product around, he reaches his stride. You know, we don't want to be a single trait in any one thing. Love him through his center body. Love his correlation from the bottom of his check back into his flank. He's a show steer with a ton of muscle. He holds his tail up and it makes his tail head look worse. And I'm going to try and convince you that he doesn't have a little more tail head than what we would think is optimum. I'm not going to try and convince you of that because I haven't convinced myself of that. But that's a calf that we think is definitely in contention. The calf that comes out of the fourth class, we love this steer in class in terms of his overall look, his design. He's got some length to him. He's a steer that's adequate in his loin and adequate, good coming out of the backside of his shoulder. Probably not as good in his barrel quite as the steer that stands right in front of him, but he is a steer that if I was going to pick a steer on the day that I would say I could watch this steer walk all day long. There's not a steer that's been out here in this drive that can compete with this guy right here in terms of he's big-footed, he goes in motion so well. Does he scream with as much product under the hide as the steer right ahead of him? He doesn't. Is he adequate in his muscle? We're going to call him just adequate. Just like I said, we had a Limousin steer last year, and when he hit the ring, I've never forgot that steer because he could go, and this one goes just like him. Just a really, really good calf, ties things together really well. Does he scream as much product as the steer right ahead of him? Not quite. Is he adequate? We're going to call him just adequate. And then the steer that comes out of the heavy class, and again, you know, we're getting these steers a little bigger. We're kind of not even cognizant of what they got away. To me, they come in all shapes and sizes. You know, I know Fort Worth, just a week or two ago here, we were creeping up in the high 14s. We're not going to come out of here probably with a 1,500 pounder, but I think you can kind of throw that weight out if you correlate it at all to what the type of cattle we're trying to breed nowadays. Cattle that got some production to them and some progressiveness to them. So with that being said, awful good calf. As we compare him to the two in front of him, he's got a little more shoulder. He's a little more open at the top of his blade. Love him through his center body. He's more pronounced through his center body than the steer that stands right in front of him. Again, like the steer in front of him. Big feet. Long slope to his pasture, and really nice set of Angus steers. Brock and I are going to visit just for a couple seconds here, and we'll pick your champion.
Corey, you going to get on? Well, I think from Bob's comments, you could tell that maybe they like 3 and 4, which is kind of what we thought here watching them. I think the discussion between them is
looking
look
structure
and build,
and then muscle
versus a shot more power maybe.
They're going to go muscle.
Okay, so your champion Angus steer comes from Class 3. That's Cap Dunn from Alex 4-H.
Class 3, Cap Dunn from the Alex 4-H. Congratulations.
The way they discuss those, probably they're just going to go right back, huh?
Yeah.
I get in class, they did talk the second place in class pretty good.
Yep, they're going to come back and use this. One out of Class 4 for reserve.
Is Isaiah Salee from Porum FFA.
And your reserve coming out of Class 4, Isaiah Salee from Porum FFA. Congratulations.
Again, just put our hands together. These
on the Angus market steer, we'll move right into our Charolais market steers Class 1. All of our Charolais exhibitors be ready. Charolais market steer Class 1.
All right, entering the ring here is second breed of the day, be Charolais.
He's taking this way
Well, yeah, sure. Why don't you go ahead and announce the names?
What?
What's that ESPN?
Stephen A. Smith?
No.
Nope.
Stephen A. Smith. Got the same hairline.
Yeah, that's true, I do. Okay, first in Madison Birchfield from Fort Townsend 4-H. Abigail Sides from Radon FFA. Natalie Etheridge from Manford FFA. Peyton Garrett from Silo FFA. Adeline Walters from Woodward at 4-H. Addison Adame from Magnum FFA. Landry Ramey from Tonkawa FFA, excuse me. Briley Breckenridge from Westville 4-H. Lynn Usler from Minko FFA. Madison Diggs from Fort Townsend 4-H. And Hagen Abshire from Empire 4-H.
Hey, that Champion Angus steer just got a text in, raised by the Moonins there. I think their address is Yale, east of Stillwater there. Sired by Here I Am out of a broker cow raised at Moonin Cattle.
Well, there's one for Here I Am.
Yep. We actually have the honor to have Here I Am at 605 Sires there now, and boy, for a 10-year-old club calf bull.
He's very nice,
Yeah, that bull's still doing. Did you see him the other day?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I walked back there real fast and looked at bulls, and they had him up close because they were about to jump him.
Yeah.
Bull's impressive, honestly, to look at, that he's held up like that, and his
Yeah.
feet and legs look good.
Well, we got a Gerald Buck sighting over there. Oh, Gerald and Miles Shout. He's got the hoodie up. He's incognito. Over there talking to
Miles must
talking
have
to
a breed
Parker.
up here.
He must, yeah.
If he's up here.
Miles is a Angus Hereford producer by job.
By
And-
day.
Yep, but by night he is a
Club
top
calf
secret
enthusiast.
club calf. Yeah, he's infatuated with show steers. Mikey Jones, when he started working there, I think his the hobby caught fire. Sure, we'll have Chad Chaplin on here the next couple days a little bit. Have you visited? Do you know Chappie very well?
I know him. I don't.
He's as fun a guy as to talk to. Good dude.
You got a pretty good view from our spot.
Yeah, pretty good.
I think actually my college teammate is judging the goats over there. Chance Neff.
Oh,
talking about Neff.
judging the
Yeah.
goats. Yeah, yep.
We need to get Neff and Chappie together so Neff can tell that story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the one thing that OYE does and Oklahoma does very well is they get quite a bit of volunteerism, like out of their FFA teachers and their students and the colleges that are within the I can't forget what they call that in Oklahoma, but like basically the ag colleges in Oklahoma. You know, those kids that are out there, they come out here and help in the ring.
Oh yeah,
Ring help is awesome.
Mm-hmm. They always have a lot of it.
Mm-hmm. There's quite a few classes of Charolais, actually. Like another 5 or so.
It, to me, over the last 4 years coming down here, like last year, I thought the breed steers were tougher than the crossbred divisions.
Yeah, probably because
In
people
terms of
are
depth
trying
of
to get
quality.
away
And then the year before that,
from crossbreds and they sneak into a breed.
I thought there were
Other
some
people did
small
it.
breeds that were easier to get in the Limousin. And then the crossbred divisions were like to get 10th middleweight crossbred was extremely tough.
Well,
you know?
that's part of the. I mean, that really steer show, and especially down this direction, because they class them. That's half the battle is trying to volley for position within a breed, maybe over taking a chance in a crossbred division.
And it seems like one year they'll say, "Oh, the Shorthorns." It
Were
was
really
easy to get a
tough,
ride
yeah.
in the Limousin and the Shorthorns. So then everybody piles in the Shorthorns next year.
Fighting the weight break deal would drive me nuts, I think. Just trying to balance that because year to year, breed influence changes, you know, the amount of cattle, and that's going to shift those weight breaks. So, I mean, if you go from maybe 50 or 60, cattle in a breed one year to 35, then all of a sudden the middleweights are the heavies.
Yep.
That happened to me a couple years ago. I sent a steer down here that they ran him in the Maine, and the year before he'd have been the heaviest calf in the lightweights. He ends up the lightest calf in the middles.
The middleweights, and
Yeah.
it's a lot different. And down here, that'll cost you. If you can win the lightweight class, you probably got a pretty
Get a
good
sell
chance
shot.
of getting to making a sales spot.
This calf's got quite a bit of differences here in makes and models.
Yeah, this is a little tougher to put together class right here, isn't it?
Well, and honestly, a pretty decent weight range. I mean, 200 pounds from the first one to the last one.
Hey, that calf that's on the heavy side here to our left, he was at I judged the district show in Chickasha there, and that calf was at that show. And I tell you, at them district shows, we talked about keeping hair. They do not clip them there. And that calf had 7 inches of hair on the top of his neck, and he looks a lot better today, clipped.
You know, it's interesting about that steer. They don't have that calf fit, do they?
Yeah, they do. Yep.
He is?
Yep. Yeah, there's
Just
some
didn't
blue-
ball his tail.
Didn't ball his tail. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they got a little bit, not an over amount, but they got a little bit of glue in his legs.
And the results of our second class, South Down Weather. First is Camry Moore from Canoe. Second, Lincoln Oldenburg from Ball Hall.
Calf's pretty nice. How'd he do at the district show?
I think he was like reserve AOC or something like that.
Ryder Drennan from LA.
Yeah, pretty nice calf. Probably. What do we range in weights here?
Well, there's 200 pounds.
Yeah.
There's 1,000 to 1,200, basically. Which, I mean, I'm assuming they card these cattle and declare their weight. So,
Yeah.
I mean, 1,200-pound calf, he's probably a pinch over that, obviously. Griner and Hereford are moving through them over there. They're already picking their champion Southdown, seems like.
How about it? Okay. We're going to walk these 4. Yeah, usually this Charolais deal, we get into the the heat of this Charolais division, it'll get pretty Pretty deep and salty. They said we got, Richie said, what did he say, 500 and some head of steers, I think, in the show this year.
Oh, really? It's good.
And I think it might be a pinch more on the breeds, but we'll get we'll get through all the breed steers today and then start with Division I cross tomorrow. And
Class of Charolais steers here to
kick us off, and we thought this was a class that was one we had to spend some time and sort through and get down and really find the one that suited us the best. We thought the calf that started off the class maybe has a disadvantage in terms of presentation, but in terms of quality, we thought he was unmatched here. He's got good balance from the side. He's a calf that's got plenty of muscle. You set him into motion, he's the most comfortable off both ends while still maintaining a show steer look. You put a really good clip and fit job on that one, and that thing's going to look pretty darn nice. His hair is just not quite as fresh as maybe the steer that comes in behind him. Now the calf that comes second, one standing here from the profile, is one you really like. He's long and extended through that front third. He balances up really well, but with that being said, I would like to see him a little deeper and softer through that center body, and I'd like to see him hinge looser off them rear two when you set him into motion. That's getting pretty picky on a really nice calf. Then the calf that comes in third is certainly at a disadvantage in terms of a hair coat. You can tell he's slipped mostly all of it, but that's a good calf. He's got some length and extension, and he's actually got some power when you get in behind him. We like that about him. We would like to loosen him up off his rear too when you set him into motion, but a calf that brings a lot of quality to the table in this particular class. Then we got the really nice soft-haired calf that's very well fit. Young lady does a nice job showing him. The issue we have on this calf is his body. We'd like to see him a little deeper and softer because he is pretty lengthy in his spine. We'd like to see him a little deeper and softer through that center portion, square him up from hooks to pins, and then when you set him into motion, you see that he does drop those pin sets and he gets them hocks up underneath of him. If we could straighten him out in those areas, that calf definitely rises a few spots as he is very well haired and well presented. Then you got the calf that comes next here that's very powerful. The young lady does a really good job of getting him presented. He's got the most muscle of the initial 5 that we brought out here, but he is just the most round by design. We'd like to clean him up through the crest of his neck, down into his throat, tidy up his chest floor, and square him up from hooks to pins. If you do those things with that calf, you can slide him up in this particular class, but that's where he stands here today.
Congratulations over here to your Class 1 winner of your Charolais Market steer. It is Lenny Usler from Minko FFA, followed by Addison Adami from Mangum. Third, Natalie Etheridge from Mansford. Fourth, Briley Breckenridge. Fifth, Adeline Walters from Woodward 4-H. Sixth, Landry Ramey from Tonkawa. Seventh, Madison Birchfield, Fort Townsend. Eighth, Abigail Sides from Radin. Ninth place, Peyton Garrett from Silo. 10th, Hagen Abshire from Empire. 11th, Madison Diggs from Fort Townsend 4-H. Now have Class 2 Charolais Market steers.
All right, Thompson, your go.
Okay. You're not going to do 2 in a row like I did?
No, I'm not.
All right, Class 2 Charolais steers. 1205 to 1285. We got Ben Kennedy, Kayshawn 4-H, Caden James from Wellston FFA, Noah Etheridge from Manford FFA, Kyler Pettigrew, Miller 4-H, Kaylee Southard from Sand Springs FFA, Claire Harton from Medill 4-H, Bodie West from Oklahoma Union FFA, Karis Mugabo from Yale FFA, and Madison Perez from Noble FFA. All right, moving into Class 2 here.
Somebody's pumped up about the champion
Yeah.
South Down.
Bronze in the South Downs is Edward Patsick from Wilburton.
These cattle go up to 1285.
What do you see out there?
Well,
Responding to a
we
text
got to
from
get
one.
them on the side here. Can't really tell much, but what their noggins look like from here. You know, that Bob May has been operating on the highest level in the show steer industry for, I'm going to say, I'll bet you it was toward the early 80s. I bet you he was dominant. So that would mean 20. We're working. I bet he's working on 50 years of being at the very highest level in terms of competition in the show steer industry. That's
Pretty
really
crazy,
quite
ain't it?
something. Yeah.
How old is Bob?
You know,
Would he be probably mid-60s?
yeah, I'm gonna say mid to late 60s. But you think about it, him and Kirk Steerwalt, Mark Kopus, like all them guys were from that same era.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Bonham, I think, would have been right from that same era. I think him and Kopus went to college together. They would all been from that same era. I think Bob Maddox was from that era. But those guys, I mean, nowadays, a lot of times it takes a steer trader that, you know, they're in their late 20s before they have much success, you know. Those guys, they were reigning champions when they were 19. Like Kirk Steerwalt fit the champion steer. He's told the story on here before. They flew him out to Denver and he fit the champion steer when I think he was 18 years old.
Well, they were kind of pioneered it, really,
Yeah.
though, didn't they? I mean, in reality.
Yep. The first
At least of
major-
what we think of as like
Yeah.
modern day steer
Yeah.
trading fitness.
the first stock show I ever went to when I was livestock judging was Kansas City, and that was the first major steer show I ever saw was the Kansas City Royal Steer Show. And if you ask Bob right now today what his favorite steer that he ever had was, one of his favorites will be a steer called his name was Spook. Jesse Stinson showed him, and that was in, I'm going to say 92 or 93, and he was out of a Sugar Ray son, and Bobby raised Sugar Ray. That's a great story in itself. Helped a guy and got a cow for helping him, and then that cow went on to raise 6 state fair champions.
Yeah,
and,
that cow was part of his payment, wasn't it?
yeah, super mom.
Mm-hmm.
What is wrong now?
Nothing. Blake pointed out that you tend to link my name in the same family as Krebs Ranch and not Cribs. And so he was saying, he said he called me Krebs. Hey, Krebs, tell Thompson.
Cribs.
Yeah.
Like tomato and tomato are way different.
And now that I think
than
about it,
Cribs and
you're the
Cribs.
reason that the Pulse gets my name wrong, because they spell it Krebs.
When I know. Yep. All because of me.
Let's see, what are we at weight-wise? 1,200 to 1,284.
What is that slogan that Jake Scott uses? Krebs Ranch.
Think quality.
Yep.
Think Cribs.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
There's a good point. It's a good point.
Yep. You could have the slogan, think Chick-fil-A, think Cribs.
Yeah. Lindsay and them will get a kick out of that if they're watching.
What's the truck stop in Missouri we went to?
That we went to?
Yeah, the big truck stop.
Oh, the one I just basically let you walk in there and turned you loose like a child.
What was the name of it?
Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's,
Yeah.
yes. Think Buc-ee's, think Cribs.
Hey, for those of y'all that are listening that understand the quality of Buc-ee's, Thompson comes out of the Buc-ee's truck stop with a turkey sandwich. He
Here's
had
the
all
deal.
the options.
Here's the
and
deal.
Turkey is his choice.
If you have not been to Buc-ee's, I strongly encourage that you do. But here's the deal. You got to take a tour guide. You cannot go in that place and not have some general direction.
Hey, I can't help that. I mean, I just figured.
By the time
okay,
I got done processing the beef jerky section, you guys were in the car and ready to go.
There's no doubt there is quite a bit there to wrap your head around.
If I had a chance to do it again, I'd like to. But it was a good turkey sandwich. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm sure it was great. It just it's not what most people would have chose.
Mm-hmm.
Calf on the end looks pretty stout, huh?
Yeah. Down to 3.
Getting closer. Pretty big class.
We're going to get over 1,300 in the next class.
See what, that calf that's in the lead, his back is square. I mean, he is like. Yeah, I should be, because this class I think ended at 1,285. That's funny. All right,
Here's
here we
Bob.
go.
Class of Charolais steers, to be sure. But with that being said, it was a class we had to put our imagination to work in terms of putting this class together. Not for the steer that starts the class. I think he is the combination steer in the class, and good in that combination in terms of good through his center body, really good, a lot of product coming out of the backside of his shoulder, good in his barrel. He's a steer. I love the way his pastern set in him. He's got some real cushion. He moves that hock good. And then he's a steer with some ultimate power from hooks to pin. Big back cattle, really good through the center part of his quarter, carries down into his lower stifle. A lot of product in the lower 1/3. Got some width off of both ends of his skeleton when he goes in motion, and still does so quite well. The problem steer in this class, actually we'll talk both these steers, and they're nothing alike. You can see what we can see. This steer is just a little staler to the touch as we compare him to the steer that wins this class. He doesn't handle quite as nice, not quite as fresh up front. I know we're in some lighter weight cattle. We'd like to freshen him up in his chest floor. We'd like to freshen him up from the front of that shoulder up to his pole. He gets a little bit staler there, just gets a little staler to the touch. We do like the angle to the hock on this steer. We like the length of his pastern, big-footed kind of cattle. Good market steer right there. Just wish he was just a little fresher in his kind. This steer here that comes third, he's been a stinker the whole time he's been out here in terms of he's not wanted to relax, and he kind of comes apart. Now, when he come in, he was rushing this girl, and I thought, well, that maybe is a steer we start the class with. But then as I evaluate him, they're just not as much steer. Brock and I agree. There's just not as much steer coming out of the backside of his shoulder. He drops in the middle of his top just a little bit. When he goes in motion, now I think if he wanted to cooperate with this young lady, and I wish he would, I think he maybe would keep his pin set up there a little better, but he wants to duck his pins and break behind his shoulders. And I think it's a case that he just isn't quite as stout under his hide as the two cattle that go out above him, and he's a steer that wants to get down in his pin set when he goes. You can see he wants to rush her, or makes him want to shorten up in his stride just ever so slightly. Very, very eye-appealing steer. Wish there was a little more true shape and design, and then the way he goes out, I wish he did it a little better. This is a calf here that's really nice in his design, drops out of his chest floor just a little better. We got to balance him up, and then we can put him in that third hole. Big back cattle, good from hooks to pins. Wish he set up in that chest floor. I do like the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. At times he goes real good on those back too. At times he wants to get up on those ankles. This steer here, I told Brock, I said, under the hide, there isn't a better steer in this class in terms of his top just screams of product. He's really good behind his shoulders. He's good from hooks to pins. He's quite pronounced straight in his hock. He's got some swelling in his hock. He gets real straight in his hock. As a result, subsequent to that, when he goes, he wants to get up on those ankles. Toes out just a little on those fronts. When that calf is parked under the hide, that calf has got so much shape and design, and I really appreciate that about him. I wish we had a little better running gear underneath of that one where we could slide him up a place or two.
Congratulations to your Class 2 Charolais Market Steer winner, Karis Mogenberg from Yale FFA, followed by Madison Perez from Noble. In third, Claire Harton, Medill. Fourth, Bodie West from Oklahoma Union. Fifth place, Caden James from Wellston. Sixth, Kyler Pettigrew from Miller. Seventh place, Kylie Southard from Sand Springs. Eighth place, Ben Kennedy from Cashion 4-H. Ninth, Noah Etheridge from Manford. We now have Class 3 Charolais Market Steers into show ring number 1.
Your turn.
All right, Class 3 here. Josie Harrington is entering the ring from Caddo FFA. Clara Whitman from Calmet FFA. Ty Appleton from Drummond FFA. Asher Pullen from Washington FFA. Holden Talaferro from Sterling 4-H. Sadie Wynn from Newcastle FFA. Jacob May from Stillwater FFA. Ella Weldon from Canadian County 4-H. Josie Jones from Navajo 4-H. This class ranges from 1305 to 1350. Basically would be considered the middleweights. This class, the heat stepped up just a pinch.
Whoop. We got a little Bob sighting down there ringside. Pride and joy of Bonham cattle.
This class
1305
kind
to
of stepped up
13,
in terms of just punch, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we got Sadie Wind in this class. She would have won three years ago. The first year that I come down here and did it with Brett, she had the champion steer with that black and white. Here I am that time. Whoop, Brock's trying to get kicked down there. Take a big leg to take Brock down.
Mm-hmm.
He's a stout young man.
Honestly, Bob should have probably just tapped Brock in when he wrestled Jakey. Mm-hmm. Just let Brock kind of take care of business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're still taking ideas on Maine Junior National Herdsman event.
This year, Thompson will be
got the theme of the
center
game show
of the games.
Yeah, no,
he will be
not going to happen.
The Grand Poopah of the games.
It's all game show themed this year, so a game show would be interesting. I don't know if it'll be as funny as you and Blake in sumo costumes, but
probably not.
We should have made you a big trophy with like Buddha on it or something last year. Champion sumo wrestler. Brett in year's match was the best one.
That sumo costume. When Brett got it on, he looked like a large potato with two little short legs.
He looked like he did about 5 years ago. It was like Brett's back. Then he lost 200 pounds.
Passed it. Yep, that's right. Yep. Yep, I'm going to run over Trans-Ovenix. Yep. So I told him to move over the edge. I don't know if they had they were supposed to break out all my every edge. That's what I need to break all. I'm just going to, when I get the every edge, run around there and take care of it for you. Yeah, sorry about that. It's one of those things where I kind of said, hey, let's do this, and I didn't think much about it until the other day when I was kind of looking at my inventory and realized it hadn't been moved, so. Yes, sir, I will do. Goes in your name, right? Yes, sir. We'll have them there. Thank you. Yes, sir. Have a good day. Sorry about that. I tell you, it's a little hard for us to see them when they're pulled in tight like this because we don't really get. I mean, we can kind of see some backs, but that's about it. This calf right in front of us is big square backed.
Where's Bob at? Oh, Bob just got done handling that far end. They're ready to take him for a walk. Boy, this is good class steers here.
Yeah, the heat kind of dialed up just a notch.
Who was the girl in second with the ring in the nose there?
Well, if the sheet's right, it's Madison Shout.
Oh.
No. I'm sorry. Clara Whitman from...
oh. That's number 2. Yep. That 4 steer, Asher Pullen. Boy, he's got big legs.
Yeah, he does. Good looking, too.
Yeah, this can be a good class here.
It's going to take just a nickel a sword, honestly, because there's a lot of differences. Like that young man steer that you were talking about, his bones are big. Like the height of his shoulder is really good. He's maybe not as busted open as a couple of the other ones, like through his chest floor.
That wind steer's really got
The calf down here in the
yeah,
corner.
really athletic moving.
His back is a notch shorter, too, and his middle's, just a pinch probably chubbier. Like hip and tail head fits in him nice.
Mm-hmm.
The calf second to the end, just like density, is real unique.
Yeah.
Real heavy structured.
That Weldon girl, her showmanship, she had showmanship qualities, I think, when she could crawl.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's kind of interesting in the Shars, like the color-wise, that second calf, like his color, and the boy's calf in fourth, that golder color, kind of stands out just
Pretty
a nickel
cool,
more,
yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a big back one there in fifth, too.
The boys in the blue, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a hornish look about him.
He's got double the thunder.
Yeah. I'm sure he's an In-God BDR, solid gold.
Hey, you can't be saying much about that. That's what we sold.
But, yeah, that's true.
In God BDR solid gold.
Yep. When in doubt, line it up.
Yeah. Just keep stacking.
That kid's pretty good. He doesn't just jump right out at you, but that kid in the blue, that's
Probably
a stout
more than
kid.
anything, all of his proportions match real well.
Boy, there's just a lot of different ways you could go here. They're going to get down to about 5 head, and they're going to have to do some talking. Boy, hair is so crucial this time of year down here. Like that, that wind calf, his bones and feet are as big as any of them. He probably doesn't have the leg hair of a few other ones, and boy, that leg hair just
and it's really
makes
not
stuff fit a little bit.
I think the thing to mention is like it's just from hock to dew claw.
Yep.
That spot. I mean, if their hair is just a nickel thin there, it can really throw off how dense they look, because like that. I mean, like that calf's, his feet and legs are good.
Plenty heavy
and the
structured,
density of
but
his
it's
build's
just
fine.
it's
Yeah.
just some of them keep it and.
But like that calf, he's probably not, even with more hair, maybe not quite as stout as a couple, like the one second to the end. I mean, you can see it in their skulls. There's maybe just a little difference there, but proportionally, this calf in front of us is very good. Like everything just matches real well.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're going to get down to about 5 head, and they're going to have to.
Well, it shows you the quality of all the calves in here, really. There's a little bit of gap in weight, I guess, huh? Only 50 pounds.
Bit,
I would have thought more than that, honestly, looking
and
at the class.
especially between those 5, well, I guess that one, 22 to 49, really it's only
But, depending on
pounds.
where they carted some of these cattle, some of these cattle could have been low 12s or, upper 12s trying to weigh into low 13s and like 1350s coming down from like 14s. Go back to my name. Do you even have me in your phone as Cribs? Oh, no, you have it as Cribs. Man, you don't.
When you think of Chick-fil-A, think Cribs.
That's funny.
I'm going to make bumper stickers.
Honestly, Lindsay and Riley would agree with you. That's pretty much my thought process at Denver time. Leave the hotel, go buy Chick-fil-A.
Boy, if we would have been 15 minutes earlier out of South Dakota.
You were literally trying to shave points off last night, trying to get to a Chick-fil-A before 10 o'clock.
Yeah. I know. I really felt like some of them.
You went from Chick-fil-A to Sonic and ordered pickle fries.
Those,
and
yeah,
thought it was going to be a good idea.
That was a horrible decision. I am anti-pickle fries from Sonic. But I tell you what, lately, the thing about Chick-fil-A waffle fries, it's like Freddy's fries, what's that like? But they're so small, they're hard to handle. You put Freddy fries in waffle forms and make them easier to manage. There's as good a fries as there is. Boy, they're taking a while to get down to 4-5 here. They thought the Angus division was hard.
Well, I would say Bob understands that you hold a steer to this point, you thought quite a bit of him, regardless of where he goes in this class. I mean, you brought a calf to middle to the end of March. He deserves to be, broken down and looked at to an extent where you feel like you got a fair shake all the way through.
That's a pretty solid big steer there.
Yeah, he's a really nice cattle. Maybe not like jumps out at you, but not a real big problem.
Yeah. It's the first time. I wonder if it is the first one she's shown. It's the first time I've seen the Weldon show break into the steer show world.
I thought they had one last year.
They did?
Maybe not.
Boy, I do not remember that.
I wonder where that calf came from.
I would just about bet you the Newcastle vicinity.
Mm-hmm.
Pulls that boy in the blue. Or what's it? What did he do there?
He's about to. I think he wants to walk him.
Okay. Yep, these were the 5 that we thought it kind of boiled down to.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, the neck set and head and on that one in first there is really, he's the lightest one of them, but boy, he's a fresh son of a gun. Boy, that one of Sadie wins when that calf gets right in front of you here. He's stouter than what he looks like across the ring.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what you were talking about. It's the illusion of his bone work maybe not being as dense because he's probably not just as heavy-haired. But, his stoutness down low of his skeleton matches everything up high.
His feet are actually huge, yeah. And the back shape on that Weldon calf is very,
really
very
the difference
good.
in those two cattle is a shot more just burliness versus one that's maybe a little more unique in terms of just organization.
Tricked out neck and
Of those two, now it's hard for me to see the two in the
Weldon, when she gets her head up and gets him set up, he'll throw his old head and ears up. He's a dense built son of a gun.
The gold calf the young man's got's kind of unique looking, tricked out.
Yeah.
Really kind of real round bodied and lean about his neck shape.
Yeah. He pulled that lighter weight one. Just wondered if he was like 100% done in terms of condition, just being a little lighter weight wise. Now they're going to work this trio over pretty good.
Well, and rightfully so.
Do you know who we got in first there?
You know,
I think he was 4. He was number 4.
Asher Paulin from
Yep,
Washington.
that's who it
FFA.
is. Yep, that's Asher Paulin, Sadie Wynn, and Emma Weldon. Oh, we got that must be a Glover calf out there in first, because you see Tommy and Dustin Glover up there doing the fist and jerk the head up.
You know, those 3 cattle are interesting because they're all very different. I mean,
Yeah.
I know that, like, at first glance, they probably hit you similarly, but, I mean, like, the calf and the lead's probably, like, the combination between 2 and 3, like a little more look and neatness about the front of his blade, like 2. Probably a little heavier structure and just denser like 3.
He's another one like this one that they just pulled in fourth. I wonder what he handles like, just being the lighter weight option of the 3.
Yeah. Still, though, I mean, he's like 1329. If you
Yeah.
call him close,
Yeah.
if you call them within 50 pounds of each other, there shouldn't be that much of a difference.
But he just looks a little more juvenile. He's either fresh or it's
It's a
not.
classic case of either you call him
Yep.
fresh and you use
Yep.
him, or you call him juvenile and say he needs more to him.
maturity.
So,
Because the 2 behind him just have a more
yeah,
mature,
they got
I'm
a
for
shot
sure
more
finished
husk to
fat
him, yeah.
steer. Yeah, fat steer look to him. I think that's.
Calves like that will trick you too.
They're gonna walk him again.
I mean, to this point, this is probably the 3
The toughest
the
decision.
3 toughest,
Yeah.
cattle to kind
Yeah.
of sort and make sure you get right.
Yep. Because like I'd have to think back on it, but I mean the Charolais is usually always in the hunt in terms of making the top 3 here. Well,
let's
actually,
just be honest. The Charolais is a gold crossing
yeah,
crossbred.
yeah.
I mean, not that
Scasta,
there isn't Charolais in there, but I mean that's really what it comes down to.
I'm pretty sure Rain Scasta's steer 4 years ago. He
Is
was
that the
either
year
a
that him
key-
and Clark had? They both had a
they
gold
were
one.
grand in reserve. Scasta wins.
But
Clark's
one-
were reserve.
did one show
Scasta's
Char
was
and one show Cross?
I know Scasta's was a breed steer. He was yellow colored. I think he was a Char, but he could have been a key. He was
Yeah.
one of them two.
He's a sheep that wants to get underneath himself just a little bit in terms of the way he travels. Just need to make those pieces fit a little bit better. I think you could duplicate what I just said about the sheep in third, about the sheep in fourth. The difference, the sheep in fourth is not quite as extended. He might be the best sheep in terms of terminal value, just in terms of leanness, where he's at from a cutability standpoint, where he's at from a muscularity standpoint. Unfortunately, he just needs to have a balance. Completely different kind of sheep and bit.
It's kind of like picking your bracket, you know.
Yeah.
Got to make it call. There is subtle movement differences in all 3 of those cattle too.
chest floor. Young man's done a great job getting him presented.
Yeah, there isn't a.
In terms of his
It isn't like this is a 1 versus a 16 seed here.
No, that's right. I mean, I would be thinking if you're loading one of them 3 steers on your trailer,
Yeah.
you're probably thinking you got a shot to win the Shars and a shot at the top 3. That's what they pick, right? It's 3? Yeah.
Yep.
Gold, silver, and bronze or whatever.
Yep.
From Central High. In 6th, Anna Wakely from Chandler. 7th place, Anna Brake from Salisal. And 8th, Maisie Nagel from Clayton. We're now ready for our champion, Market Shropshire West.
How did they do that?
I think they split them. Started the gold steer,
Started
put
the gold,
Weldon second,
Weldon
and
second.
Sadie win third.
Okay.
Here's Bob. We're going to let them guys talk.
Well, if you've got eyes, you can see on the steer side here, Class 3 of the Charolais, we've really turned up the heat. And we've got an initial trio. We've actually got 4 or 5 steers in this class that are very impressive. But this initial trio, man, they're good. The calf that starts off the class, we had some debate back and forth between him and the calf in second. And I think for us, it just comes down to this. They're both kind of a wash in terms of power. We would call their structure a wash when you set them into motion. The steer that wins the class does so with just a sleeker, more attractive front end. We love the way his neck and chest sit into him. He ties real high on the top side of his shoulder. He's so good through his forerib back into his flank. You get your hands on him. We love his degree of finish. He's going to hang some cutability there. That's just a really good place to start this class. We really like that steer. And that's taken nothing away from this gray calf that comes in second. There was times when we thought we'd maybe use this one. He's overwhelming in terms of power. We love that about him. He's so widely constructed. He too ties his neck really high into his shoulder. We like that about him. We would like to clean him up down through his throat into his chest and just make him a little more tidy right there. That's one heck of a pair of steers. Would be interesting to bring them back out here a little later. Calf that comes in third is no slouch either. This is the longest spine, longest bodied one in this class, and I think the longer we have him out here, that comes to light. He wanting to fall apart just a little. He's getting a little hot. When you get in behind him and watch this one travel is where he's a concern for us. He wants to walk on the outside of that hoof wall. If we can correct that about him, maybe we can slide him up a spot. We do like that calf. There's a great deal of quality there. Pretty good calf to come in third in a tough class. Next, we got this 4th place steer that pattern's really good from the side. We love his look. We love his balance. You set him into motion from the side. We really like what he does. When you get in behind this one, he just gets out-horsed by the calves in front of him. We need some more top shape. We need some more base width under him before he slides up any higher in this class. A really high-quality animal here to come forth. The 5th place steer is one that overpowers the steer in front of him, just in terms of muscle, in terms of mass and substance. He's a little bit straight in his hock, a little bit straight off his shoulder. When you set him into motion, you begin to see those issues with him. He's really good from his forerib to his flank. He's very well patterned. We like that calf. Really tough class. The good calf to come in 5th. It'd be interesting to bring those 2 back out here for champion.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner, Charolais Market Steers, Asher Paulin from Washington FFA, followed by Ella Weldon from Canadian County. 3rd, Sadie Wynn, Newcastle. 4th, Clara Whitman from Calumet. 5th place, Holden Talaferro from Sterling. 6th, Josie Jones from Navajo. 7th place, Ty Appleton for Drummond. Your 8th place, Jacob May, Stillwater. 9th, Josie Harrington from Caddo FFA. We now welcome Class 4 Charolais Market Steers into show ring number 1. Class 4.
All right, Corey T, she's got us back live. You better start reading some names.
Good class.
Yeah, that was a really good class.
In the
Class 4 is where we're at.
Yep, Class 4. 1375 to 1399. Kinsey Woods from Mustang FFA. Madison Shout from Canadian County 4-H. Carrington Troyer from Mays County 4-H. Callie Wilborn from Morrison FFA, McKenna Hewitt from Cleveland FFA, Kaylin Kokajon from Drummond FFA, Bo Hart from Rock Creek 4-H, Kate Rogers from Moss 4-H, Landry Fuss, Yale FFA, Eli Hanks from Olive FFA.
Not many Shropshires, but a good set. We've kind of talked about the sheep real quick.
Landry Fuss, I'm pretty sure that was Landry that had third overall last year here, bronze steer.
That'd be Matt's boy.
Yep, with a Charolais calf. So he's going right back in the, try to get in the ride in the Limousin through the Charolais division again this year.
Well, you do it once. Got the same judges. Might as well try to run her again, right?
Got Mikey Jones ringside. Miles has got to be around here someplace. Betcha he's behind us up here, giving some hand signals.
Walking around stressed.
Yep. Express Ranches show steer division.
That's terminal value. Not as shapely, not as expressive, not quite as good in terms of his handle compared to our lightweight and a big, nice balance, long body sheep that was second.
With Landry's calf, he's a big square back rascal.
Congratulations to our shop exhibitors. We're going to use the young lady's lightweight.
Yeah, there's Matt Fuss ringside down there, right by the entry gate.
What's happening on the airwaves?
Yeah.
Hey, there we are. We were just looking for you.
You know,
we
he's just
we
using us
seen
to
Mikey
get
down
closer
there.
to-
We were looking for the Miles Shout portion of the Express Show Steers ranch.
You're right.
Yep.
Bob's a good guy.
What?
Bob's a good guy.
What's your calf, Miles?
He is a That's Right 6.
Oh.
Sold by Tracy Koretzka.
Nice.
Tracy Gretzka, previously Iowa native. Yep. How many you got today?
My kids have 6. 5
Wowzers.
today, 1 tomorrow.
5 today, 1 tomorrow.
We'll be in the next 4 breeds in a row.
Next 4 in a row.
You can show 3 per kid.
3 per kid, yeah. Oldest
pretty
kid
good.
is 3, middle is 2, youngest one is 1.
Now you can. Is it a deal where you can't show heifers?
No, you
If
can
you,
show
you
heifers.
okay, so it's just market stock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did
But
Tra-
like you couldn't show like 3 steers and 2 bears and a market
Yeah,
goat.
you can show 3 bears.
Oh, really? Okay.
you got barrels?
Nope.
Nope.
Laid out this year. Senior
Laid-
year, we
yep.
put all our effort into the show steer.
Takes a lot of effort. Did you get Tracy to cross the Red River?
Tracy spent 2 days with us. We were very, very fortunate of it.
Yep.
He's the man.
He can still get them pretty smooth.
Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Heck, he even clipped on something that didn't come from him.
He did. Well, that's good. That's good.
He brought Chad with him too, Bukowski.
Yep. I was hoping it wasn't Chaplin.
Not Chad yet.
That's funny.
If Chappie put a little burn on him. Miles he was doing a good job of disguising the nervousness.
Trying to get closer, yeah.
Senior year, I think this is his last go with his daughter.
With his oldest.
Yeah. And down here, that's such a OYE, and it's just such a big event for those juniors. There's Chad Chaplin, Dustin Dorsey. I remember just sitting here with all them dads behind us watching their kids show for the last time. The emotion for those families it's really quite something. Last year it was Chad Chaplin's son Grady. Of his last year, he won a Division 2 crossbreds on his last time in the ring, and that was a special moment.
Miles' calf's the second one in, right?
Yep.
Yep.
That's right, 6, he says.
How's that 6 cow bred?
I'm pretty sure she's a monopoly. Boy, that one of Fuss's, he's a gorilla now.
Mm-hmm.
And we are, where we at weight-wise, 1375 to
1,400 on the top side.
1,400.
Second to the last. Calf right in front of us is good. Looks good.
Now, who is that? 1, 2, 3,
Heads up
4,
and alert.
5, 6.
I think that's
Oh,
Coca
Coca John.
Yeah.
It's Carrie Lawrence down there from Ohio. One thing about OYE, you just don't know who you're going to run into.
Who's going to show up?
Yeah. Boy, that's a choke-necked white steer there. Got the little tiny throat on him.
What we got next? Keys? Yeah. Your service ain't very good in here, huh?
No, do you got service?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
What company are you?
Rising.
That's what I am. Mine was the first upgrade after a flip phone, so. Still uses DOS. I'm seeing what the
Reserve Angus was a Here I Am.
cut him down to 5.
That calf in the lead, he's pretty elevated in terms of his size, ain't he? He's big,
Yeah. Got some.
I mean, he looks big even being down on the end of the lineup, just in
One
terms
of
of frame.
Because he'd be the lightest weight calf of the 5 that are left.
Yeah. 13.
Hey, Matt Fuss. How you doing, bud?
1380.
I said, how you doing?
Back, ain't he?
Asked Matt Fuss how he's doing. He said, I'm nervous.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and we congratulate these kids on a great job as they exit the ring.
Removes Shout steer first. Puts that white steer second. Looks like Landry's going to be 3.
Are they going to go to the mic? Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad I got to talk this class because this is a really nice class of Charolais steers, and you know you'd like to keep them all up here, but obviously that's not a real world situation. So, with that being said, the steer that wins this class, what I'll call the mouse-colored steer, he just puts so many things together well. He's a steer that's adequate through his stoutness. He's good in his center width. He's good off both ends of his skeletal as far as his width. He has some lower third body dimension. Good through his midsection. Is he the uniquest, coolest from the top of his crest down into his jawline? No, but what saves him is the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. Love the way his knee sets back in him. He's a good-footed cattle. He goes in motion. At times I question when he hits the ground if he gets just a little sharp in his hock, but that's being really critical on a really, really good steer. The second place steer, the white steer, Brock and I admitted that we love this calf standing still. I mean, he was in consideration to win this class, but when you put him in motion, he just doesn't do as well as the mouse-colored steer that wins this class. Beautiful through his center body. He's a little more cleanly from the top of his crest down into his jawline even than the steer that beats him, even though they're both certainly adequate. I think his knee sets back in him on that front too, just like the steer that beats him. Good behind his shoulders, good in his hip, good in his loin. But you can watch what I can watch and what Brock saw when he goes in motion. He's just not as comfortable off those back two. He wants to swing him to go in motion to reach his stride. We wish he had a little more athleticism coming out of that hock. The steer that comes third in this class, really, really good steer. Love this color. He's a steer that's really nice in his presentation, very well shown, good through his center body. He seems to get, as I compare him to 1 and 2, he gets a little flatter in his rib shape design. I wish he was just a little more bolder in his rib shape. He's a steer that maybe isn't quite as lengthy in his neck as the 2 that go out ahead of him, but a really, really nice calf. He's a calf that certainly goes in motion well. Probably just like to explode him throughout and give him a little more true shape and design. The silver-colored steer that goes fourth, a little smaller frame steer, he's not in fourth because he's smaller frame. He wants to run downhill a little. When that young lady gets him showed, man, that front end comes out of him so nice. He sits a little low at the top of his shoulder as far as his overall balance. He's a calf when he goes in motion. I think he does so adequately well. Good in his underline, good from hooks to pins, good coming out of the backside of his shoulder. The white steer, I'll talk now. Phenotypically, he's a little, and I don't mean to get slang and old school on you, but he's maybe just a little bit old school looking in terms of, yeah, I admire the length of the front end on this calf. He's so unique and so cool to look at. He's good in his chest. He's good in his lines. As I compare him to the 4 that go out ahead of him, I just want to drop him down in his flank just a little, and then I want to give him a little more true shape and angle to that hock when he goes in motion. Gets just a little stiffer and a little straighter in his hock. Love the head and the front 1/3 on that calf. Very, very good class of steers here.
Congratulations to your Class 4 Charolais Market Steer winner, Madison Shout from Canadian County 4-H, followed by Kaylin Kokajon from Drummond. Third, Landry Fuss from Yale. Fourth, Carrington Troyer from Mays County. Fifth, Kate Rogers from the Moss 4-H. Sixth, Callie Wilburn from Morrison. Seventh, Bo Hart from Rock Creek. Eighth place, Eli Hanks from the Olive FFA. Ninth, Kenzie Woods from Mustang. 10th, McKenna Hewitt from Cleveland FFA.
All right, Class 5.
Last class of Shars.
All right, here we go.
Yep. Your turn.
Well, I thought they were entering.
Yeah, they're waiting. They're a little.
Oh, we're
calf
backed
of
up on the scale.
Coca-Johns did not want to go on the scale.
They get him on?
Yeah, they did.
What do they give them? 5%? 3%? 5%?
A 5, yeah.
Yeah. Which? I mean, 5% on a 1,400-pound calf, that's 70 pounds. That's pretty solid.
Yeah. That cinnamon roll, you think he'd weigh out now? That's a big piece of cinnamon roll.
I don't even really want to card my weight anymore. All right. So, Class 5 Charolais, Addison Farley from Isabel FFA with her 1,410 pounder. Carmen Scott from Morris 4-H with her 1,415 pounder. Drake McPhail with his Sydney FFA with his 1,429 pounder. Paisley Shaw from Amber Pocasset FFA weighing 1,435 with her calf. Berkeley McKay, Mulhall Orlando FFA with his 1,439 pound steer. Rance McIntyre from Sweetwater FFA weighing 1,449. Layla Smith from Durant FFA with 1,460 pound steer. Kate Fowler from Warner FFA weighing 1,469. Brock Fletcher from Comanche County 4-H weighing 1,535.
We got 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, maybe there's a
4,
scratch,
5,
maybe?
6, 7. We got 9 head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got 9 head, and there's 9 head in the ring. I, however, do not see Berkeley McKay.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know.
There's the boy in the black cowboy hat is where Berkeley's supposed to be. Oh, Berkeley scratch.
There you go.
So there must be one addition. 1, 2, 3.
Still though.
No, there is just 8 head. Yep, Berkeley's scratch.
Class 3's winner. Thank you. Class ranges from 1410 to 1535.
Like Bobby said in the mic, what class was that in the?
Well,
that
he was
last-
referring to Fort Worth that they didn't quite get one over.
Yep.
You say over 1,500, maybe? I think he said. I do think we're at a point though where steers are so different in their maturity pattern that it's more about right weight range relative to that calf than it is weight range relative to a standard anymore.
It'd be hard for somebody to use a 1550, but
Yeah,
anywhere.
but you say that, but like if you use a 1,470 pound steer with the 5% weigh back,
Yeah, it
there's
would
a chance
be.
that sucker's
You would
1,550.
be very, very good chance,
Yeah.
if not heavier. All right. It looks like they got him handled. They're going to take him for a walk. Cole Atkinson up there, the show barn manager at Conley Cattle. Brings them steer show at OYE, brings them all to town.
I was just thinking about that, how the shows have been split good enough where you could have been in Houston, or you could have went to Austin, then went to Houston first wave, then came to OYE, then turned around and went back to Houston second wave. If you wanted to go a full week of steer showing, you could do it.
We got an Ohio Beef Expo in.
We did too. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there's a livestock event every weekend.
Honestly, another pretty nice class all the way.
You know, I've never met Bob's wife or Brock's mom. She must be taller.
I was literally thinking, I wonder what insulting thing you're about
No.
to say.
They were standing side by side there. Up Brock, I feel small. I'm pretty good sized height guy, and I feel like Brock towers over me.
This white calf wants to push this big kid around a little bit, but he's pretty nice.
The tall kid. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a nice calf.
Organized and balanced and fresh.
Lots
a lot of the things that them guys have been talking about. What were you saying?
Lots of purple shampoo went into that one.
Yeah. I think this class honestly breaks out like that class two ago where there's differences in power versus presence and look maybe. Calf is big backed. That calf on the end.
Oh, I
See
tell
how
you what.
square back that calf is?
I tell you what, that steer, that show in Chickasha,
that district show.
That steer was champion steer at that district show. I think that calf was fourth in his class, they said, in Denver.
He is wide back.
They fed him for Denver.
Just look at the top of his shoulder blade, how square he is right out of the back of his
that
blade.
calf weighed, I think he weighed 15-something in, or right at 15. I think that's the heaviest calf in the class at 1535. I think he weighed 15-something back a while ago.
Well, you judged that district show like 4 weeks
Month ago? Yeah.
I mean, this time of year, if you're at that point, holding him's probably not terrible.
But that calf there at 1535, he's got no chest floor.
No, he's tidy there. Honestly, he's tidy about his whole lower body.
Yeah.
Even his rear rib and flank is really good.
Yeah, I thought it was really very impressive to have one over 1,500 pounds and be as fresh as he is.
To be truthful with you, I know this sounds a little goofy, but if that was a little bigger kid, that calf wouldn't look as big probably as he does standing there.
And really,
I mean, like his stature and
gets
hip.
out and trucks pretty good for one as big and stout as he is.
He's really square, like hip, pin set, hock to the surface.
Yeah.
Maybe has that edge over a couple other cattle.
Yeah, he's going to be right here in the thick of things in a minute. Yeah, I couldn't believe I didn't watch all of Denver, but I'd like to have seen the three big, husky, heavy 1,400
Calves
pounders
that snuck around him,
that got around that one there. He slides him up one spot, it looks like.
Listen to Brock here.
Well, we've got a lot of quality here within our heavyweight Charolais class, and I think the young man here with the white calf that wins, we thought he did so pretty handily within this particular class. This calf balances really well from the side. You set him into motion. We like the way he gets out and goes from the side. If you're going to get a little nitpicky on this one, if you watch that offside hind leg when you get directly behind him, he wants to roll out on that and walk on the outside of his hoof wall. When you get him going, you can't see it from the side. When you get him behind him, you notice it. Pretty nitpicky on a very well-balanced, good-moving, good-built kind of calf. Calf that comes second is really burly, and he should be. He's the heaviest one in this class. He's got a lot of muscle, got a good degree of finish. You set him into motion, he moves adequate. We'd maybe like to see him hinge a little looser off them rear two. But you talk about a big, burly, massive, stout calf that comes second. We really like that one in this particular class. Then you got a good pattern calf that comes here in third, and this is one that just kind of kept sliding up for us. He's just a good animal. We like the way his neck ties into his shoulder. He's good in through his forerib, back into his flank. He wants to round off from his hooks back into his pins, especially when you set him into motion. Young lady gets him parked and gets his top down. It looks a little bit better, but we would like to camp him up into those pins ever so slightly. Then you got a nice pattern, good-looking gold calf that comes here next. This is one that's really youthful and extended through his front third. He's got good depth to his center rib. Same thing with this one as the calf in front of him. He gets a little round from hooks to pins. You set him into motion. You really notice it as he wants to drop his pins and duck his hind legs up under him a little too much. Really nice calf, really good looking. Then you got a calf that comes next here, and this is one, if you just study him from the fundamentals, we like him in behind his shoulders. He's good hipped. He's got some stoutness to him. He gives up some bone and some substance to the steers in front of him just at the ground up, but he is good bodied. He's good ribbed. You set him into motion, we probably need to free him up ever so slightly. Really good class of heavyweight Char steers.
Your Class 5 Charolais Market Steers, congratulations to your class winner, Rance McIntyre from the Sweetwater FFA, followed by Bronk Fletcher from Comanche County. Third, Addison Farley from Idabel. Fourth, Cade Fowler from Warner. Fifth, Carmen Scott from Morris. Sixth, Drake McPhail from Snyder. Seventh, Paisley Shaw from Amber Pocasset. Eighth, Layla Smith from Durant FFA. We now have your class champions to show for your breed champion, Charolais. Champion Charolais Drive.
And the results of the first.
All right, we're going to get that champion Charolais Drive entering the ring from Class 1, weighing 1,195 pounds. Laney Usler from Minko FFA. Class 2, Karis Mugenbo from Yell FFA with her 1,270-pounder. Asher Pollen from Washington FFA coming out of Class 3 with his 1,329-pounder. Class 4, Madison Shout, weighing 1,379 from Canadian County 4-H. Class 5, Rance McIntyre from Sweetwater FFA. His calf weighed 1,449.
What's the weight difference between Class 3 and...
You mean 4 and 5 or 3 and
3
4?
And 4.
Well,
3, 4, and 5.
3's winner was 1,329. And
Madison Shout.
4's winner was 1,379.
50.
So that's
and then
60 pounds. And then
5 was
1,449, which is another 60 pounds, 70 pounds. What's interesting about those three cattle, though, is Madison's calf. It is like pretty good size, really. That sits in the middle of them. And he looked really good sized in his class, and then you get that 15 or that heavyweight back in there. Oh, here's Bob.
Charolais drive and then pick our sale order here. We got a really nice division, as we commented, going throughout the classes, and the classes were very deep, we thought. And starting with this lightweight steer, and again, we're looking at him through maybe more as a progress eyes, as a market steer eyes, but a lot of potential in this steer. Love him out in his hip. He good and fresh in the top part of his crest. Starting to throw just a little chest his way for his lack of maturity in his juvenile stage, but a really, really good calf. The white steer that comes out of the second class, just really, really nice in his design. As you view him against the other cattle that are in this division, he's a steer maybe that isn't as pronounced through the mid part of his body, but really, really high quality, really phenotypically nice. The gold steer that wins a really tough class 3, really, really good in his design, big top, big hip, steer that's really good in his center body, big bone, good feet. He's a steer, as Brock and I talked him in division. We love the way that the freshness, the way the neck comes out of this steer. Love him through his center body and his top and hip. He's a steer when he goes in motion. We're going to call him adequate. Am I going to say, man, that thing floats out here? He probably chops off his front too, just ever so slightly. That's nitpicking on a really, really good head of cattle. Love his head. He's got a steer-looking head on him. He's got some width to his skull that matches everything behind it. Good width from hooks to pins. Got some center width through his quarter, just really nice. He beats a really nice steer in that class. I think those cattle, I don't even remember what they weighed, and that's how much we're paying attention to weights. We don't want to leave here with a grand champion steer weighing 1,600 pounds. I'm not saying that, but as far as being tied into any certain weight, I guess we're not. We think weight fits quality, and with that being said, don't even know what that calf weighs. I do know what this guy here weighs. I asked this young lady, this mouse-colored steer, and he's really, really good in his design, good from hooks to pins. He's a steer, as I talked to him in class, he's a steer that's just a little crestier in his neck and down into his jaw, maybe than the steer right above him, but really, really good. He's a steer that goes in motion well, big-footed kind of cattle, just a nice, nice steer. And then the white steer that wins that last class, I think Brock did talk that class. We really like this calf. We like him standing still. He's a calf that's big-footed. He's good in his angles. He does have a little issue on his left hind. He wants to roll in on that left hind foot quite a bit, actually. But when you watch him from the side, you don't even detect that. And so there's a little bit of a deformity there, I guess I'd call it, but love his freshness up through his front. He's good to the touch. Is he as pronounced and as profound from hooks to pins as a couple of steers that stand right in front of him? Probably not. Is he adequate? We think he is. We think there's a pair of steers in this division that are quite good, to be real honest with you. Not that the whole division wasn't good, because it was, and it's what I would expect. I remember last year the Charolais division was tougher than boiled owl, and it was really, really good, and likewise this year it's really good. Brock and I are going to talk just for one more second, and then we'll get you your champions.
Congratulations to your champion, Charolais Market Steer, out of Class 3, Asher Pollen.
All right, he
Washington
uses the
FFA.
division or Class 3 winner, Ashton Pollen.
Yeah, my mistake. Well, I muted him saying the champion. That's why I undid
Oh,
it, but it's good.
Yep.
It's fine now.
And that brings in Emma Weldon out of Class 3, the second place.
Well, and I think them guys were going back to that reserve of Weldon's, trying to figure out what made sense for that trio of steers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think this is still very much a decision for them between the reserve to their champion and this calf that's standing behind them, Miles' calf, Shout. And he said that's right, 6?
6, yeah. Cows. That 6 cow has done a tremendous job at the Gretzka show steers.
Mm-hmm.
Brock's going to walk over, and he's going to slap that. He's going to keep them both out of Class 3.
And your reserve, also out of Class 3.
All right, they'll pick the rest of the sale selection winners here, and we'll be right back. What's the next breed?
Key, I think, right?
Yep.
Keys.
Oh, yeah. We'll get into the key division. We'll see you in a minute.
Well, here the Whiteface Division, the second class, and I think
All right, you or me on this round?
I think it's you.
Okay. First class of keys. Connor Kelly from Ogallala FFA leader in the ring. Jasmine Crickles from Wapukawa FFA. Rock Ferris from Owasso FFA. Jonathan Colt from Harper County 4-H. Lily James from Stillwell 4-H. Perry Garrett from Turner FFA. Matthias May from Stillwater FFA. Emily Arnold from Medill FFA. Kit Pettigrew from Yukon FFA. Clinton Cheney from Medford 4-H. Carson Young from Canadian County 4-H. And Leah Dickens from Hennessy FFA for your first class of keys. Finished a nice Charolais run. Honestly, breed champions so far have been very good. Couple deep in each of them.
What were the weight ranges on this class?
Yeah, so 1,000 pounds to 1289.
1,000 pounds to 1289.
So basically a 300-pound weight range from the biggest one to the little one. You know what's crazy is like I think there was some steers at Jackrabbit a few weeks back that'll be South Dakota State Fair and, you know, Minnesota State Fair in that age group that were 1,100 pounders.
Yep.
It's kind of crazy.
Congratulations to J.C. Allen Boogaloo, exhibiting our champion Dorset today. Our reserve is exhibited by Harper Miner from Caney Valley.
If I could have your attention, I need Jenna Waltershy to come out to the announcing stand. Jenna Waltershy, please come down to the announcing stand.
And our bronze Dorset is exhibited by Chris Armisen from Hennessy. Congratulations.
Jerry McPeak.
Where's Coach at?
Right behind you. Be a champ camp.
So I'll tell you a funny story about Coach.
Yep.
Coach, when he was running for the legislature.
Yep. He was a senator?
Yeah.
For Oklahoma?
Yeah. Anyways, we would help him campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, we were on the judging team at Connors, you know, so, like, the freshmen got to do it. We'd always help him. So we were riding around putting signs up, you know, vote Jerry McPeak or whatever.
Yep.
And his opponent had put a sign, like a permanent sign, dug it in, like on a corner of this road.
Yep.
Well, Jerry had these, like, lightweight signs, and he came up with the idea to have one of my teammates climb in the tree and zip tie it to a tree limb so that the opponent or his following could not cut the – they'd have to climb the tree to cut the sign out.
Yep.
So, like, here's the sign in the ground that was permanent for his opponent, and then there's this sign in the tree that we had zip tied up into the tree.
I got a similar story to that. When I was on the judging team at Northeast Community College in Norfolk, our judging coach was not wanting for legislature, but at one point somebody came up with the idea that we should gather all the political signs in the town of Norfolk and put them on Jerome's driveway. He's got a long, like, I don't know, quarter of a mile long driveway. So we gathered up 8 pickup loads full.
Jerome Settles was your junior college coach?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
And actually McPeak was at Connors at the time too. So I knew Jerry back then too. But so we gathered up 8 pickup loads full of wood signs and put in his driveway. And the next morning, the radio station broadcast the Republican and Democratic Party had bands out there trying to, because the election day was the next day, and they were putting the signs back so they could, you know, advertise for the.
That's funny.
Yep. Buddy. It's a pretty nice, just basic yellow steer there in third.
Yeah.
Two.
Yeah, that is a really nice dog.
What is the name of that?
Brock Ferris from Owasso FFA. Calf weighs 1135.
Yeah, that calf's hair cycle looks like he's just ready to reboot, but that's a good built calf. Yeah, he's nice sized. We're in, I gotta flip the page here. Getting behind.
Bob. You know, I wonder, like, on a lightweight, are you on? Yeah. I wonder on, like, a lightweight steer like that, his quality and stuff, I wonder if they'll try to, like, roll that calf to Tulsa.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. He looks like he'd hold for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does.
He has an ear tag in his ear, but I can't. On the other side, he's got somebody's sail tag.
Oh, sail tag?
Yep. Got her down to 6. Going to be some give and some take in this class. It's a big, heavy-legged, hairy son of a gun there that is down here at the end. He's probably the best in terms of like market readiness.
This big heavyweight steer back here, the black one? Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah, this class, what are we ranging in weights here? There's got to be quite a spread.
Yeah, there's 300 pounds.
300 pounds?
Yeah. Depends on, you know, like where they, I mean, that's their carted weight, so obviously there's maybe some bigger range, but.
Boy, that's a lot of them getting released over there in the sheep deal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got our first class of keys in here. I think this one was a little more challenging for us as we got on down the line here, but one thing we landed on for sure was this gold calf to go ahead and start the class with. This is one that just doesn't have any of the extras or any wow factor per se, but one when you really study him, fundamentally, we really like his structure. When you set him into motion, he gets out and goes really well. He balances pretty well from the side. I would say he's got plenty of power. His degree of finish is good enough. That was just a pretty good place for us to start, we thought. Then there was some decisions after that. We thought the calf that's rubbed out here, obviously he's at a disadvantage in terms of hair and in terms of presentation that way. But that's a calf that balances up really well. We really like his structure as well when you set him into motion. You could maybe make him set him back into his knee ever so slightly, but that's a calf that balances and travels very well. Obviously at a disadvantage in terms of hair coat. The next two steers that come back here, their structure was just something we couldn't live with on either of them. I thought if you could change some things about both of these steers' structures and body shape, you could slide them up in this class. But the calf that comes third, we thought he just did so with more genuine width. We thought his top shape was a lot better. He's going to hang with more cutability. With that being said, you set this thing into motion. We really need to set him back into his knee, as his front end structure is probably his biggest issue. And then also he gets pretty tight up into his back. The calf that comes into fourth is one that's huge-legged and huge-boned. His presentation is probably better than the calf that comes in front of him. You set this one into motion, he's got kind of issues everywhere. He's kind of up into his back, he's short-strided, he's a little straight through his hock. We need to fix those things about that calf, and then I think that thing could win the class if you could just make his skeleton and his structure a little better. Then we got a really nice complete gold calf that comes next here, and just a really practical, easy feeding kind of calf. He's really soft and deep through his center of body. We like that about him. You set him into motion, he goes pretty comfortable. We need to clean him up through his front third. He gets a little plain up through his crest, down in through his throat latch. We need to see him a little bit bigger bone, probably to match his bone or his body and his muscle density. But that's a really nice complete calf here to round off our top five in our first key class.
Congratulations to your Class 1, your Chianina Market Steers, your class winner, Brock Ferris from Owasso FFA, followed by Leah Dickens from Hennessy. Third, Clinton Cheney from Medford. Fourth, Carson Young from Canadian County, 4-H. Fifth, Matthias May from Stillwater FFA. Sixth, Perry Garrett from Turner. 7th place, Lily James from Stillwell. 8th, Kit Pettigrew from Yukon. 9th, Emily Arnold from Medill. 10th place, Jasmine Circles from Wapanucka FFA. 11th, Jonathan Culp from Harper County 4-H. 12th, Connor Kelly from Oologah. We'll now have your Class 2 key market steers making their way into show ring number 1. Class 2.
Oh, I thought they were coming in.
You can leave it on. Yeah. This one's yours, dude. This is your reading.
Just was talking to Grady Chaplin back there. He said you better get your floaties on for this next class, he says.
Water gets deep.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
Looks like it looking down the list, huh?
Bobby Grave.
Fesmeyer, Shout.
Yep. We got Kyler Marshall, Raiden 4-H, Sierra Collins, Frederick FFA, Kelton Arthur, Ripley FFA, Ford Freeman, Altus 4-H, Kennedy Lockhart, Fort Gibson FFA, Kaysen Smart, Sealy FFA, Darla Fesmeyer, Oklahoma Union FFA, Memphis Miller from Elgin FFA, Madison Shout, Canadian County 4-H, Hadley Bell from Bristow FFA, and Ramey Yoakum, Sapulpa FFA. Holy buckets. I would say this could get a little deep.
This is going to take a minute to sort.
Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a good one here. And the long-term ramifications in a class like this, just to make sure, it gets done right. It could have implications into what happens tomorrow night in the when it comes down to the end, This brought him out of the barn here, this class here, for sure. Miles, how you running?
Back again.
Back again.
It's a long ways the other end of the barn and back.
What barn you in?
Big one.
The big one.
Wow, that would stink. Looks like people were trying to avoid the crossbreds, got in the keys, and filled the class up. Yeah.
Very salty class.
What did he say? There's 550 steers that'll show the next day and a half?
I think that's what he said.
960 entered.
Mm-hmm. You were third out, Charolais? Yep. What breed you got coming next?
Well, he's got a key right now.
I know you got a key, but after this.
Hereford.
Hereford?
What's your key?
That is a How Great Foo from Tracy.
Fu Manchu.
What's Kelton's cow? Yep.
You know any of the other ones, breed-wise? Mating. You know any of the other ones mating-wise?
I think the gold one came from Tracy. We bought him, but I don't know that. No clue.
Thought maybe he was a little reddish looking.
He might be a little red. Got a heck of a dinger in his car.
Yeah, when I seen him walk in, I bet that frustrated Mr. Otterstead this morning putting that nick in that one. Oh, gosh dang, you see, look at Brock. I kept wanting to get bronchi.
Mm-hmm.
He was just trying to pet him, not put a cinch strap on him.
Not put a cinch strap on him. This is, I said this a minute ago, but this is a perfect example of trying to find a breed to maybe sneak through.
Mm-hmm. This was not the breed.
Getting tied up.
Not the breed.
In a class that is substantially tougher than probably what your initially thoughts were.
Yeah. This was not the breed to sneak through. You're going to have to come through this one here.
But, a class like this, not only does it propel you through your breed if you win it, but it probably it gives you a pretty good push towards the end.
No doubt. Well, Bobby, he's going through these slow. Hey, there we are. Legendary Blake Kennedy made an appearance. Blake's kind of the ramrod of the Walton crew at OYE in all 4 species. He pretty much keeps Walton pretty hopping with his pig sales and events, and those hog viewing deals have really changed that part of the industry. Oh, you got that Collins girl in there, Colby Collins family and Christy and that whole part of southwestern Oklahoma.
Well, we're getting a good look at this class finally. It's a little tough when they pull in so tight. Let's see, what's the range here? No, it's not really that much. 50 pounds. Excuse me. I tell you, the calf that's right in front of that gold steer, that's a short back thing. Look at that calf steer.
The gold steer, yeah.
Well, the one right in front of the gold steer is like just short backed and stout and burly. The gold steer, his length of spine in relation to his flexibility is really good. That steer covers his track and handles his structure really good relative to being a pinch longer body.
Big
he does have a big old hip. Yeah.
I'd like to see.
Tell you what, that calf's good looking.
Yeah.
I mean, like, for what Brock and Bob and them have been picking, like that steer's cylinder body and look and squareness, he's a unique looking creature. Stopped.
Lockhart family.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna have some talking to do here.
What do you see down there?
Well, Bobby's steadying them two at the end pretty good. Brock's up on the
Well, that's Headley Bell on the second to the end, and
Yoakum.
I wonder what Lockhart's calf is.
No, boy, he's
He is a
standing
good-looking
right there.
sucker. Terry, what is your calf? How Great Maternal Made Whiskey. It's got all the good Maine-Anjou in there.
Boy, he is a long-necked son of a gun.
That calf's interesting because he's like trim and lean and youthful and yet square and bold.
Mm-hmm.
Then like the calf down here on the end, the Yoakum's like that calf's like punchy and wide open. And that calf's interesting because of his length of body in relation to holding all of his width. I mean, he's as square right behind his shoulder as he is out of his upper hip.
Yeah.
Then the Bell steer is like real stout and burly. Arthur steer up there is kind of a combination of them. Which one's Collins' steer? The second one?
The silver one.
Yeah.
He has got
he is real big, big and stout
big
from behind.
square backed and huge muscles.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not quite as, just upright in his neck and quite as pretty fronted as a couple others, but boy, just back shape and width, he's unbelievable.
Yeah. But, we talked about those calves just kind of first glance, but like these calves that are getting pulled, they're still quality livestock.
Yeah. Yeah, very good.
His feet and legs and his overall skeleton is better than the two sheep that stand behind it, and he's got just as much mass, just as much muscle. I thought the decision in the class.
You're going to pull that young man in the blue there. Or in the blackish white, I should say, shirt. They're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now.
He's ultra lean and fresh, high cut ability. If we could fix him a little bit and his one hip hookup, if that sheep would just relax, get out and travel and have the lines and presence in motion that our sheep at first does, that may become a little bit closer. And I think he's ultra good in lots of ways in terms of being tall fronted, long and good in his top line, handles extremely well. The sheep that we got in third, again, a great touching sheep in terms of his rack and his loin edge. He wants to break in his loin, he kind of up and high in his tail head. He's to make that sheep a little bit good and better in terms of his lines. When you put him on the three-quarter view, the sheep is not as stout, not as opened up through his upper hip, with his stifle and his twist on a comparative basis to those two, but he kind of overwhelms the sheep in fourth in terms of rib shape, in terms of dimension, just in terms of sheer power and product. Awfully good sheep that's in fourth. No man, you've done a great job. Nothing really wrong with your sheep, just not quite enough mass in his tank. He just needs more mass, needs more substance. He's really good touching. He's really good handling. Just wish he was a little more opened up. The sheep that we work up into to be fit, a tall-fronted, long-bodied sheep that again is fresh to the touch, high enough cutability, doesn't have the muscle expression when you get behind him, doesn't hit you quite as hard when you get on top of him, but he's got a little extra skeletal quality along with that product and muscularity that we're looking for compared to some sheep that we moved down the line. Congratulations to all of them. Very, very competitive class.
Results on our first class on white-face crossbred market weathers. Congratulations to Caleb Venable from Ellick, our class winner. Second, Wade Ritchie from Altus. In third in this class is Lady Allen from Canoe. Fourth, Caleb Fleming from Balco. Fifth place, Ryland Nix from Watoka. Sixth, Lacey Grabo from La Mega. In seventh, Ashlyn Maddox from Hydro Eagley. Eighth place, Riley Hall from Manford. In ninth is Jefferson Knight from
Got her down to 6.
And honestly, those are the calves we had talked about earlier when they kind of walked in and hit you. And, there's a lot of differences in those cattle. Like The Collins steer in the lead, probably punch and power mimics the look and image of the Bell steer here, second to the end. Like those two cattle are very similar in their body length and body type and how much, just sheer stoutness they got. Those three kind of right in the middle, they're all pretty similar in their look and just presence from the side. Maybe some differences in terms of rib shape and how they're built up high out of their upper spine. And then Yoakum steer kind of being the gold one, he just naturally is the oddball, but I mean, he's a little different in his kind than the rest of them too.
Yeah. Yeah, the different one was the young lady just pulled in, the Lockhart girl. That calf was so far out there in terms of his look and stuff. Bobby spent a lot of time down here with this Bell steer and that Yoakum girl.
What were you, say that again? I'm sorry.
Bobby's spending a lot of time down there with them two heavier steers.
Right, and I think that's probably a decision there to try to figure out what you like there to figure out where they fit relative to those other three. Now they're down to 3?
No, they're down to
5. Excuse me, 5.
Brock's going to pull these two heavier ones up there and get them in line. Bet you they'll walk these one more time. What do you want to bet?
Oh, for sure. But I think when you move them, they maybe fall out a little bit in how you like them, I wonder what Bell steer is.
I don't know. And what did these go to weight-wise, 13?
Well, there's not really that much range. There's only about 65 pounds.
Yep. Go to $13.99. Those two are right on the $13.99.
Which, honestly, carted at 13. I mean, them cattle are probably 14
and a half,
weights.
yeah.
And they look like that. I mean, really and truly, if you look down the lineup, they probably look a little like that.
They look just a little huskier than the rest of the class.
I do like things about that steer that he pulled. What would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, the Bell girl, she had a whale of a run last year. She wins Tulsa last fall, wins Kansas City. Oh, before that, she won OYE last year. She had the Royal Trio last year. Oh, looks like we got him down to 4. He pulled the shout calf fourth. They're going to bring the Collins steer down to 4.
You know, by sitting here commentating this thing, we're going to know them a little better than if we were just watching it.
They're going to move the Arthur calf second. Bells is going to be first.
Yeah, Yoakum third and Collins fourth.
If the Bell girl, I think she's just realizing. Yep, here you go. Here's Bob.
Standing down at that far end of the class, I'd be very disappointed in terms of that's how good this class is. And over all the years that I've had a chance to go to steer shows, and this doesn't surprise me. I mean, I thought last year, I made the comment last year that I literally prayed before we stepped in this ring that the cattle would be of utmost quality because it makes the job easier. Now, it certainly doesn't make it easy because if you think Brock and I are foolish enough to think that everyone agrees with us on the other side, we're not that foolish, okay? We do think that you can change these steers if you want. With us, this steer that wins this class, this is so hard to build in terms of where his chest floor sits, where his flank is, his underbelly. When she gets him parked, you know what saves this steer as far as I'm concerned? He's not long-necked, okay? Is he long enough necked? Yes, he's a market steer deluxe, but the way the neck comes out of that shoulder is, in my opinion and Brock's opinion, what saves this steer in terms of, yeah, we like them things to be pretty extended up in their front end, but it certainly doesn't correlate with what you order on your plate at the steakhouse. So with that being said, he's so prominent from hooks to pins. He's so wide-topped. He's good behind his shoulders. I just love this steer as I view him from his chest floor back to his flank. He's good boned. He's good footed, good in motion. Just a really, really nice market steer. Now, eye appealing, this steer that goes second, you could say, well, I'm not sure this steer isn't a better backdrop steer. You're not going to get you'll get a discussion from me and Brock, but not an argument. That thing is so elite and fresh up through his front 1/3. He's good in his top line. He's good from hooks to pins. He's good in his structural motor. With that being said, what's so impressive in our minds about that one that wins this class is when you get to their lower 1/3. That thing that just wins this class is so good there. And we know doing this too that those things are hard to build. And so with that being said, I'll bet you're disappointed standing second. I would be too. That's an awesome, awesome steer. As we compare the two, we got to give him the lower third of the one that beat you. You are a little longer neck than the steer that beat you in this class. The steer here that gave us a little trouble as time went on, he wants to fall apart just a little. He flattens in his rib and he flattens in his forerib just ever so slightly. What we love about this steer, we love the knee, the way the knee sets back in him, his length of pastern, his bone work, good from hooks to pins. He's a long-bodied cattle, which we don't say that in a negative way. We really appreciate that. Good from hooks to pins. And I'm just going to reiterate how good this class is. It truly is that good. You know, I've been to some shows that are this big in numbers or almost this big in numbers, and you'd be hard-pressed to find a class of steers. And I'm not comparing them to the cattle we've already seen. Is there one better in here? I'm not doing that at all. We are not playing our hand that way. But this was truly impressive. When they come out, Brock and I are like, holy moly, this thing's going to be tough. This steer here, when he hit the ring, I was like, good night. There he is right there. And I still really like this steer. The things I admire about him are very admirable. Beautiful through his center body. He's a calf. The longer he was out here, the little straighter he got on those front two and wants to toe out them on just ever so slightly. And again, ever so slightly, as you view these things from front to back as they go rather than just from the side, ever so slightly he wants to bow that back hock just a little. But man, I tell you what, if you just walk in here fresh and look at that third place steer, you're like, what's going on? You know, how does that stand, or fourth place steer, excuse me, how does he stand in fourth place? Well, he stands in fourth place because this was one smoking good class. This calf here, again, long-bodied, and that I'm very appreciative. Pole to his tail head is very, very elite. Good behind his shoulders. As I compare him to 1, 2, 3, and 4 in this class, I just want to give him a little more true shape to his rib. He flattens out in his rib just ever so slightly. Big feet, well presented, very, very well shown. And I'm telling you, again, if I walked in here, Cole, and I would look at this calf and say, what's going on here? How's a calf like that stand fifth? That's an awesome, awesome calf in an awesome, awesome class.
Well, congratulations to your Class 2 winner of your key market steers, Hadley Bell from Bristow FFA, followed by Kelton Arthur from Ripley. Third, Ramey Yoakum from Sapulpa. Fourth, Sierra Collins from Frederick. Fifth, Madison Shout from Canadian County 4-H. Sixth, Kennedy Lockhart, Fort Gibson. Seventh, Memphis Miller from Elgin. Eighth, Ford Freeman, Altus. Ninth, Kaysen Smart from Sealing. 10th, Kyler Marshall from Radin. 11th, Darla Fessmeyer from Oklahoma Union. We'll now bring Class 3 and your final class of key market steers, Class 3.
All right, last class of keys here. Smaller class.
Yep, just a smaller class, and that weight break was probably part of it. Justin Fass from Newark FFA. His steer weighed 1419. Jaden Coates from Kanawha, I guess, FFA, 1499. Mason Brill from Hollis FFA at 1533. Case Waltershire from Altus 4-H. His calf weighed 1550. It looks like we're missing one, maybe a scratch. And then Caden James from Welliston FFA weighing 1640.
Hadley Bell wins the last class. I was informed Hadley has a sister that looks a lot like her. And her sister won OYE last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think her sister won Tulsa, and maybe she won Kansas City, possibly.
I got you.
Yep. Yep, we got a little smaller class. Cool looking black and white steer there. It comes out first of Justin Fass.
This is a situation where you're glad to be on the right side of the weight break there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. We're gonna. This guy's gonna. I mean, this class winner's at least gonna be standing out there to in the Grand Drive and hopefully make the sale. Oh, here's Brock. They got this class placed already.
Nice class. Key steers here to round off our key division, and we thought pretty easily this class winner rises to the top. A calf that just has the basic fundamentals. He's good structured. You set him on the move. He hits his holes with comfort and ease. His angles read true. He's deep and soft through his center body. We like him back through his flank. You could maybe just stouten him up in his forerib ever so slightly, but a calf that's got enough muscle and look, and a pretty easy class winner in this particular class. Calf that comes second, one that's huge bone and just got a ton of look from the side. We love the way his neck, ties into his shoulder. You set him into motion. We need to free him up on his hocks. So he wants to walk pretty wide and gets pretty restricted in through there. If we could tighten that up, or loosen that up rather, and maybe we send him up a spot. Pretty nice calf in second. Then you got a pair on the bottom of the class here that both differ a little bit in type and kind. The calf in third is one that we thought was just a little more functional. He has got a little bit of a gimp on that offside hind leg, but that calf just has a little more genuine look to him. And then the calf that we round off the class, he's got a lot of muscle. In fact, he's got so much, he gets pretty restricted up through his spine when you set him into motion. He's dropping his pins and ducking his legs up under him. If we could change that about that calf, maybe we'll slide him up a hole. Nice way to round off our key show.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner, Key Market Steers, Justin Fass from Newkirk FFA, followed by Jaden Coates, Kanawha, third, Mason Brill, Hollis FFA, fourth, Caden James from Wellston. Will now show for your breed champion, Key Market Steer. Bring our class winners in to show for champion, reserve champion, Key Market Steer.
All right, champion key drive here. You got it marked down, Thompson. What was the first calf? Thank you. Brock Ferris from Owasso FFA with his 1,100-pounder, 1,155-pounder. Then we've got Class 2 was Hadley Bale from Bristow FFA. Class 3 winner was Justin Fass from Newkirk FFA. Not as many cattle in the key lineup, but very good.
Yep. Yeah, very good. Yeah, I would say the Angus division might have had more head in it than that.
Oh, yeah, it did. There's only like 4. What'd they say?
That's long. I don't think
that
has
has 29
been the case
steers in the keys
in past years.
50 in the Charolais, and I think there was a little over 50 in the Angus. Here we go.
Here's Bob.
Well, as Brock and I discussed briefly in terms of this drive, this was fun as all get out in terms of, you know, we just talked about a class, not the last class, but the class before the big class, and just how deep it was, and just how, you know, this is, we live on that side of the fence. We don't live inside the show ring, and it's an honor to get to be out here and sort the cattle. But with that being said, in that particular class, we thought, man, you could go right down to the very end of that class and see some really good cattle. That being said, the yellow steer that comes out of the first class, and it's always kind of a dilemma for me when we judge these, is we're at a market steer show, and obviously to me this isn't a market steer. He's a lightweight, he's a progress steer. That's not a slam on the steer. He's very, very high quality, and in my opinion his best days are ahead of him. Love this calf and his barrel shape, his design from hooks to pins. You couldn't ask for a whole lot more. Pretty darn good coming out of the back of his shoulder, extended up through his front. Looks to me like there's a good game to be played with this calf with a feed bucket in terms of if he has life ahead of OYE, and he's a steer you could say, well, he could be a little bigger bone. I'll grant you that. He could be a little stouter bone, but that's just a really, really good calf. And then the second class, the class that we thought was so doggone good, and it's so much fun to judge them. You know, I had a discussion with a buddy back home. He said, boy, I'll bet that's hard when they all come out and they're really good. And it is. I understood what he said. But no matter what you do, you're going to end up with a doggone good one. And we certainly did in this class, as deep as it was. We had a steer that wins the class, and as I commented, the steer, when you get that rascal parked, he's just so good in his design. So much power where the high cut quality of meat come from the backside of that shoulder. So good out through his loin, so good from hooks to pins. But then I haven't even got to the most noteworthy part as far as the way that calf's chest sits in him, the way it goes right back to his flank. Beautiful headed cattle. He's got some width to his skull that matches the skeleton behind it. He's a calf that goes in motion really good. As I commented, is he as long-necked as the steer that goes second in this class? He is not. He's not quite as extended up through his front. The saving grace for him is the way that God made that neck come out of that shoulder. He comes out high. It keeps him a show steer and a market steer both. Outstanding steer that stands second to him. The white-faced steer, the strip-faced steer that comes out of the big class, I think if my memory serves me, there was only 4 head in that class. We dropped down in numbers, but certainly had a high-quality calf to start that class. Beautiful when he goes in motion from the side. Yeah, he rolls on that back foot just ever so slightly as you study him going away from you directly from behind. But with that being said, if you just evaluate him from the side, his length of his pastern is super, his feet are good, his hock angle is awesome. He's a calf that's pretty good behind his shoulders. As you match him up to the cattle in front of him, we'd like to drop him down in his flank just a little to blend him in that underline to match up. He's got a little extra chest protruding there, but a really, really nice calf to win that heavyweight class. I could tell you Brock and I were going to discuss this for a minute, but we're not. We know what we're going to do in this division. Awful, awful good division.
Congratulations to Hadley Bell with your champion key market steer out of Class 2. Congratulations to Hadley. And your reserve, Kelton Arthur from the Ripley FFA. Congratulations.
Well, another highly competitive class.
We're on to the Herefords here.
Yep. All right.
Let's see.
It's your turn.
Sure, that's fine. Tyler Hanks from Olive FFA. Kenley Reeves from Chickasha Children's Villa. Parker Halsey from Lincoln County 4-H. Coble Lewis from Comanche FFA. Colin Nelson from Amber Pocasset 4-H. And Taya Bradley from Weber's Falls FFA. All right.
First class of.
Yep, nice class of Herefords. Kind of start us out.
Some unique individuals in there for the Hereford breed.
Couple. Looks like there's a division, clear division, and maybe just weight and mass within class.
Amy Cowan and Bailey Clanton would be proud. Probably not a lot of registration papers on these Herefords, though. Boy, that's a tricked out one there, the boy.
He is tricked out.
Straight out in front of us. Who is that? The fourth one out there?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Colby.
Yeah.
Colby Lewis from Comanche.
What's that calf weigh?
1190.
Second calf's not as tricked out through his front end, but he's probably a little just like shorter backed and huskier looking.
You said the little boy in fourth is
be John Nelson's
that's John Nelson's son. Mr. Oklahoma Embryology. Okay, here's Brock.
Get our Hereford started over here. We got a really nice class of lightweight Herefords and a particularly easy class winner in this particular class. This one here from the side has got a ton of quality. He's got that show steer look. He's extended and youthful through that front third. He's really strong behind his blades, and he keeps that shape all the way back to his pins. You set him into motion, he goes with comfort and ease. Just a really easy place to start this class, a really nice calf. Then you got some decisions to be made after that, and the young man with the calf here that comes next, this is one that we thought just had more fundamentals that he did correctly. You set him into motion. He's a little bit softer on the go. He sits back on a deeper heel, and he hits his stride better than the calf that comes behind him, although we would like to pick him up in his chest floor and tidy him up through his dewlap up there. That's a pretty good animal from his shoulders back that gets out and travels well. He's still got a ton of power. Just a good animal to come second. Then in third and fourth, there's some give and take here. We thought the calf that come next just had more depth and softness to his center of body. You set him into motion. I think they're both kind of comparable. This one's just a little deeper, easier keeping type of calf. Then the young man here that comes in fourth, he's doing an excellent job. We should give him a round of applause. This calf just stands here and does very well for him, and we sure like the courage he has to come out here and get this done. This calf has a cool look. I love him through his front third. He's got some length of body to him, and when you get him behind him, he's got some power. We need to easy him up on his structure off of both ends, maybe see him a little deeper and softer through his flank, but that's a dang nice calf here to come fourth in this class. Then we round off the class with two calves that are both really nice, just lack some muscle. They're a little flatter in their build, need a little bit more forward than flank in those two. Really nice class of Hereford steers to get us started.
In our white-face crosses over here, our champion was exhibited.
All right, Corey T.
All right, class number 2 in the Hereford division. That brings us to steers ranging in weight from 12.15 to 12.99. Leighton Wedman from El Reno FFA. Cynthia Simrad from Carver FFA. Joe Seeley from Tuttle 4-H. Jackson Whitman, Osage County 4-H, Cole Williams from Frontier FFA, Quade McIntyre from Leedy FFA, Dylan Howard from Ringley 4-H, and Chandler Laxton from Vanas 4-H. All right. Got
a little bit bigger weights, 1215 to 1300 basically.
What is that? Have we punched 2 tickets to the limo so far? Angus, oh no, 3.
No, Angus, Shar, and Key.
Angus, Shar, and Key. We got 3.
They put all them kids in the limo, huh?
Yeah.
All breed champions.
All the breed champions.
And the reserves, or just
all
the breeds?
the champion cross, and then
so what do they do
the
here?
division winners of the sheep and goat show, and all the division winners of the hog show. I think they all fit in one limousine. I think they pile in there.
How about on the crossbreds here? Do they leave them as division winners in the final drive, or do they pick a champion cross?
They pick a champion overall cross.
Yeah.
There's a grand.
What will they have for classes?
There's a grand reserve, and they'll bring the third, like McKay's third overall cross last year came, and when they picked bronze steer,
he had a shot.
Or he would have. The champion steer was the cross. Oh yeah, last year the reserve was the reserve cross. So McKay leads out there, and they use Fuss's Charolais.
Gotcha.
So you can be third overall in the crossbreds for sure. I think in the breeds as well. I think if both of them are going to win, if the Keys got a shot of being Grand Reserve, the bronzes would have a shot. Yep.
Do they light the OYE on fire? Is that what they do?
Yeah.
No, they don't.
I thought they did. Are you sure? What?
I don't know. I was just asking.
Or does it light up? It lights up.
Lights up.
It lights up.
Here's the deal I've learned.
In a fire light.
There are a lot of times when you ask Thompson a question, you're not going to get the right answer. You'll get an answer, but it might not be completely accurate.
It looks like propane pipes on it.
Yeah. Metal scaffolding.
Hey, what? They don't have the trophies up there like normal, do they? Yeah, I don't know. They have it normally. I thought the first day the trophies were up there.
Hey, you know, if nothing else, the tunes are good during the show.
Yep.
Pretty solid, honestly.
Yep, they are.
They don't split the Herefords here, poles and horns, like
No.
they do at Fort Worth. It's just straight up Herefords.
No, they don't. It's one Hereford breed. We got Herefords. What's after Herefords? We got Limmies, Shorthorn, or no, then Maines, then Shorthorns. Golly, a lot of Shorthorns. Simmentals and AOBs. That's the thing about it is they go by the percentage of the cattle in the show. So you can pick a small breed, but
Yeah,
your
you might not
percentage
get
is
there.
going to be less.
Right.
Gets to be a math problem trying to make the sale.
What do you like? What do you like?
Oh, a little
That's
give
a
and
good
take.
made calf right there. He's maybe not just the heaviest bone thing, but that's a good looking, good built calf. That calf right there looks pretty good too. Shot more bone.
He got big.
A little more intriguing looking.
Yeah, big feet and legs.
What is the sire? What is the current sire of choice for making Hereford steers? You know, when I was in college, it was basically made right.
Made right, yeah.
But that's
think-
not the thing now. I
I
mean,
don't know. I
is
don't
there
th- I
really
think
that much
he's still-
semen left in him on that
I
deal?
think he's still pretty relevant.
Really?
Or made right sons.
Or at least, maybe
yeah.
cows out of made right.
Yeah, you know, I'm not
It used to
real
be like
familiar.
on the MAB was a real good Oklahoma Hereford maker.
Yeah.
They'd have the right kind of red color, but they weren't necessarily patterned right on the white.
Yep. Just a little bit of a club calf look to him.
Mm-hmm.
That Days from Texas there, they got that
Yep.
Matador bull that
Uh-huh.
I think he's an MAB son, and he's been raising them pretty good.
Yeah, he does a nice job. Rusty and Katie, they do a nice job.
Gonna walk these four.
Oh, I missed that calf in the front. Like, a little more white on him. He looks pretty good, too.
Got a little bit of a red eye. Is this Alabama?
No.
Who is this?
Wow. You know, I do like Alabama, but this is the Bellamy brothers.
Oh, this is the Bellamy. I've actually seen them in concert.
No, it's the Oak Ridge Boys. It's the Oak Ridge Boys. I was wrong, too.
He said it with such confidence.
I did.
Mark it down.
I'd have been all right, too.
Another time
had she
in
not
life.
been sitting beside me.
Another time. Yeah. Till your phone started beeping, you were wrong.
Oak Ridge Boys, yeah.
So in this
Here's
class of Hereford steers, got a nice class here. Again, we're a little trying to look at these through eyes of progress/market steers. And I'll tell you going in that the steer that's going to win this class, he falls condition-wise even on the side of progress steer more than a market steer than the one that stands behind him. The one that stands behind him handles better than the one that's going to win the class. The one that wins the class does handle good enough. He's a little leaner in his overall condition, but a really good calf. I think the deciding factors for us, standing still, we like that second place that calf pretty darn good. He's probably a little better in his flank than the steer that's going to win the class. But that being considered, when we put him in motion, the steer that's going to win the class just simply does better. He's got farther reach. That calf has got a ton of muscle. Is he a little bit round and out in his shoulder? Yes, he is. He's got a little extra shoulder. I know he's got to have some to have that kind of rear end, but he does have a little extra shoulder. Isn't quite as smooth in his shoulder as this steer. This steer, as I said, standing still, you could justify, okay, if we don't walk these cattle, should he have been first in this class? And the deciding factor for us is, yes, he looks a little more market ready as he stands there and feels a little more that way. But when we go in motion, we feel this steer is quite tight in his spine. Very, very good calf. Very, very good pair of calves. I guess in this class of cattle that we view as a little more progress than we do market. We think both cattle are a little more juvenile yet, but this one is a little further along in his condition. I wish this calf was a little more relaxed in his spine when he goes, wants to get up, wants to get just a little tight. A steer that follows him in type and kind, pretty darn good, and he just runs out of balance a little. He's got a little more shoulder, a little more neck, a little more maturity from the top of his neck down to his chest floor. If we could balance him up, he would go in that 2-hole in this class, but he gets a little out of balance, runs a little to his front end. The next steer that comes out, a big old burly rascal to be sure, good through his center body. If we could make his angles off of either end better, it would certainly be to his credit. He gets a little forward on that knee, as you can see, to be comfortable. He gets a little wide in order to get where he parked, where he's comfortable. He's a steer that structure is what gets him in trouble. Otherwise, we can move him up in this class. Likewise, the steer I'll talk next is a steer. He's got plenty of rind on him. He's a steer that's probably a little over-conditioned for his frame size, and then it gets up into his neck. He gets a little fatter neck, a little more mature up in his neck. But I do appreciate the running gear that God put under this calf. Really nice class of steers in this Hereford drive.
Congratulations to your Class 2 Hereford Market Steer winner, Cynthia Simrad from Garber FFA, followed by Jackson Whitman, Osage County. Third, Cole Williams from Frontier. Fourth, Dylan Howard from Ringling. Fifth, Leighton Wedman from El Reno. Your sixth place, Chandler Laxton from Vanoss. Seventh, Quade McIntyre from Leedy. And eighth, Joe Seeley from Tuttle. We now have Class 3 Hereford Market Steers.
All right, here we go. Class 3 Market Steers on the Hereford side. Got Caitlin Patterson from Mustang FFA. Her calf weighed 1315. Mason Shout from Piedmont 4-H. His calf weighed 1319. Jacob Stutzman from Coweta FFA. His calf weighed 1320. Cutter Bow from Yukon FFA. His calf was 1339. Daxton Hasselbrain, Boys Ranch Town 4-H. Calf weighed 1345. Bentley Sturgeon from Hydro Eakley FFA. Calf weighed 1349. Sarah Hudson from Catchy FFA. Calf weighed 1349. Jolene Prentice from Tishomingo FFA. Calf weighed 1353. Hey, we're getting to a little bigger weights on these Herefords. They look good. Are you paying attention?
Yeah, what are the weight ranges again?
Yeah,
here?
so we range from 1315 to 1353.
Class 3 of Class 5.
Yeah, I'd say this is what you'd probably deem the middleweights.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, if you got 5 classes, 3
Yeah. I was looking. I wasn't sure if it was.
3 would be right smack dab in the middle.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. Glad you cleared that up for me for a second.
Didn't even need a calculator.
A little lost.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, like this is the first time we were talking about this coming in. The last time I was at OYE, I was in junior college. I worked the ring for the heifer show. And
that was the first time you were ever here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, Yeah, that would have been the first time I was here, and it would have been the last time I was here too. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Never been back.
Nope. And let's see, that would have been 2009 maybe.
2009. Yep.
So what I would say is like the Hereford steers. We were talking about classifying and stuff like that. The Hereford steers are far more Hereford indicative in their markings than they were when I was, in college.
Oh, for sure. Yep.
We would have worked the Hereford ring that year, or the Hereford ring that year.
Yep.
And I know Matt Clay's judged one side, and I don't remember who judged the other side. I was on Matt's side.
First year I came here was 1994. We was me and actually Chad Foreman passed away that last week. Got his funeral on Friday. Me and Chad and Gary Ackmeyer come from up north, and we met Travis Otterstead at this show, and we traveled to Joe Ferris's ranch, or Joe Ferris had a steer sale in Tishomingo at the fairgrounds there, and we clipped steers the week following this this show.
I'm gonna hop off for just a second.
Yep.
You can. What's that? So you were saying.
Whoop.
You were saying you fit steers at what county fair?
No.
Are you clip steers for sale? Ferris is steer
The
sale.
sale was at the
That's right.
Tishomingo Fairgrounds.
Tishomingo. So when we were in junior college, we always went to Tishomingo to work out because Murray State was in that town.
Yep.
And the guy that ran the judging program and like the school farm was a really good hog breeder.
Yep.
He always had pretty nice York hogs. And so we'd go to Tish to work out on hogs. Tell you what, that calf in the dead center is pretty good, and the calf in the lead looks good too, huh? Honestly, all four of them steers look pretty daggum nice. Got it down to this group.
I'm going to walk
them
these
again.
four.
I think that's fair. You know, it's one thing to say, you know, like you get to a point where you're showing at this level. I mean, everything has to go right for you to sneak through a breed.
Yep.
I mean, not only does, like, you got to have that calf at the right weight relative to his frame and where he fits, maturity pattern-wise, plus you got to keep him, especially like with this show being a little later, you got to keep his hair right,
Yep.
keep him fresh. Then you got to get his card in the right spot where he sits correct relative to his weight when the judge sees him.
It's an obstacle course.
I mean, it is an obstacle course for sure, yeah. And the thing is like, you could come here, you could load a calf thinking you got the wagon
you got a
loaded.
pretty good shot. And
Yeah. And then get gunned down by one that is just a little different speed relative to what the judge wanted.
Mm-hmm. You got to get them fit and
Well, I mean,
manage the concrete.
yeah. And I don't know, how long do these cattle have to be up here? Probably moved in here 2 days ago.
Probably.
Yeah. So they don't have to be here a whole long time, at least concrete-wise. But still, I mean, there's a big management there. That calf in the second slot, he's a unique animal. He's probably not as fluid as some of the other cattle around him, but, I mean, he is like long-spined and cylinder-bodied and way high on top of his shoulder.
Good in his forerib and really square out of his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Harrell down there, leather jacket on.
Signature coat.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't. He told me a story.
Well, we got another tough
here,
class
go.
of Hereford steers here, and there was a little bit of sort, a little bit of decisions to be made, as you can see here. But the calf that wins the class, we thought this one just did the most things right. He checked the most boxes. I don't think he's the best looking. I don't think he's the stoutest in class, but he ties everything together very well. He hits his stride very comfortably, and that's one thing he does better than the peers behind him that we thought maybe helped tie everything together. Really smooth, really complete calf to win the class. From the stands, you might think this calf in second needs to win, and when he walked in, when he gets in park, that's one we thought maybe could win the class. But when you set him into motion, you begin to see why. We dropped him down into second. He's got a hitch in his giddy up here. As he gets going, that offside show leg there just seems like he's got a little hitch in it. He's not hitting his stride. He's about a foot short of it. If we could just loosen him up and free that thing up off both ends of his skeleton, then we've got an obvious class winner, but his structure is just unacceptable for us here today. But in terms of quality, he needs to be in second. Then you got third and fourth place calves here that I think have some give and take. The white-legged calf, we opted for third. We thought he was just a little smoother, a little more complete, a little better looking than the calf that comes in behind him. When you get behind this one, as you set into motion, he wants to step on the outside of that hoof wall on his rear too, and he wants to drop his pins when you get him going. Other than that, that's a pretty nice calf, especially when you get him parked. Fourth place steer maybe has a little more true power than the calf that comes in front of him. He's just a little plainer by design. We'd like to pick him up in his chest floor, maybe make him a little neater through that front end. As we get him out and go, he does travel pretty smooth. I don't mind about that calf. Then you round off here with this fifth place steer. He's a little flatter by design. He's a little flatter ribbed, a little flatter muscled, and he just gives up some mass and substance to the steers in front of him, but a really tough class of Hereford steers.
All right.
Class 4.
Class 4.
That's the one after 3 and
This
before
one
5.
you or me? This one's you, I think.
Okay. Here we go. Got to get my glasses here. Okay. Class 4. Steers ranging in weight from 1356 to 1410. Cynthia Simrod from Garber FFA. Josie Garrett from Amber Procasset 4-H. Teos Heck from Lata 4-H. Lathan Rogers from Moss FFA. Lathan Rogers. Huck Hambrick from Bennington FFA. Leo Enlow from Supulpa FFA. Baylor Brock Reed from Tillman County 4-H. And Mesden Marshall from Beaver 4-H. He's texting with Mark Copus. He's got one in this class. I don't know which one it is. Just shot him a text. Who won that last class?
Last class winner was Caitlin Peterson from Mustang FFA. Second was Cutter Bow. Show does a nice job with the branding of their sponsors and, you know, those committed to making sure the show goes well.
Mm-hmm.
Do a really nice job with its branding.
It's a good tune here.
Mm-hmm.
Who sings this? Alabama?
No. There's actually been a couple people that sing this song.
Who's the first one?
Ooh, it's old. It's
Something
long,
green,
long time
maybe.
ago.
I want to. Who you
Well,
betting?
that's not who sang it. Colin Ray
Walking?
did sing it one time.
Yeah.
But that's not who sang it originally.
Walking.
Mark Kahn.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Lone Star covered it. Yeah. You said Colin Ray? Yeah. That, 1 and 4. Looks like they're checking weights or something, huh? What are they doing?
What?
Seems like there's just a meeting out there.
When you haven't got
What's your favorite breed steer you've ever seen?
I don't know. I have to think on that.
It's all relative to.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it's relative to your age, like when you ran into it, you know?
Mm-hmm. There were some, like back in the day of the double vision and stuff like that. There were some
Shorthorn
really
steers.
cool shorthorns in Fort Worth that.
The first year that I went to Fort Worth, there was a Hereford Callahan was judging. I think it was actually maybe the first time Callahan judged that show. There was a Hereford that was one unique animal.
Mm-hmm.
Horn showed a Hereford. Do you remember that? Well, it was like one of Jagger's first years. He showed a Hereford at Fort Worth.
Fort Worth.
That was like before being like moderate and chubby was cool. That's what that calf looked like. I mean, he was like wide open and moderate and stout.
The calf in first looks good, right?
Yeah,
there.
he is good looking. Fourth calf looks good too. A little denser.
And then, so that calf weighs 13. So yeah, all these are just kind of right where you'd want to be, weight wise.
Calf's giving that boy a little bit of a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Calf's kind of mean. I tell you what, that calf on the end, he ain't like just super big bone, but that is a good, balanced, very correctly built, organized steer. Body shape and everything matches nice. He's a little bigger, huh?
Bobby's kind of trying to give the boy some words of encouragement.
Calf's just wanting to act out. There's a little bit of range here in weight. I mean, like that calf, he's carded at 1405, but I mean, he's pretty good size.
Yeah, they're going to get down to 4 really good cattle here.
Yeah, they are. And there's a little nuances between each of them that make them unique in their own way.
Yeah, going to be about 25 pounds difference between the 4 of them.
I tell you, you know, we were talking about showing wise, like you could get to this point, then your calf act up and completely just stick you in a spot where you probably
Yeah. Going to walk these 5. That first one, that's for a 1,379 pounder. That's a stout rascal. It's a good looking one there in second.
You know, like that calf on the end, that's what we were talking about earlier, hair-wise. If that calf had just a pinch more leg hair, match like his just body type and whatnot.
Mr. Griner looking over.
Is Scotty G done, or did they take a break?
No, they just took a break. They were going to fire back up at, what did they say? Going to fire back up at 1, I'd say any minute here.
Gotcha. Little lunch break. Scott's an interesting evaluator because he can slide specie and still be as decisive in his decision making.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep, no doubt about it.
Now, I'm pretty sure that Scott's judging coach was Duello.
Oh. Would he have been about Core's age? Or?
Like Griner, he'd have coached like Brenning and them guys, Merrick and them guys through Iowa State's years. What were you saying?
Would he have
age?
been Core's?
No, he's a little older than Mark, I think. I think he was on the first team. I could be wrong, but I think Tim Loudon was on Scott's team with him at Iowa State. Then there was a gentleman that was at Nebraska for years in the animal science department that did like extension and 4-H and livestock judging.
What was his name?
Gosh dang it, I can't remember his name now. I knew you were going to ask that. Shorter guy.
I don't know who that would have been.
So the comment was made when these walked in the ring by Brock. He said, man, oh man, this is a heck of a class of Hereford steers. And as we talked them with each other, we agreed that it somewhat puts us in the mind of a keyed class that we saw just a minute ago in terms of depth of quality all the way down to the end. There's not an average. There's a couple maybe on the lower side of 5 in the terms of average, but this is one whale of a class of Hereford steers to be sure. The steer that wins the class, I wish this girl would set him up a little better because you're making me look bad right now, but this calf here is really, really good. This calf is good boned, tremendous, so much power in this calf. His hip screams at you when he walks away. He's a calf that's good in his barrel. Is he perfect right in his forerib? No, I would tell you right now, I'd like to make him a little better in his forerib, the way he joins into the backside of his shoulder. His structure is good. His movement is good. He's a steer that's really nice necked, joins from the top of his crest down into his jawline. That thing is a show steer that's loaded with red meat. The market steer that goes second in this class, and we love this steer from his shoulder, including his shoulder back. Kind of like a steer that wins a key drive. He's really good in his underline. We would like to he's long enough necked. We would like to tidy him up just a little. He's got a little bit extra throat latch there, and you could say, well, it coincides and parallels with the rest of his body, and I'd give you that in the discussion because it does. I would like to tidy him up there just a little if we're going to put him ahead of a screaming big muscled steer that beats him in this class. As good as he is from hooks to pins, he doesn't have the true product as you view him from the front 3/4 from hooks to pins as the one that beats him. The one that goes third in this class, we really like this steer a great deal. Good through his center body. Where he gets in trouble as we compare him to 1 and 2. When you stand at that steer at this angle, there just isn't as much true hip in this steer as the 2 that go out above him. He narrows in his pin set just ever so slightly. Maybe you could argue that he flattens in his rib just a little bit, but he's deep enough ribbed. I just wish there was a little more true power in that hip to get him into that second hole in this class. This steer here is a steer we love coming in the ring. There's so much to admire about this steer, but we got to consider that front 2, and he wants to toe out pretty good on that front 2. I think, and Brock thinks it's due to his shoulder angle, plus he toes out. He's a little straight from the top of his shoulder to the ground. I think in order to be comfortable, he has to stand a little wide on those front 2, just from the way he's designed on those front 2. But you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that one is really good made. Love the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. Good calf. And then this calf here, this 4th place steer, again, as you can view him, and you can probably see it from the stands. You can certainly see it from the front 3/4 angle. Really nice steer, just gets a little flatter in his overall design. Just isn't as much true power and true hip in this calf as we view him from this angle. Now, when he goes in motion, he does so quite well. But with that being said, he's given up some muscle to the cattle in front of him, so he should be able to go better. Really nice class of steers. We felt like this steer wanted to get up in his top just ever so slightly when he goes.
Congratulations to your Class 4 of your Hereford Market Steer winner, Cynthia Simrad from Garber FFA, followed by Mazden Marshall from Beaver. Third, Lathan Rogers from Moss. In fourth place, Taos Heck from Latta 4-H. Fifth, Leo Enlow from Sapulpa. Sixth, Huck Hambrick from Bennington. In seventh, Josie Garrett from Amber Pocasset. Eighth, Baylor Brockeri from Tillman County. We'll now bring in Class 5 and your final class of Hereford Market Steers. Class 5, Hereford Market Steers.
All right, last class of Herfs, right?
Yep.
One more.
Class number
Okay,
5
class
out of
5.
5.
I think this one's me, right?
Yep.
Collins Hale from Sterling FFA with her steer weighing 1420. Riley Wood from Lindsay FFA with her steer weighing 1439. Kinsey Abernathy from Altus FFA, calf weighs 1449. James McClure from Chickasha 4-H, weighing 1455. Tegan Smith from Merritt FFA, weighing 1460. Cynthia Simrad, weighing 1469 from Garber FFA. Daly McTee from Laverne FFA with her calf weighing calf weighing 1470. And Brooklyn Nunley from Mulhall, Orlando, weighing 1498. Class ranges from 1420 to 1498, so right at button against 1500. Last class of Herfs, and then we're on to that division drive. Then we'll follow up with the limousines, I think, right?
Yep. No, we won't finish up with limousines. We'll go limousines, then mains. No. Yeah, limousines, then mains, then shorthorns, then Simmentals, then LBs. We're we're just getting rolling. Like these breeds are a little bigger than they have been in years past. So are them what they call, are those dark crossbreds, or what do you call that breed of sheep over there?
Suffix. I'm betting that's the suffix. Hello. Yeah, it should be either in the mud ring for fence or what? Got a cap out? Oh, yeah, it should have been laying on the, either on the shelves in the back or on that side. Or ask my mother-in-law to see if there's one laying in that little. All right, what do you think here, Thompson?
Are we?
Yeah, we're on. This class, honestly, probably is close, top to bottom, in terms of quality and just where they're at, weight and proportion and power-wise, as we've seen in the Herefords, probably.
I like the long, long feather. That's what I'm going to name the steer in second.
Long feather? Oh, no. Hereford-ish.
You get it now?
Yes. Yeah.
Long feather.
Long feather. Yeah. That falls off his shoulder blade.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, though? That probably made that calf a pinch more reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because he fits Oklahoma.
Kinda
Maybe
makes
couldn't
his
have made the Texas.
back shape almost look like square.
Uh-huh.
It's pretty cool, really.
Calf is a unique animal, yeah.
Yeah.
Structure's really stout. His body shape's super fresh, too. You know, there is a fine line on the fat steer side of things in terms of, like, depth of body relative to not being too soft looking.
Yeah.
That line is a lot thinner than what people think it is, I think, sometimes.
It's getting to almost be in the breeding heifers, too. You gotta be deep enough bodied, but yet there's a fine line between depth of body and just a fat-bodied, wasty-middled one that doesn't have any shape to their barrel. He's bringing long feather to the front.
Oh, yeah.
I seen, looked like Adam Potts had something to do with that one. Adam was down there in the Make Ready area doing a little steer jocking. Burke-Burnett native.
Is that where he lives?
Hey, this is going to be the Battle of Boomtown.
Oh, yeah.
Right here. Adam Potts versus Mark Kopus.
Mm-hmm.
The Battle of the Boomtown.
All right, here we go. Here goes Brock.
Well, we got a nice way to round off our Hereford show here, and maybe not quite as deep of a class as we've seen, but we got a dominant class winner up here on top. This is one from the side that just gives you that desirable show steer look. He's good at the ground. He's big-boned. He's deep-bodied. You set him into motion. Man, it's awesome to watch him. He hits his stride with comfort and ease. You get him behind him. He's good in his muscle shape. He carries a lot of red meat in the top of his skeleton. Just a really easy way to start this class and a really dominant class winner. The calf that comes in second and third here, there's some give and take between this duo, but I think the calf that comes next just has more dimension, more mass, more substance to him than the steer that follows him out. Now, I will say this one is a little bit round from hooks to pins. We'd like to pick him up in his pin set and just see him travel a little different when you set him into motion, but a calf that's bigger at the ground, a little sounder than the calf that comes in behind him. Calf that comes third is one that we appreciate in terms of his fundamental basics. He's got some body, he's got some muscle. We would like to just ease him up on both ends of his skeleton. He's a little bit straight through his shoulder, and we need to see him a little deeper and softer through that center portion before we slide him up any higher. The next two calves that come also have some give and take. We thought the darker colored steer that came next just did so with a little more power. You get your hands on him. He covers with more red meat up there on the top side. You set him going away from you. Neither of them are real comfortable on the go. We thought he maybe just had a slight advantage. And then the calf that comes next, young lady's doing an awesome job. That's a big framed animal. And not saying that in a negative way. We just would like to see some more muscle to match his depth and to match his frame. But a really nice class of Hereford steers here to round off our show.
Congratulations on your Class 5 Hereford Market Steer winner, Kenzie Abernathy from the Altus FFA, followed by James McClure from Chickasha. Your third place, Briley Wood from Lindsay. Fourth, Dally McAtee from Laverne FFA. Fifth, Brooklyn Nunley from Mulhall, Orlando. Sixth place, Tegan Smith from Merritt. Seventh, Cynthia Simrad from Garber FFA. And eighth, Collins Hale from Sterling. We'll now show for your champion and reserve champion, Hereford Market Steer. Champion Drive, Hereford Market Steer.
All right, Champion Hereford Drive. Out of Class 1, Coble Lewis from Comanche FFA weighing 1189. Class 2, Cynthia Simrad from Garber FFA weighing 1219. Class 3, that'd be the middleweights, as Thompson was telling me, because it came between 2 and 4.
Still is.
Caitlin Patterson from Mustang FFA, 1315. Class 4, Cynthia Simrad from Garber FFA with her calf that weighs 1379. And Class 5, Kinsey Abernathy from Altus FFA. Her calf weighed 1449 to finish up a very impressive and high-quality Hereford drive.
Very well said. And Mr. Parker Henley came over there to Bob and Brock and put 5 fingers up, I believe, indicating that they're going to want 5 sales slots here.
I guess since you got the since you got us the coffee and the Danish,
yep,
does that
you're
get
in charge
me
of
stuck
dinner.
for
Yes,
for lunch.
Yep, that's right.
Yay!
Don't be stingy. Them cinnamon rolls were expensive.
They were about $10 a piece.
She told me the price, and I was like, I just wanted 2.
Yeah.
I just needed 2. All right. They're gonna walk the first place steers. You know, I would have thought they would have taken a few more.
That Class 1, he's a good-looking
He's a good-looking,
rascal.
yep. I would have thought they would have taken a few more than 5.
Yeah, there really wasn't that many Herefords, though, honestly. There was only 39.
39.
There's just 5 classes because of weight breaks.
How many keys did they take?
Well, they took 4 or 5, but there was only 20-something keys.
Oh.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Yeah, there's only 29 keys, so 10 less keys. See, the key deal was weird because there was only 3 classes, and the big class was in the middle.
Oh.
So there was 5 classes of Herfs. Honestly, the seconds look good out there in the Hereford deal, too. They look nice.
Boy, that's a choke-necked one that was second in Class 2 there.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if you can manage that calf to hold him till Tulsa rolling.
I don't know.
He's in the 12s, ain't he? Yeah, 1189. Which one was the one of Mark's, you said?
Class 4 winner.
4.
Yep.
Tell you what, Class 5 winner, that's a big rat. I mean, that's just big. He's big in high school.
Yeah, he didn't look
that big
in class.
No.
But when you get him back out here, he does look like he's got a couple more stories to him. Mm-hmm. Class 4 steer just not wanting to show himself off quite as good. Boy, that's a stout, wide-built Hereford steer right there.
Class 4, Shane.
Mm-hmm. They're going to walk this Class 5 now. They're just kind of walking them things individually. And
So in this Hereford wrap-up, we're going to talk these quick, but we're going to re-emphasize that this breed was a lot like the Keys in terms of quality-wise. We truly thought it was. This calf, Brock made the comment when this one went around, I wish that thing weighed in the high 1400s. He said, because that's a really good cattle right there. His structure is pretty darn good. He's got the shoulder that matches his hip. Just screams of muscle for a green progress steer. Love the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. Is he just a little low in his pin set and a little high in his jump muscle? He is. But that calf is really, really high quality. I love the look of that calf. I love the muscle expression of that calf. Just a little, judging this as a 2025 market steer show, in our opinion, he's not market ready, but that's a really whale of a good calf. The calf that comes out of the second class, likewise, a really good calf. And I remember him going on the scale and talked about how he just screams at you with true muscle shape and design, and he's certainly got some good in his rib shape. He's a calf that's pretty good in his flank, maybe would pull him down there just ever so slightly. The calf that comes out of the third class is really good calf, standing still. Probably like to put him in motion just a little better. He's a calf that maybe could pick up in his pin set just a little bit, but man, I love the center body of this calf. He's a calf that, while we don't mind his length of neck, we wish he was a little tighter right down under his jaw there where he's got a little bit of loose skin. And I know that's nitpicking because we've put plenty of them in the ring and get criticized for that very same thing. I know it coincides and parallels with the body that calf has. Awful good bovine there also. This calf here that comes out of the fourth class, just a really, though, predominantly white-legged calf. Really good. Love this calf from the top of his crest down into his jawline. He's a calf that's certainly adequate in his muscle shape and dimension. We thought when we circled him just one more time, and again, you're going to say, well, boy, you guys are getting nitpicky. Well, when it's this tough, you got to be. I mean, you got to decide what you'll tolerate and what you won't. And he wants to throw this left hind leg out when he goes just a little, but that's an awfully nice calf. And then the big calf that wins the big division, I asked the girl what he weighed, and truly, we did not come in here with a weight in mind. I swear we didn't, in terms of, we're not going to get out of here with a 1,600-pound grand champion steer or of any breed, but, we're getting up. There's been so many transitions in this show ring. I can remember back in the day, if you weighed 1251, you were too heavy. And then they got brave and you could weigh 1299, but you couldn't weigh 1300 or you were too big. And then they got brave and they went up to 13 and a quarter, maybe if you were really gutsy, you could use one weighed 13 and a quarter. And then they shot up, as we're all well aware. And I know we're judging show cattle and we want these things to look like show cattle, but as we try to correlate a little bit with the real world, they're killing awful big cattle, and I've always been a little guilty of liking a little bigger cattle, but this calf here we think's awful good. He really goes in motion good. He's really good from hooks to pins. Love him through his center body. Love him in his underline. Now, in a perfect world, and there is no such thing, we would like to give him a little more power down into his stifle. We love his underpinning. He's so good in the midsection of his body. He's extended up nice. He can go in motion. He's probably the best in motion of anyone out here. So Brock and I will visit one more time. I think we've got our mind made up, but I would applaud you people that brought Herefords to the 2025 OYE because this division was really good.
Market Steer, your champion, Kenzie Abernathy from Altus FFA, followed by your reserve champion, Caitlin Patterson from Mustang FFA. Market Steer Show. We'll ask for Class 1. Class 1, a Limousine Market Steers into the show ring, number 1. Class 1, a Limousine.
Class 5, or excuse me, Class 1 market steers on the limousine side will be the first class of this breed. In the class now, Allison Dillingham from Wagner County 4-H, calf weight 1128. Trevor Wiley from Pauls Valley FFA, his calf weight 1221. Ryan Shipman from Wagner FFA, calf weight 1244. Colt Pollen from Grove FFA, calf weight 1278. Hagen Abshire from Empire 4-H, steer weighs 1279. Cassidy Collins from Tishomingo 4-H, calf weighs 1279. Blakely McCulliston from Sydney, or Cinder FFA, weighs 1319. And Jace Harrington from Caddo FFA weighs 1321. This will be the first class of limousines. All right, back from a lunch break for the judges. What's that catalog? Chips are good, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, you did pretty good on dinner.
Not bad. It was fast, too.
Limousines, Maine-Anjous, Shorthorns, Simmentals, and AOBs.
We got a ways to go.
Yep. I wouldn't make dinner reservations yet. Carter's got a steer in the Libby's, don't they?
Yeah, he does.
Quick with the comeback. Took about 5 minutes to process all that and get it put together.
What's that? I was quick. I heard you, dude. I just was busy doing other stuff.
Grady, yeah, Grady's got one.
Mm-hmm. He looked nice back there on the long line.
Yep, they got this one sorted. One thing about them boys, when it's not as hard, they whip and ride.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
They got, I think Brock's holding the mic. Yep, Brock's going to talk to this class.
Well, we got a nice class of Limmy steers here to get us back going after our lunch break, and it looks like we're partial to the gold steers here in this particular class, just the way it shook out. The young man here that leads off the class, that's one that gives us a nice look from the profile. We like his front third. We like the way he ties everything together. He's big and bold in the top side of his skeleton. Still gives you a nice look from the side. When you set him into motion, we'd probably like to see him hinge a little looser off them rear two. That's getting pretty picky on a nice class winner. The calf that comes second, he's probably one that travels a little better than the steer that wins the class. He's a little bit plainer through that front 1/3, and when you get in behind him, he gets a little disappointing when you compare him back to the class winner, as he's just not as opened up, not as bold, not as muscular as the calf that wins the class. Now the gold one that comes third here, this is one that does have a striking profile. He's one that just reads a little immature yet. We'd like to see him a little deeper and softer in that center portion. He's one that's maybe a little too soft on them rear two as he gets a little bit hook-legged. We would like to just fix those things about that calf, but a good patterned individual that comes third. A red calf that comes next, he probably excels in terms of power over the steer in front of him. He just gets a little out of balance. He runs downhill as his chest floor sits deeper than his flank. We would like to just even him up there, drop that flank into him, and pick his pins up when you set him into motion. Black calf that comes next is one that's got a striking look when he gets him parked. That thing's really extended and youthful through that front third, but that's about it. After that, he gets a little bit shallow-bodied, a little harder in his look, and you set him into motion. He's a little bit straight off both ends, but a really nice class of Limmies to get us going.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, Limousine Market Steers, Trevor Wiley from Pauls Valley, FFA, followed by Cassidy Collins, Tishomingo, third, Colt Paulin from Grove, Your 4th place, Blakely McGuichin from Snyder. 5th place, Hagen Abshire from Empire 4-H. 6th, Jace Harrington from Caddo. 7th, Ryan Shipman from Wagner. 8th, Allison Dillingham from Wagner County 4-H. We'll now have your Class 2 of your Limousin market steers in the show ring.
Back in our natural ring, I think a very
Okay, second class of limousines, and CT's about to give us the names and weights and town / FFA chapter.
Okay. Class 2 limousines is Maddox Shout from Piedmont FFA, Emery Cowley from Morrison FFA, Isaac Grimoldo from Medill FFA, Wyatt McIntyre from Leedy FFA, Creed Fuss from Yale FFA, Clara Whitman from Calumet FFA, Wiley Hansen from Coweta 4-H, Marilyn Pekka from Timberlake FFA, Cordy Chandler, Stratford FFA, Grady Carter from Stratford FFA. All right. You didn't have any feedback on
Any feedback on what's that?
On in the movie Anchorman, if I'm Ron Burgundy.
I don't know. But yeah, whatever.
I think you're a brick. I think you're brick all the way. I don't think Brick's a bad dude. 1%.
We need stools, so you could like sit up. This class of limousines, much like the classic Keys,
pretty
people
salty.
Trying to sneak around in breeds and
now
loading
got
up a
himself
class.
in the
got them in a heater.
Gentlemen, if I can have your attention.
They look good.
Oklahoma Youth Expo
Chairman Award presentation. The Chairman Award is given annually to administrators across Oklahoma who are nominated by the members of their school communities. With this unique opportunity, it is the goal of the Oklahoma Youth Expo and its supporters to reward and recognize outstanding superintendents or principals for their support of their local faculty, agricultural programs, and their students. It is with heartfelt gratitude we extend our thanks for for the incredible values these administrators add to the junior agricultural programs across our great state of Oklahoma. Today, we are thrilled to honor 3 well-deserved individuals. Please join us as we celebrate these 3 individuals. First, we have Mr. Dusty Throckmorton, an exceptional advocate and supporter of the Guthrie FFA Agricultural Education Program. His dedication goes far beyond the basic expectations of a school administrator. He consistently finds innovative ways to ensure that all students, regardless of their background or interest, are exposed to the full potential of their agricultural education. Mr. Throckmorton recognizes the tremendous value that this program brings, not only in terms of practical skills, but also in terms of fostering leadership, responsibility, and a strong work ethic in young people. His passion for agricultural education is evident in the way he works tirelessly to create an inclusive environment for all the FFA activities. Furthermore, Mr. Throckmorton's leadership is seen in his ability to foster strong community connections, securing resources and support for the agricultural program. In any way asked, Mr. Throckmorton is always willing to step up. His enthusiasm is contagious, inspiring both students and fellow educators to give their best to the program. He's not just a supporter, he's a true partner in the success of Guthrie FFA. Mr. Throckmorton, we thank you for your selfless servant leadership within your school community. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dusty Throckmorton. Next, we are glad to award Fort Cobb-Broxton Superintendent Mr. Kyle Lyerly with the 2025 Chairman Award. Mr. Lyerly goes above and beyond his call of duty to support the 4-H and FFA programs in more than one way. He attends livestock shows across the state, judges livestock contests, shooting sports, as well as volunteers himself as needed in different events and competitions. Growing up on a farm himself, Mr. Lyerly was active in 4-H and FFA throughout his time in high school and served as an ag ed instructor for Fort Cobb-Broxton before stepping into his roles as an administrator. Mr. Lyerly truly cares about the next generation of the agriculturists and understanding of how important it is in their daily lives. His most recent endeavor to ensure student success was to build a brand new school farm and multi-use space for FFA chapter and community. The Fort Cobb-Broxton 4-H and FFA is truly better because of Mr. Lyerly's service towards agriculture and the students in his community and school. Thank you again, your second recipient, Mr. Lyerly, for all you've done and continue to do for agriculture. And finally, last but certainly not least, let's put our hands together for Sherry Pillow of Turner's Public Schools. Sherry is a true definition of a devoted, passionate, exceptional leader. Her steadfastness to the Turner FFA and its agricultural programs goes far beyond the typical responsibilities of any administrator. Pillow consistently exceeds expectations, showing unwavering dedication to the success of the students there at Turner Public Schools. One of the Pillow's most notable contributions is her active involvement in day-to-day activities of the FFA chapter. She regularly is present at meetings, events, and competitions, providing guidance and encouragement to the students. In fact, many FFA members credit her with helping them build confidence and leadership skills that extend into all aspects of their lives. Pillow's participation and presence serves a powerful example of leadership in the community. She's actively advocates for funding and support for the school's district, local businesses, and community partners, helping to ensure Turner FFA chapter has the resources it needs. In every aspect of her role, Pillow makes a positive difference. Her loyalty has created a lasting impact, ensuring agricultural programs remain strong, relevant, and successful in the Turner community. Thank you again, Ms. Sherry Pillow, for your commitment and your service. And once again, let's thank all 3 recipients, Mr. Throckmorton, Mr. Lyerly, and Mrs. Pillow, for their countless positive differences that they're making in the lives of each and every one, and for being our honors today. Once again, big round of applause for all 3 recipients.
All right, what do you think here, Corey? They're circling them.
Got her down to 5. The fuss boy there, Creed, I'm pretty sure that boy's shown here every year I've been here, and I'm pretty sure we talked to him one day. I'm pretty sure that was his grandfather's cowboy hat.
Oh, really? That's cool.
That he showed in Chicago.
Oh, the boy. Yeah, that's really cool.
He showed in Chicago with that cap or with that.
It looks like that era,
cowboy.
like that hat does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a pretty neat story. And that was the look back in that in the 70s, 80s.
Yeah, for sure.
Bob and Brock both chose to go with the black hats today.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. But there's a little size difference in those hats.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they make an 8, but I'll bet you Brock's closer to an 8 than a 7. Yep, they pulled that girl in 5th, and he pulled the boy up in front. He pulled him back around. I think he's going to be 4th. Grady's going to be 2nd.
That calf in the lead, whose was that one?
Fuss is going to be 3rd, and then 159.
Fuss is the gold brockle-headed one?
Yep.
Oh,
Here's Bob.
Limmies, and this isn't to disparage or take anything away from the lightweight limmies, but I told Brock, I said, if this is like last year, I'll bet the pace is going to get picked up drastically in this next class, and I was right. It certainly did, and this is a really, really powerful class. The calf that wins this class, it was a broad dawn consensus. He has to win the class in terms of, does he have, I'll say something negative about him first, which you're not really supposed to do that. But yeah, his chest sits more forward than downward, and we'd like to tidy him up there just a little bit. Love the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. Is he freaky long neck? No, but he's really nice neck. Love the cleanliness up from the crest down to his jawline, and it comes out of his shoulder really nice. And so with that being said, mid-body is really good on this calf. Feet work, bone work, really good on this calf. He's big top, big hip. Is he just blow you away with rear end? No, I'm not going to lie to you and say, man, oh man, that thing is just is ultra, ultra stout. Is he stout enough? He is for us. That thing is a market animal and a show steer to boot. The red steer, Brock and I, we evaluated this steer as, I'm not going to lie to you, when he come in the ring, he's kind of a nasty rascal in terms of he's not wanting to participate really good. He's kind of an ornery rascal. Wasn't sure if I was going to get nailed or not when I felt of him, but he's covered good when I did get my hands on him. And he's a steer that the longer he's out here, the more he grows on you. That calf is really nice in the top part of his neck. His reach is really good. His center body is excellent. When he fights the halter like he does most of the time, you wonder if he drops his pins just a little. But I think that's a really, really good calf. The longer he's out here, the better we like that calf. This calf here that comes out in 3rd, backdrop, good looking. He is. We wish he had a little more substance in the lower 1/3. He juts up into his flank just a little. Just need to see a little more true steer in the lower 1/3. And then when he goes in motion while he needs that, you can see he throws that back leg out when he goes. He reach out around, gets outside of himself. He's just a little bow-legged on that left hind, but an ultra good calf. I would start with making him deeper in his overall body makeup. This old yellow here that comes out, when he come in the ring, when he was a little fresher, I really like this calf. I thought, well, does this calf could he go second in this class when they come in? And I love this calf, except he's starting to, the longer he's out here, he wants to get up on that front too. He wants to get a little forward on that knee. But you talk about a beast now, middle body, big hip, stout. He's got all that going on. He just gets a little camped up and a little straight on those front two for us the longer he's out here. The bigger sheath calf, and I only say that because he is. I mean, that's going to fall on the kill floor when we go ahead and get rid of this calf and harvest him. That's a really, really good calf. As we walked in that one last time, Brock and I both admitted that we need to make him a little softer at the ground. He's just a little timid, bit up on both ankles, gets a little higher in his tail head. High quality to be sure. If you were watching what we were evaluating, you could see we stepped up the pace really good in this second class of Limmies.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, Limousin Market Steer, Marilyn Paikey from Timberlake FFA, followed by Grady Carter from Stratford FFA. Third place, Isaac Grimaldo from Medill. Fourth, Creed Fuss from Yale. Your fifth place, Clara Whitman from Calumet FFA. Sixth, Wyatt McIntyre from Leedy. Seventh, Maddox Shout from Piedmont. Eighth, Emery Cowley from Morrison. Your ninth place, Wiley Hanson from Coweta. And 10th, Cordy Chandler from Stratford. We now have Class 3 Limousin Market Steers in the show ring. Class 3.
All right, here we go, Corey. Class 3 Limmies coming in.
What are we weighing now?
Got weight range from 1,400 to 1,455. Got Malachi Barnes from Fairland FFA. This calf weighed 1,410. Kyler Pettigrew from Miller 4-H. His calf weighed 1,490. Got us a yellow one in the Limmies. Piper Tucker from Vanis FFA, weighing 1,419 as well. Delaney Eden from Caney Valley 4-H, calf weighed 1,420. Sophia York from Radon 4-H, weighing 1,423. Canyon Waltershire, or Sachi, I guess, from Altus 4-H, weighing 1,430. And Greenlee French from Cameron 4-H with her calf weighing 1,452. This will be the last class of Limousines, and then we'll do our breed champ.
All right. This is the last class of Limmies. Okay.
Yeah, last class of Limousines. Did you ask anybody what that class winner was last class, Black Calf?
I did not.
Any idea?
I don't know.
Yeah. Wonder what they decide as the classification for limousine steers.
I don't know. Used to be kind of bubble muscled and kind of rounder, you know. But hey, limousines are probably as competitive in recent years in the Supreme deals on a national level as any breed there is. I mean, that breed is on fire right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How big do we get in this class? We go up to 1452. It's a really nice yellow steer leading around there.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the last couple of years I've been down here, The Limousin breed has been brought to you by In God We Trust.
Yeah, I bet.
For some reason, the color yellow and orange comes out in this breed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Chad Chaplin was saying they do have a sifting process for Herefords and Angus. That's the only thing they...
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Boy, there were some stout sheep over there.
Mm-hmm. Getting in the heat over there, it looks like, huh?
Looks that way. They still showing naturals?
Are they calling them naturals or not? I don't think so, Corey. There's some lighter color pelts over there. I think that's probably...
It's a pretty colored, kind of a lighter yellow calf there.
Still in the night. No. That's behind, I think, isn't it? No. Yeah, they are still in naturals. Mm-hmm. You burned the battery up on that cell phone yet?
Nope.
Getting close.
Who sings this?
Well, this would be Shania Twain.
Lucky guess.
Honestly, not a fan. Seems like a maze up here of power cords.
It really, it really is quite a nest of cords.
You don't want to make a mistake here.
Yeah.
I think she'll...
feel like a large family of birds could live there.
Did you see that?
What happened?
That calf didn't like that gold calf getting close to him, kicked him in the chest.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
What's the range on these? 1452 to 1410? A little bit of change.
1410 to 52.
You're really jamming out to this. This is your speed, huh?
This is my era right here. We're talking.
My era.
We're talking mid 90s. Get down, do some line dancing. Starting to get some pulled in.
Ooh, Maine-Anjou's coming next.
Boy, that is a thing's neck comes out high out of his shoulders.
He's good looking up through his
Oh,
front
boy.
end. That yellow calf's very similar in terms of his neck projection. See what he is up front.
Boy, that'd be cool to put over top of a fireplace, have them ears set. That'd be wild. A lot going on at the main office, it sounds like, today.
Well, I think they're tuned in to you and me and this steer show. With Maine-Anjou coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Be good.
Just need to hear from Mercina.
It's a heavyweight naturals here, and certainly the sheep we lead with, he's on
Still got 6 of them out there. There wasn't a lot of low hanging. They're going to walk 6. They pulled 1 and.
Yeah. Well, honestly, there's excuse me. There are quite a bit of differences in those 6 cattle and the kind of cattle they are.
Sheep that's in second certainly gives you a nice look. Good balanced sheep. He beats the sheep in third because he's leaning over his forearm. He's got more accountability and trimness.
Tough.
He needs to be more athletic and more flexible as you study him.
Tough class here. This is the first time they've just pulled one in and had to walk them again. Usually they manage to get it down to 3 or 4. Oh, they got one.
Started
more
yanking
off.
on them.
Got one more sorted off.
Big rim, pretty stout, maybe just a nickel planer in terms of his construction. Not quite as nice over his loin edge, just from a touch.
What do you think? You know, like, it's 560 steers. How many sires? Less than 10?
I don't know. I bet you'd get pretty. I would say 4 sires would take up 70% of the show.
Mm-hmm.
But then the other 30%, I bet you it'd be a wide gamut.
Kind of random, yeah, wide range of stuff. I could see that, I guess.
Well, then you get Shorthorns, Herefords, any of those are going to be
I didn't think
a little
about
bit
that.
more random. They pulled that yellow steer up to the front.
And the results of the third class of naturals first goes to Alexa.
This class has got some challenge because there's just lots of answers.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do a lot of different things.
Delaney Moore from Canoe. In fourth, Tatum Minnie from fifth place, Wyatt Mitchell from Michael. In sixth is Mary Brown from Crash. Seventh place, Emily Arnold from Dill. Eighth place, Brixie Zeiss from Keys. Ninth is Kendall Bonner from Stratford. And 10th is Allie Kendall.
I think they're set and how they like them. We're going to turn it over to Brock.
Market Weather Lamb.
Well, we've got another really nice class of Limmy steers here. And this gold calf that we go ahead and start the class with, this is one that just does the most things right in this particular lineup. We thought this one from the side just gives you that show steer look. He's really clean chested. He's really youthful and extended through that front third. I love his head. He's got a nice looking head on him. He balances up so well in his underline. Actually, I almost wish he cut back up into his flank a little more. It makes him look a little flat-sided the way it's fit right there. But that thing is a little bit flat into his lower third. That's where I would fault him. When you set this thing into motion, though, that's where he seals the deal. That one out of this top 4 just quite easily moves the best, the most comfortable, and he combines that with the most good things after that. Now, the cool-colored butterscotch calf here the young man's got in second. That one, while he's parked, is one that really hits you hard. He's just got that show steer look, but to us, when you set him into motion, we need to relax him off both ends of his skeleton if he's going to get around that gold calf. I do think he's got more true and genuine power to him, especially on the top side of his skeleton. But again, we just need to see him move a little looser off both ends. It's just a little unacceptable to beat that calf in front of him. The 2 that come next, we thought there was some sort here between the red and the black calf. We just thought the maturity and the market readiness of this red calf slid him up into third. He's a little deeper, a little softer, handles a little more mellow to the touch. I think both animals have their issue when you set them into the motion here. This one's a little straight in his hock and pastern, and when you notice it when he goes, he's a little short-strided, a little bit choppy. That's the reason he's down into third here. But the calf that comes into fourth, when you're sitting in the stands and he's parked like that, he's got a killer look, and we like that about him. He's lengthful and youthful through that front 1/3, but that kind of tells the story on that calf from his shoulders back. He's a little harder bodied. He's a little more immature in his maturity pattern. And then when you set him into motion, boy, when he's parked, his angles read true. He's got a little hitch in his giddy up, especially on the show side hind leg. You'll catch him popping that ankle every now and then. Just looks labored and a little uncomfortable. That's the reason we slide him down into fourth. Dang nice black calf here rounding off the top 5. One that balances up very well. He's got a little extra chest floor and a little extra dewlap. From his shoulders back, we need to match that with some more power, see a little more foreribs, see a little more depth of body if we're going to slide him any higher in this particular class. Nice class of Limmy steers.
Your Class 3 Limousin Market Steers. Congratulations to your class winner, Delaney Eden from Caney Valley 4-H. Followed by Kyler Pettigrew from Miller. Third, Sophia York from Radin 4-H. Fourth, Grinley French from Cameron. Your fifth place, Malachi Barnes from Fairland FFA. Sixth, Piper Tucker from Vanoss. Your seventh place, Canyon Walterscheid from Altus 4-H. Will now show for your champion and reserve champion, Limousin Market Steer. Champion Drive, Limousin Market Steer.
All right, momentarily, champion steer coming in for Limousin breed from Class 1. Be Trevor Wiley from Pauls Valley FFA. His calf weighed 1221. Class 2 is Marilyn Pekka from Timber Lake FFA. Her calf was
very
out of the
competitive
middles.
natural division, and congratulations to our.
And that calf was weighed 1379. And then the heavyweight calf, Delaney Eden from Caney Valley 4-H, her calf weighed 1420.
It a little earlier when we got past this Class 1, and that's a good calf. You know, every breed has come out with a lightweight juvenile calf in their breed, and there's been very good representation. Not market ready, and the exhibitor I'm sure knows that, but that thing has got so many good attributes. Love his boldness and his center rib. That's really good. Certainly good enough on the back side of his shoulder. Extends nice out through his front. Got a big old hip in him. Does he come to the ground just a nickel straight on that hack? Yeah, ever so slightly. And you know, you'll hear Brock or I won, probably me more than Brock, say in a perfect world. And we're well aware there is no such thing as a perfect world. As close as we've come to having a calf that we thought maybe could win a major, sometimes we get there, maybe they're not quite what we thought, or maybe we still think we should have won, and we know that they're not perfect. This calf that comes out of the second class, he's not perfect. Like I said, there is no such thing, but we do enjoy this calf. We enjoy his presence. We like when he goes in motion. What's a little bit deceptive about this calf, or at least in our opinion, is there's a little more steer there than what I thought. I thought, is he just a pretty package, or is he a calf? Because a lot of times when they can go like he can go, you know, you're like, yeah, maybe there just ain't quite enough substance and power to that calf, and that's the reason they can get around and are quite as mobile as they are. But he really gets around good. Am I going to call him monster topped or monster butted? I'm not going to call him either. Am I going to call him absolutely adequate? I am going to call him that. The one thing I would change about him, and again, I'm nitpicking because I like the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. I would like to make that chest just a little different. It doesn't sit low in him to take away from his underline. It sits a little forward in him. In a perfect world, I'd probably like to change that. Big hip, not huge hip, just a really, really nice calf with a good foot under him. Brock acknowledged when he talked this big class of limmies, it was a little more of a struggle for us. And the quality, it's not to take away anything from the quality, because truly the quality was good. We both agreed. Brock said it first, and I agreed with him. He does the most things right in the class, the gold steer, and he does a lot right. Big, big feet. I mean, big old feet on him. His knee sits back in him good. He's nice enough up to his front. Real good in his mid-body. He's a calf we acknowledge is like the steer that stands ahead of him. Could he have a little more true pin width in him? Yes. Where he gives up a little to the one in front of him, we don't think he carries down into his lower 1/3, down into his stifle. Thus, subsequently, we think that really causes him to really get around the ring good. His underline is awesome. He carries back from his chest floor back into his flank. He does that part awesome. Would we just blow him apart from hooks to pins and down into his stifle in a perfect world? That's where we change that calf. We're going to visit just one more second. I think we're agreeing on this. We're going to get you your champions.
Congratulations to your Limousin champion coming out of Class 2, Marilyn Paikey from Timberlake FFA.
Well, the middleweight was champion, really nice black steer, and that brings in Carter to Grady here to be considered for reserve. You know, what's crazy is that in this situation where there's just 3 classes, the disparity in the size of them cattle is a little easier to see than when there's like 5 or 6 class winners out there.
Yep.
You know, they don't stair step. It's just kind of like, man, that calf's big and heavy. That calf looks like a true middle.
Yep. Looks like he's going to use Grady for reserve.
We're going to turn it over to the announcer.
Yep.
And your reserve, also out of Class 2, Grady Carter from Stratford FFA. Congratulations. We'll move right along into our Maine market steers. Class 1 of Maine market steers.
Go for it.
All right. Well, hello, Platte City. It's Maine-Anjou time. Class number 1, Lexi Crawford, Washington County, 4-H. Kendall Cheney from Medford, 4-H. Kaylee Payne from Fort Townsend, FFA. Rocky Bird from Alex, FFA. Carmen Scott Morris, 4-H. Jackson Davis from Laverne, FFA. Harley Klein from Snyder, FFA. Pacey French from Fairview, FFA. Raylan Cowan from Balco, 4-H. Steers ranging in weight from 1145 to 1240. Josh, not a lot of... Nothing super heavy in this class, is there?
No. There is not. Have to wait till they get to the profile.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate these students as they exit the ring.
Got 1, 2, 3, 4 classes of Maine-Anjous.
Yeah, I think on, a few more cattle than what we just had in the limousines, but comes up into 4 classes instead of 3.
Yep.
Kind of broke a little differently. Maine-Anjou. What what were the champion steers or 1, 2, and 3 here last year? What breeds and crossbred? And
Crossbred, middleweight cross, Charolais.
And who had those cattle?
Champion was the Bell family.
Okay.
Reserve was Arthur's. Third was Fuss.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Fuss's was a Char? Yeah. You said?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Tell you what, it feels like it's 2:45. You look like you need a nap.
I do. I feel pretty spry.
You do?
I can still take in a foot race.
Hey, I don't know if you realize this, but I am a lot faster than I look.
I could totally dominate you in a foot race.
Okay. Let's line up.
I'm not even concerned one iota about it.
Okay. That's fine. We're going to start taking bets.
Would lose 0 sleep over it. The only time you could beat me in a foot race is when we had yoga bear costumes on at Junior Nationals, and you said, "Hey, let's make a show out of it, and then we'll both trip and fall." And I tripped and fell, and you kept running for the finish line.
Yeah, that was about making you look ridiculous just as much as it was about me winning that race.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, I'm not going to trip and fall this time. Going down with a D.
Hey, the last time I was in a foot race was in this barn, and I won.
Where?
In this barn this spring, this winter.
Who did you race?
Well, Taylor Bell got to Malvin and erased her and ran right by her.
What kind of distance you talking?
I don't know. That was from like where the door opens up down there on the other end of this barn and the performance arena.
Down the ramp? Did you have a downhill?
No. The other end of the barn, like coming from the trade show during Congress to probably 2/3 of the way through where like
Display
all the
deal?
displays are. Yeah.
Like, was it at the end of the day when there wasn't?
Yeah, it was
I
like
was gonna say,
10 o'clock in the evening. There's
I
nobody
guess.
around.
You smoked her, huh?
I did. What's the range on the first class of mains? Not actually that much. 100 pounds. So, was it Blake? Blake was saying, excuse me. Blake was saying they only class the Herefords and the Angus, and the rest of them
Yep.
you just declare them.
Chappie said that. Chappie told me that. Chappie told me that.
How many crossbreds will they have? 200? 150?
You know, I don't know.
$176.
How did she compile that data?
She's
so
a lot
fast?
faster than you are. She scrolled through the deal. Now this is a good song.
Hey, we are back in Louisville this year,
We are.
where the original race was, where you cheated. We could theoretically
I didn't really
do it
cheat.
again. I'd have some track shoes. Maybe shave my legs. I'll be ready.
I swear I had that video.
This is the first class of mains, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I feel like we're starting a lot heavier for a breed, you know.
Yeah,
They're a
we
little
are.
heavier.
I would agree with that.
This is where you should say that's because mains are
Well, I'd say
feed
just
efficient cattle and
more than
you know.
anything, just cattle are just stouter.
I feel like in all the rest of the class
More
they've been
muscle, more
been a little
pounds.
prospecty.
Yeah, the first class you're saying? Yeah, that's pretty true.
Think Chick-fil-A, think Krebs.
You still have a struggle at that. Still can't quite get it right.
It and
Ribs.
is pretty damn close together. And
Things rolling, and the calf that we used to win the class, I guess we agreed before we placed them that structure is kind of a wash in this particular class. There wasn't really one out here that moved in the ideal fashion, in our opinion. But the calf that we start off the class with does the most things right. That calf gives you a look from the side. He's got some youthful look to him. He's really deep through the center portion of his body. And you get in behind him. He's got plenty of muscle to go along with it. You set him into motion like we said. We'd like to free him up a little bit, but a really nice way to start the class. Then the calf that comes into second we thought was probably the one that most resembled our class winner, just in terms of balance and presentation. This calf's got a good balanced look from the side. Again, we would like to see him a little stouter and just loosen him up off both ends before he goes any higher. Calf that comes next is one that's probably pretty heavy in his rind for us. We'd like to ease him up off his condition, but you talk about one that's super good through his forerib and back through his flank. He's really deep and bold through that center portion. We would like to see him with just some more genuine width and some genuine muscle. That thing's really deep and easy feeding, as we said. Could just see a little more power to him. Then the 4th and 5th place steers here are two that offer some trade-offs. We thought the calf that come forth just offered a little more center of body, a little more function when you set him into motion. We could pick that one up in his pin set and maybe neaten him up through his chest if we were going to get real picky on him. And then the calf that comes 5th. This is one that's got some depth of rib to him. You set him into motion off both ends. He's pretty stiff and he gets pretty tight right up there through the center of his back. If we could change those things about him, we could slide him up a few holes, but today he stands 5th. Nice class of Maine steers here to get us going.
Well, nice set of steers there in Class 1 and getting close here to kind of finishing up weighing some of those cattle. Get Class 2 in here pretty quick.
Yeah, not a
Class
ton
winner
of
in there
Maine
was
steers.
Kendall Cheney.
Yep.
From Medford 4-H. Calf weighed 1181.
Another class of 5 coming next.
Going to jump a nickel in weight. You got Case and Crump going to lead us in.
Get a little heavier.
His calf weighed 1288. Then Quinn Calley, Morrison 4-H. His calf weighed 1288 as well. Jacqueline Chambers from
Congratulations to
Bowery
your Class
4-H.
1 of your Maine Market Steers, your class winner, Kendall Cheney from Medford 4-H, followed by Carmen Scott from Morris, 3rd, Jackson Davis from Laverne, 4th, Pacey Freck from Fairview, your 5th place, Rylan Cowan from Balco, 6th, Lexi Crawford from Washington County, 7th, Kaylee Payne from Fort Townsend, your 8th place, Harley Klein from Snyder, and 9th, Rocky Bird from Alec FFA. We now have Class 2, your Maine Market Steers, in show ring number 1. Class 2.
All right, pick up where I left off. Tatum Howard from Mustang FFA weighing 1335. Robbie Ansel from Silo 4-H weighing 1338. This class ranges from 1288 to 1338. A little bigger cattle. They look it too phenotypically.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, Grinder's voice is going. You better find him a cough drop.
I'll bet you he's got some handy.
I was talking about Grinder. I would take one.
Is that the last one? It looks like more of a spread in weight here than what there even is.
I think the cattle are getting heavy.
type and body shape of the sheep that we got in third. Unfortunately, he's a little washed out this morning. Sheep is just freshen up.
I wonder if your parents thought about
I really wish I
using
had
that for your
video.
middle name.
No.
Josh Heavy Chick-fil-A Cribs.
No. I doubt it.
We can put just a little more muscular shape, a little more touch and handle. That sheep would contend for the class level. Because I think he's as good in his lines. He's as good in terms of his feet and legs as any sheep that we've got in the class. He's considerably better there than the young man sheep that comes in fifth. If we could just, if you ignore feet and legs from the knee and the hog down, and you just judge him up, that sheep contends for the class winner in terms of body shape, in terms of touch, handle, just a sheep that's really good in that regard. Unfortunately, his running gear isn't quite right. Need to fix him and make him more appropriate in that regard. Good class of lightweight hams. Congratulations to our young people.
Who sang this song?
I don't remember who originally did it.
Something about medicine something.
Yeah, Medicine Crow Band or something.
Who sang this? What?
No, he sang the reboot, but he wasn't the original. Medicine Crow Band or Medicine.
Ah, that don't sound right.
It's something like that.
It's something old.
Oh, Old Crow Medicine Man? No. Is that right? I don't know.
I feel like somebody will correct us. Wagon Wheel.
Yeah. Old Crow Medicine Show.
Old Crow Medicine Show?
Yeah. Huh?
I don't think that's what you said.
That is exactly what I said.
It
Old
was?
Crow Medicine Show. Yes.
Yep. All right. Down to...
I mean, I'll be honest. My ability to remember things is getting a little used up. Having to remember all of your stuff, too, when we travel together. But, at that said, I mean, I still was able to figure that out.
And the results of our first class, a hand first goes to Carson Barron from Smithfield. Second, Brenna McAllister from Glencoe. In third is Kayla Liebert from Alba. Fourth place in this class is Wyatt Lane from Biggeroni. Fifth, Ashland Maddox from Heather Lee. In sixth is Jet Huck from Shushka FFA. Seventh, Mark Bryan.
Blake says Bob Dylan originally.
Are you kidding me?
Even further back. Only Blake's age would allow him to know that. All right. I think Bob's about to, I thought he was about to grab the mic.
Yeah, originally written by Bob Dylan. How about that? Who'd have thought? Blake Nelson, the Trivial Pursuit Master. Mama rock me. They're kind of struggling getting this class of 5 put together.
No, they just moved.
Oh, they
I think
have?
they're just getting a second look here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They rolled 4 to 5 and moved 5th up, and then I think 1, 2, and 3 are
They
where
got
they
them
want
juggled
them.
around,
I'm pretty
yeah.
sure. Yeah. Probably not just a perfect answer in here.
Well, here's Bob with some comments.
All right.
In this class of mains, we got a small class, but we certainly got some quality in this class. That being said, the steer that wins this class, I think you could have poor vision, and I think that calf has to win this class in terms of this, the way his design is. It's really good. He's good in his shoulder, pretty darn good behind his shoulders. Huge top? No. Good top? Yes. Good from hooks to pins. He's a steer that's pretty good in his underline. He's a steer that if we could change things about this calf, yes, we'd like to give him a little more true power in the lower 1/3 of his skeletal makeup. But that's an awfully nice calf. And for us, I don't ever like to say a calf wins a class for fun, because I think it's disparaging for the cattle behind him. But I think he is an odds-on favorite to win this in his group of peers. He does so many things right. Yes, we'd like to make him a little more powerful in his lower 1/3. Then we get into some structure issues on these cattle. The steer we've opted to go with is the steer that's market ready, center body as far as we're concerned. He's got some depth from the top of his loin down into his flank. He's good in his barrel. He's good in his midsection. Could we make him go a little better? Yeah, we could. We'd like to give him a little more mobility. Maybe he gets to be in second simply on the stand. He's good-footed. His angles look pretty good on his back too. He does get just a little out on that front end, but that's a market steer-looking rascal to go second in this class. The third place steer, the hardest place steer in the class to look at in terms of, he's got no hair left and he's got it rubbed out where there used to be hair. And that's not a slam against him. It's that time of year, and it just takes away from his overall presence. He's pretty well extended up through his front end, not perfect right behind his shoulders, and doesn't tie in the backside of his shoulder on the top part of his skeletal. But the steer's got some width of pin. He's got some center width to his quarter. Just a really, really nice calf. This calf here would surprise you if you get the vantage point that Brock and I have in terms of that thing is powerful, big muscled. He is ripped, be sure. He's just a little dry in his forerib, and he's a little bit rank in his overall look, if you will. Look at the way that neck comes out of his shoulder, and we certainly appreciate that. He goes in motion off his front too pretty good. He's a little bit restricted and jams that hock in relatively hard when his foot hits the ground. Like to set him down in his twist. He kind of a little bit higher twisted, just a little up in his tail head. But the vantage point we have of that steer, you'd be amazed at how much true muscle shape and design that calf has under that hide. We wish it was in a little better balanced package. And then this steer, kind of like the steer that goes out two ahead of him, he's lost most of his hair. You can flip these cattle if you want. We think this calf is of high quality. He wants to get up in his loin and break right behind his shoulders a little bit. Not quite as comfortable at the ground as we think is optimum. Nice class of steers. Those are the differences we saw in those.
Congratulations to your Class 2 of your Maine Market Steer winner, Tatum Howard from the Mustang FFA, followed by Quinn Cowley from Morrison. Third, Jacqueline Chambers from Bowring. Fourth, Kason Crump from Wetumpka. And fifth, Robbie Ansel from Silo 4-H. We now have Class 3 of your Maine Market Steers. Class 3, Maines.
Yeah.
Class 3, Maine-Anjou. Matt Parker coming in from Hollis FFA, calf weighs 1367. Bryson Cooper from Clawmont FFA, weighing 1374. Nope, we're held up for a second. Hey, a little Glenn Campbell, huh? You like that? The Rhinestone Cowboy?
That was your nickname in high school, wasn't it?
Mine? No. Sadie Wynn from Newcastle FFA. Calf weight 1377. Then Ella Weldon from Canadian County 4-H, weighing 1379. Allison Adby from Magnum FFA, weighing 1385. Jaden Washman from Chattatook FFA, weighing 1390. Jolie Prentice from Tishomingo FFA, weighing 1410. Brittley Lester from Sentinel FFA, weighing 1414. Tate Bell from Bristow FFA, weighing 1419. This class looks like the heat got turned up, huh?
Mm-hmm.
A little deeper in terms of numbers, bigger in terms of weight. And
heavier for sure.
Heavy for sure. And then on top of that, probably just a pinch fresher, and presentation looks really good coming through the ring on this set.
Who's this girl right here? 507.37.
Well, I don't know.
See her.
Their numbers really haven't made much sense because, I mean, they really, the back tags haven't matched
right
on some of them cattle.
507.37. I don't know what that means. It's a unique calf.
Mm-hmm.
There's some good stuff in here.
Yeah, well. Let's see, is there 5 or 4 mains? No, there's 5 or 4.
Yep, 4 classes of mains.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate these young students as they exit the ring at this time.
Oh, man. What do you think, like, you know, to this point, Bob and Brock, you know, like for the cattle that came after that key, you know, those cattle have to live up to an animal that was pretty convincingly a winner in that pair. And honestly, that's not to take away from the reserve key because that calf was very, very good. And if you had that calf and you loaded him and brought him, you're probably thinking, hey, we got a pretty good shot at this deal.
Yep.
And so those pair of steers, I mean, anything after them, really, like, that's probably what you're gauging it relative to, you know, in your mind.
Yep. Boy, their hands, and they got towels they've been wiping them off on, but, boy, their hands are black.
Mm-hmm.
Which I suppose this time of year, some of that, you know, probably using a lot of paint on their tops and stuff like that. And they're bearing down on them and dang sure giving them a good handle.
It's kind of one of those deals where it's not, when they're so close to you can't really see anything.
Yeah, till they get out. They're going to take them for a walk. It looks like Bobby's just signaling.
Yeah.
Get them going.
When you're reading their names and you're looking down, you don't get to see them come in. Obviously, that calf caught your interest because you asked about what that name was, but...
Here comes Sadie Wind around the corner. Calf's got a white tail on him.
This calf you're talking about? Calf's back is big, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Rib cage is very round.
That one that Emma Weldon's there, he looks good. Moves really good. Boy, and then that one that's that one in fifth there. Man, that calf is.
Yeah, his feet and legs are big and stout and flexible. He honestly probably, and I saw Brock point to it as he was coming in, he maybe actually overextends just a little bit in terms of his flex, but that calf's image is very similar to the Key from a couple breeds
ago.
ago.
A lot of space.
Mm-hmm. Got him fit nice too, don't he?
Yeah.
Maybe just a nickel of chest, but like short backed, big stout footed and legged. He gets an advantage too of being real hairy legged.
Boy, he's got big legs. Oh,
yeah, he does. And honestly, proportions really well. What's that?
And this boy here on the end.
On the end.
Who is that? That's Tate Bell. Suppose that's relation to the Bell girl that
I have no idea.
Showed in her. I don't know.
Calf's giving him all he wants. I know that. That calf is though. This particular steer you're talking about on the end is a shot more elevated and like really tall at the top of his blade. His rib cage sits in him really round out of the back of his shoulder as well, and his hip is big.
Yeah, they're both from Bristol. I'm going to say that's probably going to be kin to.
That calf right there, his heart probably could just be a touch better. But his neck presence and just hip to look is real good. Yep.
Yeah, Tate Bell is a brother.
This class honestly has some decisions when they get down to them 3 or 4.
Who sings this?
Kenny.
Yep.
Kenny.
All right, got 2 pulled off, 3 pulled off. Gonna walk 5 of them. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting class to put together right here.
Well, I just think them 5 cattle are very good and very uniquely different. I wonder what that calf is in third. Because he's quite a bit chubbier than the other ones, you know, just body-wise. Not like taken away from any of the other ones' rib cages. He's just a little softer. I'm betting the last calf's a Here I Am.
He has a look like that could be the case.
Chappie said earlier his ears look like a Here I Am. Talk about a different calf. Head and ear shape and stuff.
Yeah, this is going to be real interesting.
Well, that calf in particular that Brock just handled, you know, his maturity, his added just a shot more maturity, makes him look quite a bit different than the cattle around him.
He looks what one might call heavier.
He looks heavy. Calf's good looking on the end. Wish we were maybe just a little bit more in the middle so we could see the profile on them first couple.
Yeah, they are dang sure cussing and discussing on these 5 right here now. I would say that set of keys was good.
Whoa. Hold on. He said words to live by.
Yeah, I would say that class of keys was good. This one, to me, this class of 5 that are left out there, to me, is harder to place from 1 to 5th.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think it could be changed up more ways 10 different times.
Well, I just think it's such a personal preference situation here. It's where you think the cattle sit relative to their power versus their maturity.
Yeah.
Where their composition from a muscle to condition ratio is. I mean, there's a lot of things to consider in those 5 steers. Because, like, honestly, and that's what we don't get to do is, like, them guys get to put their hands on them and fill them. But, like, just looking at them, there's some trimness differences, like lower body-wise, that you'd sure think would translate to, like, the the difference in the way their handle would be. You need it? I don't remember what it was. Who won that last class? Corey, do you remember? Or did you mark it down?
I don't. Okay. I think this might be as long as they've taken on a class so far today.
Well, and honestly, yeah, I would say these cattle, like this group of 5, is probably the most consistent in depth that we've seen any breed. And I would expect that from the Maine-Anjou division.
That's what you've come to expect.
Yeah, that's the way I think.
Gonna grab the Weldon girl.
Moving her back or what?
He's going to move her back to 4th. No. Yeah, Brock's
Yeah.
going to get her. Yep. He's going to pull her fourth.
Right. Now, are they going to walk these again, or are they going to stick
Nope,
here?
there we're good. Brock's
All right, here we go.
Well, we've got a really high quality of Maine steers here, a really high quality class, and we thought one thing's for sure in this class that we thought was probably 4 or 5 deep. This calf that wins does so pretty handily, and there was never a time when he entered the ring that we didn't think he'd win the class. Now, when you look at this one from the side, you love his balance, you love his symmetry, love the way that neck ties into the top side of his shoulder. He's got a good fat steer neck on him. It's good, it's long, but it's not chiseled out. It doesn't make him look prospecty. From his shoulders back, we love the way that one ties his forerib into his center body into his flank. And then you get in behind him. He's got more than enough power, set him into motion. Really like to watch him go. Now, the calf that comes in second from his shoulders back, we love this one. His structure reads true, just like the calf that wins the class. And ultimately, that's kind of what we decided to run him up into second for. When you get him going, man, he's really soft in his joints. He hits his stride with comfort and ease. Like I was saying, from his shoulders back, we love him. From his shoulders forward, we'd like to tidy him up in his chest floor, maybe make him a little neater from his crest down into his jaw. But that's a really good steer, shoulders back. Good pair of steers to win the class, a dominant class winner to be certain. Calf that comes third, actually the two here in third and fourth, we thought there was definitely some sort here. We thought the calf that comes third did so with a more mature look. We like the way his forerib reads into him, is deeper and softer through his center body. You get in behind him, they're probably a wash in terms of power. We just like the structure and the softness of the calf that comes next. Now you got a good looking one coming here in fourth, and this is a really good calf to slide down fourth into class. He's really youthful, he's really extended. With that being said, we thought it was more of a maturity thing. This one needs more time on feed before we can slide him in front of those calves in front of him. He's just a little, gives up a little in that lower third, just need to see a little more power into him. And also would like to change the way he goes on them rear two when we set him into motion. He's just wanting to duck them legs up under him when he gets out and goes. And a really nice balanced calf here to round out this top five. This is one that gives you a cool look from the side when the young lady gets him parked. He's just a little straighter, especially off them rear two. When you watch him go, we'd like to see him just a little hinge a little looser off them hocks, but that's a really nice calf to round off a very competitive top five.
Congratulations to Class 3 of your Maine market steers. Your class winner is Sadie Wynn from Newcastle FFA, followed by Jaden Washman from Shattuck FFA. Third, Tate Bell, Bristow FFA. Fourth, Ella Weldon from Canadian County 4-H. Fifth, Bentley Lester from Sentinel. Sixth, Jolie Prentice from Tishomingo. Seventh place, Bryson Cooper from Calumet. And eighth, Addison Adami from Mangum FFA. We now have Class 4, your final class of Maine market steers. Class 4, final class.
All right, here you go, CT. Last round. Last round of the Maine-Anjous. Grayson Keeling from Valiant 4-H. Madison Diggs from Fort Townsend 4-H. Ainsley Macedo from Payne County Livestock. Lucy Travis from Magnum FFA. Bria Tyner from Medill FFA. Freedom Barnes from Porham FFA. These cattle range from 1467 to 1649, and I think that is the heaviest of the day.
The heaviest.
Muscle equals pounds.
How about it? We're going to get a champion Maine here in a minute. Then we're going to get into some Shorthorns. We just got Shorthorns, Simmentals, and AOBs left. Then we are Charleston bound.
Charleston's bound, yeah.
very interesting because that sheep's got some pieces that are certainly very, very good. Another young man up here, fourth in the original.
Let's see, what do we got? 6 in this class? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. What do we got after? We got shorties and what?
Simmentals and a few AOBs.
Hey, we still got plenty of cattle to get through.
Yep.
We probably got. Hey, hey, that's coming over the speaker. I'm gonna hop off here for just a second. I gotta run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Well, I guess the best thing I can do in talking this trio of steers or this class of steers is start out by apologizing in terms of, I flat missed this black and white steer when he come in terms of, I knew he was a good calf, but I think that white just distracted him so badly as far as thinking, well, he's a little high flanked. And of course, that strip of white down in his hip, I thought he's a little short hipped, he's a little high flanked. And I don't think he's either or. He's real smooth at the touch. He's got nice condition on him. His angle off his front two are good. Now, on the sidelines, if you're saying, I think that calf's just a little straight hawked, the discussion would end there because I agree with you. He's a little straight hawk. I wish he was a little more athletic when he goes in motion, but I'm going to talk about these other two here just momentarily. And I think there's a lot of hip in that steer, a lot of pin width. He's got some width off both ends of his skeletal. He's real fresh up through his front 1/3. I think that's the calf that's got to win this class, and I reiterate, I apologize to that young man because I didn't realize that calf was quite that good when he come in. The steer that comes second, when they come in, Brock and I discuss them, and we're like, okay, that calf there, is that the calf that's going to win the class? And quite honestly, we thought he would be. As we viewed those cattle and as we put him in motion, we love his center body. We love this calf's center body. When we put him in motion, he gets a little straight off either ends of his skeleton. You can see as he's parked there, he wants to go a little wide on his front, and I think that simply correlates with his angle from the top of his shoulder to the ground. I think he has to set wide to be comfortable. I think he's a little straighter in his hock, but man, standing still, if we can set him up a little different on those back two, no fault of this girl's. I think genetically that's just the way this calf is made. I want to see him go in motion a little better, and he wants to get up and over on his ankles nearly every step, and so I like to be forgiving about that to the point where I can be, but I think when it's constant like that, you certainly don't want to not acknowledge it. Now you can say this third place steer, he might get around the ring better than the two above him, and again, that conversation would end there also because I agree, he does get around better. He's not as good through his center body as the two that beat him. You could say, oh, he's not any better than that white one with the white arm. I'd beg to differ. That white one, that white really throws him out of balance, and I think under the hide, that's a good calf. This calf, I'd like to make him a little softer through his center body and a little more true shape down into his lower 1/3 if I'm going to slide him into that two-hole. Then we get into three cattle, and I'll just talk all three of them because it's not a big class. This calf needs to balance up a little better. He's a little taller in his kind. We got to balance him up specifically in his underline. His chest sits lower than his flank. I'd like to pick him up in his chest, drop him down in his flank, make him a little more product coming out of the backside of his shoulder. He doesn't necessarily cut in his forerib, but he drops right behind his shoulder up high. We got another steer here that's a little, and again, I'm not trying to be derogatory or old school, but he is a little old school. Man, look at that neck. That neck reached from here to Mineral Point, and he's a cool-headed calf, but he is so jack-necked that he's a little hard behind it. I mean, those kind of cattle did well quite a few years ago, and I think he's just a little bit old school, not quite chubby enough. I admire his body length, his overall coolness of look. We just got to give him more low underpinning if we're going to go any higher with him. And then again, the steer that comes out now. And the hardest part about judging one of these shows is putting one of these kiddos down on this end of the class. Nobody wants to be here. I can tell you this is where I started. I swear to God it is. This is where I started, and it's the hardest thing for a judge to put one down here because you got a really nice calf. He's got a lot of muscle. If we're going to get him higher though today, we got to pick his chest up, we got to drop his flank down, and then we got to make him a little better coming out of the backside. Got a load of muscle. Good calf.
Congratulations to your Class 4 of your Maine Market Steers winner, Garrison Keeling from Valiant 4-H, followed by Ansley McAdoo from the Payne County Livestock. Third place, Bria Tyner from Medill. Fourth, Freedom Barnes from Porham. Fifth, Lucy Travis from Mangum. Sixth, Madison Diggs from Fort Townsend. We'll now show for your champion and reserve champion, Maine Market Steer.
All right, here we go. Ready to rumble, right? Champion Maine-Anjou drive. How did he talk that last class winner since I stepped away?
He thought he was a little bit straight in his hock, but other than that, they liked him pretty good.
Won pretty easy his class.
Yep. Well, I'd say as long as it took him on class 3 in this breed.
Yeah. I'd say so. It's probably the consensus, I bet, ringside too, if you were watching.
Bobby used the term his neck goes from here from Mineral Point, Wisconsin. That's the
He is long-necked.
Home of that's the home of May Cattle Company.
To get you a champion in the main division. There's 4 really good class winners, and we start out of that first class with a calf that we thought had a lot of quality. Still reads with some immaturity against his peers out here, but a calf that's got a lot of good pieces from the profile. He's good necked, he's good bodied, big bone, gives you a show steer look. Calf that comes out of that second class is one that just does a lot of things right. As we talked in that class, he's just really good everywhere. He's good at the ground, he's good bodied, he's got some length to him, balances up really nice as well. Then you come out of that third class, and that was one that was pretty tough, but we thought a pretty handle class winner here. This is one that we said in class, just has an ultimate show steer look to him. He balances so well from the side. He's big boned. You set him into motion. We love the way he goes. Just a really good show steer there. And another notable calf that comes in behind him, one that we said in class from his shoulders back was really, really good. We'd like to neaten him up through that chest and up through his throat latch ever so slightly, that calf in second, but a good pair of steers there. Then we got your heavyweight calf, and as Dad said, his color kind of threw him off. The longer he is out there, the more we studied him, the more we liked him. Just a really no-holds-barred kind of calf. We could see him a little freer off his rear too, but that's a really nice calf to round off our main division. Dad and I are going to put our heads together. We'll get you a grand in reserve and keep things moving.
Congratulations to your champion, Maine Market Steer, Sadie Wynn from the Newcastle FFA. Congratulations. Your reserve, congratulations also out of Class 3, Jaden Washman. Congratulations to Jaden. Once again, that wraps up our main market steers. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors. We're going to move right into our Shorthorn, first class of Shorthorns.
All right, CT. First round of Shorthorns. Little root beer float action in. Got us ready for the next wave. Coming in the ring. You or me?
All you.
Okay. Lily White from Stonewall FFA. Her calf weighs 1,000 pounds. Sarah Christian from Stonewall 4-H. Her calf weighs 1,000 pounds. Peyton Lynn from Frontier FFA. Her calf weighs 1,003. Molly Rowe from JFFA with a 1040. Jarrett Carter from Stonewall 4-H with his calf that weighs 1,080. And Taya Bradley from Weber's Falls with her calf that weighs just shy of 1,100 at 1097. First class to Shorthorns. What is the go-to sire to make Shorthorn steers right now? Perfection?
A bull by the name of Perfection.
10 years ago, it had been MAB. What would be this? What would have been the bullet choice? You know, like
there was a little bit of a lull there after Double Vision and Double Stuff.
Mm-hmm. Who did it better, Double Vision or Double Stuff?
Double Stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. He kind of started it. The best Double Visions were very good.
Yeah. Which one am I thinking of? One of those has more white on him.
They're pretty similar called. Double Stuff colored. Double Stuff might have been a little whiter.
Yeah. But Double Vision was like skinnier necked and like a little more tricked out. And Double Stuff had a shot more like bone.
A little more punch, a little more muscle. John Griswold, ringside there, talking to Dr. Parker Henley down there. Got his.
John sports the Celtics hat.
Loves them.
Gives the pays homage to Larry Bird.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, double Stuff had just a shot more like just bone and density to him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
John's daughter just got done showing her sheep on the other side.
Did that go all right? I wasn't paying attention.
No, I just said that she got 8th in that class, which that's still in the top quarter of a lot of them classes.
Yeah, I mean, heck, there's 40 sheep in a class.
Mm-hmm.
So the goat show's almost done. One of my good friends is judging it. I was hoping he'd get it done about the same time. Little Texas Tech action judging up here at OYE this year.
T squared.
Tech grad on the goats, Tech grad on the sheep. Well, assistant. But who's judging the hogs, you said? Oh, I know who's judging the hogs.
Sloan,
Brent Bolin and Boots and Sloan. Yeah.
Yep.
Them fellas are just in Houston, I think, watching the Bear show the other day. Flew up real fast.
Brad Hook says the length of spine was the main difference between Double Stuff and Double. I would imagine Double Vision was shorter spine. I don't know how that worked.
Brad would definitely know.
Mm-hmm. What do we got range and weights here?
Well, this first class is shorty, so 1,000 to 1,095, 100-pound range.
Oh.
Red Rocky was the sire to the reserve Hereford.
Double Stuff was the shortest spine.
Double Stuff was shorter spine?
Yeah.
I could see that.
Seemed like they were always, the stuffs were a little bit more consistent, the ones I've saw, but the best vision would be a dominant factor.
Doesn't always cooperate with the young lady. You don't always get the very best view of it in terms of how he wants to stand or get put together.
Those bulls, like right now in the Shorthorn breed, you would have a little better understanding than I would. I mean, like, are those bulls still sitting there 2 or 3 generations back or not?
No, not really. No.
Really?
No.
And why is that?
I don't know. They just, the breeding cattle deal kind of separated itself from the show steer deal back in the day, and
them bulls fell more show steer looking than.
Yeah.
And they were still registered Shorthorns, though.
Yeah, they were registered Shorthorns, but there was like a separation during the John Sullivan, Cyclone Trace.
Yeah.
Those days, they started picking them a little more. You know, that's when we went huge-bodied and flatter muscle.
Yeah.
And those bulls weren't that away.
Didn't have as much gas probably in them. And, I thought Perfection in the stud looked awesome for Shorthorn marked ones the other day. I mean, that bull's back. He is huge square backed. And actually, what I thought was unique about him is he's pretty good size, really.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a little bull. I think in the right situation, he can maybe make him a pinch, moderate. But, I mean, he himself is a good-sized bull.
Good-sized bull, yeah.
But you better like muscle because he's got a lot of it. And handles it well. It's very square.
And, that bull, Perfection, has been sure good on a national level for the Shorthorn breed in terms of increase in popularity. And
I think that's the big thing I came to, I've been to the stud twice this spring. And I told you the first time, I was like, I thought bulls look good. But really what it comes down to is that all these things have pieces that you would like to make better. And they all have pieces that you'd want to use, and so it just really comes down to what you need, and you're going to have to just tie into that and use it.
To take you to the next level.
Yeah, that's right. Then you could be a top-tier breeder.
And it's really a lot like going to Vegas and hitting the slot machine.
That's a very, what I would call, futuristic juvenile Shorthorns in this class of 6. We're going to talk 6 head so we don't leave anybody out. The calf that we felt we would, odds-on consensus that we felt was the easiest to build on is the predominantly red steer that starts this class. Beautiful chested, nice and extended up through his front. I'd like to widen his skull just a little. I mean, he is good looking to be sure. What's so deceptive about this steer, he's so good from hooks to pins. He's got some stout there to be sure. Usually when they're that pretty, they're just pretty and don't have enough power to go with it. I think the one to build on is this one. He's a steer that is just a little stouter and a little quicker in his hock when he goes in motion than we think is quite acceptable. But we're going to gamble on this steer. You keep putting feed in front of him, that's the steer we're going to build on. The calf that comes in second, my first thought was maybe we would start with this steer just so that I love his center body so much. But as I compare him at this lightweight stage of his career and so much pounds we got to put on him, I question his freshness from the top of his crest down into his throat latch and down into his chest. Not today, but as he goes forward. I prefer him in his rib shape back into his flank, and Brock does too. I don't think maybe he's any more comfortable going than the one that goes out. Like to relax him in his tailhead. 2 outstanding steers, a little different in type and kind. Then we come out with a steer that's somewhat stylish, like the steer that wins the class, not quite as profound and good right on the back side of his shoulder. We got to give him a little more power there. He gets just a little flat rib compared to the 2 above him. Pretty nice neck, pretty good chested, pretty good from hooks to pins. Like to make a little more cow power right coming out of the backside of that shoulder. The white calf that come out, when this steer hit the ring, I told Brock, I said, there's a powerful steer, and he is. I would like to pick him up in his pin set. I'd like to make him a little more free going off those back 2. Want to drop him down in his flank. Hooks to pins probably is the most prominent thing that we see about that calf we'd certainly like to pick up. But going forward, he could be one of those calves that this young lady comes back and says, hey, you were wrong on my calf. That calf got really good, and he is good. He's got some really good pieces. I want to pick him up in his pins and drop him down in his flank. This calf here has got a real nice set to his hind leg. He's got a little bit of a toe problem on both ends. Just needs a good hoof trimming, make him be a little more comfortable when he goes. Want to pull him down in his tail head just a little. Want to drop him down in his twist. Good cattle. You can see what I can see as he stands there. He's starting to hint to getting just a little straight on that front end. Love the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. Big old proud hip in that calf. And then a calf that comes out here to end up the class just gets a little flatter in his overall kind. I want to give a little more true shape, and a little more true muscle, a little more explosion to his rib, just a tick more bone as he goes away. But a really nice class, a really young, juvenile, futuristic cattle in this class.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, your Shorthorn Market Steers, Peyton Lynn from Frontier FFA, followed by Molly Rowe from Jay. Your third place, Jarrett Carter from Stonewall. Fourth, Taya Bradley from Weber Falls. Fifth, Sarah Christian from Stonewall. And sixth, Lily Weich from Stonewall FFA.
Class 2 entering the ring on the Shorthorn Steers. This will be Cortez if he wants to get to the right page.
Class 2 Shorthorns. Get my glasses here. Abby Helmke from Fox FFA. Michaela Kritz from Walters FFA. Abby Scott from Strothers FFA. Jackson Nichols, Sealy 4-H. Emily Schellenberg from Lomega FFA. Carter Chambers from Alex FFA. Kebden Colby from Laverne FFA. Griffin Lewis from Morrison FFA. Sadie Weaver from Kashan FFA. Kyler Sylvester from Kashan FFA. And Leah Dickens from Hennessy FFA.
Did you say Kashan? Isn't that Cashin? Kashan FFA.
Cribs, Krebs, Cashin, Cashin. Think Chick-fil-A. Think
hey,
Cribs.
what about let's talk about show steer things. What is next in the world of show steer? Like, where are we headed?
I don't know. I think maybe more consistently over 1,400 pounds.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that. And I mean, obviously the industry's been over 1,400 pounds for a while now, really. I mean, when it comes to fed cattle, but from a show steer side of the deal, like, it seems like on the market steers, I guess my question is like, we get to a point in the show steer side where it's like 2 or 3 bulls dominate for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like a switch. And then another 2 or 3 bulls. That's what I mean, are we moving to a point where, like, you know, the kind of cattle we're after is going to change the bull selection pressure that we're going to do in the next 3 or 4 years? Or do you think the bulls we've got at our disposal are still doing what we need to do weight-wise, and we're just going to make them a pinch older and go that way?
It sure seems like right now we're still in a here I am.
Yep.
It's still dominant in the North Country. In God We Trust, and derivatives are sure popular in the South Country. And
well, we had that conversation the other day. You know, when I was in school down there, and you went to Fort Worth, the crossbreds at Fort Worth were majority black.
Mm-hmm.
The crossbreds at Fort Worth this year were majority color, probably, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there was sure more silver and yellow than there was black. I mean, just calling a spade a spade.
Yep.
And it just seems like when you got more of the Charolais built cattle versus the black, more key built cattle, it's it's hard to jump types and kinds because they are built normally a little bit different.
You're talking about your eye adjustment, like going back and forth between colored and black ones?
Letting a black one win, sticking a silver one in, using another black one. It just seemed like there was a lot of those classes, not in all of them. I guess the champion steer, champion steer at Fort Worth was that an American? No, right?
What were you? Yeah, champion steer Fort Worth was an American. Yes,
was an American, and then the reserve was a yellow one. So, I guess what I'm saying is, in the crossbreds,
but even the champion American was a smoke color.
Yeah,
one.
Was smoke. I mean, both of them were colored, but the reserve cross was a black.
Yeah.
But to me, it's kind of once you start using a silver and yellow, it just seemed like there was a lot of those classes. They'd go 3 or 4 deep and then switch over. How about that?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate these kids as they exit the ring today. Tremendous job.
You're fine. These cattle are pretty consistent in weight, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they really are. A little tougher class to put together. Wonder what that one in second weighs there. He looks a little heavier than those steers on both sides of him. $11.39.
Honestly, that calf, second from the end, proportion's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You guys don't get many. I mean, those American bulls, they kind of stay in the South, don't they?
We've had a few of them. We had a bull up there of Glenn Martin's and Skip Adams. Yep. We actually had a buddy of Brian McKay's. McKay had to come up one day, and he bought a full-blood Brahmin.
Who did?
Brian McKay did.
McKay did? Mm-hmm. Where from?
From Texas.
A purebred Brahmin bull?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah. Just he was up for the weekend, and he dropped him off there. We collected him on a Friday, and then they take him back home.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, he's pretty gentle. Yeah, it's the first time we've ever had one of those. Boy, I tell you, lately the Scottish Highlander and all that stuff like that has been the mini Herefords, mini Highlanders, just the regular Scottish Highlanders. Boy, those little breeds are really catching on. Boy, that is a chunky, stout little calf there. That's fourth there now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, just like square and short back, stout. Maybe just could be a little looser hinged out of his hip, but I mean, he is square and round. Body shape is bold. Did you ask Todd about that calf?
No. Oh, that was. I bet you that's raised by Carrie Lawrence. That's why Carrie Lawrence was here. Might have to go down and investigate that. That boy's calf right there. He, but these are weighing like in the 11s.
We got a nice class of Shorthorn steers here.
All right, here we go.
It's pretty easy that this red calf goes ahead and starts off the class. And I will say, I know you don't want to start off saying something negative. I would like to change this calf structure ever so slightly. With that being said, I thought he was the highest quality individual in this class by quite some margin. Shoulders back, man, that thing's just really nice. We love him through his forerib and his flank. Get him behind him. He's got a ton of power. I like the set to his rear wheels. When you set him into motion, he's probably a little straight off them front two. Like I said, if we could change that about him, that's an awful nice calf. It's an awful nice calf anyways. Just would like to tweak that about him. Now the decision in 2 and 3, that came when you get in here and study these things. This calf in second's got a lot of power. I would like to drop him down through his flank, maybe see him a little more mature through his forerib and through his flank. But when you get in behind him, this calf's got a lot of power. You set him into motion. I think he does so more functional than the calf that comes in here in third. And the calf in third, maybe from the stands you're thinking, why does that one stand in third? And the reason is, he's pretty straight through his front third, or his front two rather. He toes out pretty good. You set him into motion. What's even more concerning than his front two is his rear two. He bows out pretty bad on them hind two, and you set him into motion. He's walking on the outside of that hoof wall, and for that reason it was unacceptable in our opinion. We slide him down into third. If you want to tie to that one because he's got a lot of muscle or whatever, that's fine. We just thought his structure needed to be definitely better. Then the calf that comes next is one that's got a really cool look from the profile. He balances up very nicely. However, you get off to a 3/4 view of this one, he's plenty flat. We'd like to see him with a little more expression, a little more boldness on the top side of his skeleton, and keep that down all the way down to a wide base width. Now the white steer that comes next is one that probably is better than the calf in front of him in terms of a muscularity standpoint, but he wasn't good enough on either end of his structure for Dad and I. He's a little straight off them fronts, plenty straight off the rear too. If you could loosen him up off of both ends of his structure, you could probably slide him up a few spots, but for today he needs to be fifth. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a great class.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, your Shorthorn Market Steers, McKaylee Chris from Walters 4-H, followed by Abby Helmke from Fox. Third, Carter Chambers from Alec FFA. Fourth, Emily Schellenberg from Lomega. Fifth, Jackson Nichols from Sealing. Sixth place, Sadie Weaver from Cashin. Seventh place, Abby Scott from ninth place, Leah Dickens from Hennessy. 10th, Kyler Sylvester from Cashin. We'll now have Class 3.
Shorthorn, market steers in the show ring.
We got 6 classes. Shorthorns is Class 3.
Yeah, so coming in, Eden Jabowski from Broken Arrow FFA. Rance Ridling from Sentinel at 4-H. Hudson Prater from Tuttle 4-H. Kip Pettigrew from Yukon FFA. J.D. Garrett from Amber Pocasset 4-H. Ella Fesmeyer from Timberlake FFA. Hudson Cooper from El Reno 4-H. Emma Haken from Morrison FFA. And Kel Graver from Lexington FFA. These cattle range from 1,200 to 1,259, so pretty tight class in terms of, what's it called, weight.
As Oklahoma grows, we want to grow with it, and the opportunities from serving part-time in the Oklahoma Army National Guard are perfect for that. Our service provides money for school so we can be ready for a new career or improve our current. We learn valuable teamwork skills and get hands-on experience with some of the latest tech. And we also help the communities we live in recover whenever they are in need. Our services keep Oklahoma and ourselves moving forward. Learn more at nationalguard.com/OK.
A lot has changed since P&K went into the Johnny business. One thing that hasn't changed is our efforts to provide unsurpassed customer support at all times. We deliver great sales, parts, service, and technology solutions with honesty and a sense of urgency. As we look to the future,
all right.
we will continue to keep customers at the forefront of all we do because it matters. Our customers matter.
Yeah, I think this is the most classes we're going to see in a breed all day.
And the Shorthorns, really. Oh, 61 on record. Yeah, that's wild. These cattle, I didn't catch them perfectly walking in, but it looks like we've got maybe a little deeper class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Little stouter set.
Thanks, you're heavier.
What is new? Let's talk about sex semen. What is new in the world of sex semen right now at the Bullstead?
As far as?
Just consistency, predictability, conception rates.
Yeah. No, I'd say it's going out the door more this year than it ever has.
But we don't probably see popular bulls being priced at a rate where you can just AI to it. Probably not so much, huh?
I would say we got a lot of bulls that are selling for $150 to $250 a unit. And I think there's a lot of people that are buying it to put it in cows and just AI.
Really?
I think even at $250, it is worth it to them. If they can be 70% conception with it, they can pencil that to control their sexes of their calf crop. It is worth that to them financially.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're from the state of Ohio and you got a club calf sale and you've only got 30 head of cows, if you can ensure you have all male Here I Am bull calves or all male, something to sell in your show steer sale, it's worth a lot of dollars to make sure to guarantee your sex, or not guarantee, but control your sex of your calf.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, I see that at home where, like, there's cows where, like we run our own bulls that we promote and sell semen on. So it's like I use those bulls. But at the same time, I mean, pretty much all my natural bred calves to this point this year have been bulls.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, the only heifers I've had are ones that we've sexed and made from an embryo standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Which you don't realize how much you can control your calf crop until you look at it on paper, and we're at like 70% heifers, and last year we were at like 10% heifers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep, no doubt.
But there's not a real, is there a real consistent go-to club calf bull that's priced at the point right now where a guy can just AI cows to him?
Yeah, I mean, like Chosen One and Tricked Out and some of those type of bulls.
What about like, are they making sex semen like on some of those In God We Trust derivatives that reasonable to a point where a guy can use it or not?
I don't know of any on that.
Mhm.
You know, I tell you, like Van Hove would have semen on You Good to Go, and Hereford good, and they're reasonable. And then
what was Blaine's In God's Son that he was using, or that he promotes? Next Man Up.
Next Man Up.
Do they make sex semen on him?
Yeah, I think they're out right now, but they're trying to get that bull that way.
What's the fertility differences that you see, like on bulls relative to breed or things like that?
I just think it depends on more of the bloodline, you know. Just seems like different bulls in each breed are have more motility, and semen quality seems to follow bloodlines more than breeds, probably.
Right.
Yeah. It used to be, 20, 30 years ago, Mother Nature kind of took care of itself, because if bulls had poor fertility and your bulls didn't breed the cows up, we cut their heads off. Now, if a bull's got average quality semen, but they have either a unique mathematical number set to them, or a unique quality in terms of their build and type and kind, we find a way to get some semen quality or some semen out of them, and just continue to manifest the problem a little bit at times. It's really a stout white calf right here in front of us.
Yeah.
Is this class 3?
Class 3.
1259.
This class, he puts together the right kind of composition in terms of leanness, freshness at top. He's explosive in his rack over his loin edge. He's considerably better in terms of the rear third of his body, squareness of hip, width of pins, correctness on his hind legs, and his proportionality on his side in terms of his underline and his chest compared to the sheep that we use in second. And he's more softer in his flank. Just a really, really good sheep. He's got a lot of practical things about him. We'd like for him to be a notch more aggressive when he gets out and moves, and just let him travel a little longer in terms of his stride. The sheep in second does that, perhaps a nickel better. Sheep in second from his hip forward, there's a lot of things to like. That dude is burly through his chest. He's big in his forearm. He's monstrous over his rack. Excellent turn to his rib. I wish we could square him up in terms of his rear third. I wish we could drop him in his flank, or maybe tuck him in his chest just a little bit, make him a notch more proportional.
Yeah, a lot of different things to sort through here in this class.
That's an awesome sheep that we're being awful grateful of.
Yeah. Well, I think you better figure out what kind you want, because there's a couple different makes out there.
Makes and colors and a little bit of everything.
There's some things in terms of his balance, in terms of his skeleton you'd like to use and appreciate. For sure, he's a quality sheep. He's just a little past where he needs to be. From a finish standpoint, we need to make that sheep leaner. If we're going to use him higher, that's really all that's wrong with him in this particular class. He's just a little past ideal from a finish standpoint. Just a good meat and potato sheep that comes forward. Good build, stout at the ground, muscular, shapely, lean.
Boy, Nebraska looks like they got some weather last night.
Yeah, it does look bad. Part of that went into Iowa too, I think.
Again, we recognize and reward these sheep. Their compositionally are a little better in terms of being trim, in terms of keeping them free of fat. That sheep's a little plain necked. He's a little deep chested. Just doesn't have the balance and symmetry of those sheep that we're talking about.
Plant says that he questions our choice on the root beer float.
Who did?
Plant says he questions our choices on the root beer float.
Can never question a root beer float.
No, I don't. It seems pretty easy.
Holy buckets. Boy, I hope they get the plows out today and tomorrow.
We're going to get stuck?
That's in,
Holy mac,
that's in Wisner, right there by Norfolk.
And the result of our fourth class, a Hampshire purchase over Cox from LG.
If I get stuck in Oklahoma, my wife's going to kill me.
Yeah.
Oklahoma Union.
You didn't get any snow at home, did you?
No, we didn't.
Boy, we have been, I say fortunate. It won't be fortunate if we don't get rain here in April and May, but we have really not had much snow in South Dakota this year.
Yeah, no, I don't know. We were maybe covered up for 2 weeks, but I mean, not much past that, and that's unheard of, really, for us. Especially where I live, it seems like you get north of 90, and we've always got snow. Now I know, like Dustin and Gina up north, they got it early, like Thanksgiving time frame.
Yep.
Kept right there, square backed, ain't he?
That's that one that was
Big
just
up
over
high.
here. Yeah.
Wheels look good. I bet there's some In God We Trust bringing you some Shorthorns.
Yeah. Yep. White In God We Trust, son. Calf's got just a little bit of a short tail.
Yeah, throws him off just a nickel. But his hip is square. I mean, like his hip and pin set and tail head, it all fits into him stinking nice. And his body shape cylinder.
He picks them up and sets them down pretty.
Makes a lot of sense in terms of that switch. Who we get? Brock this round?
So before I taught this class, I asked Brock, I said, hey, is conundrum a word? I thought it was, and he said it was, so I'm going to use it in this class. Just, I guess, to sound smart. We're a little bit of a conundrum in this class. It's simply because the steer that wins the class, we're good with that. We think he is the combination steer. You know, I once talked to a guy and he said, you know what, I don't like it when you say the word combination because I think it means you think a steer is plain, and I don't mean that at all. That steer's not plain. I mean, let me tell you what I meant when I say combination. He's real good footed, good angle to his hock. He's got some muscle in him. He fights the halter a little bit, causes him to look a little low from hooks to pins in his set when he goes in motion. Love him through his center body. Certainly fresh enough up in his front 1/3. Big footed, good angle to his pastern. Got some center width through his quarter, and he's got some width off of both ends of his skeletal. After that, it gets a little tough. I'm not going to lie to you in terms of we kind of just judge per standing, if you will. The red steer that goes second in this class, he's not as good behind his shoulders as what we like him, and he's got a little shoulder. He's got a ton of muscle in him, and with that muscle he possesses, he just goes in motion better than some we're going to talk about here in a second. Really extended up through his front 1/3. Am I going to stand out here and try and convince you that he's as good behind his shoulders as we think he should be? I'm not going to do that because you're good cattlemen on the other side. I would like to change him there. I do admire this steer for the muscle mass he has and still can go relatively well. The white steer that stands in the 3rd hole, doggone it, I wanted that calf to be different on his wheels, on both ends of his skeleton. He gets a little straight on his front 2, specifically straight on his back 2. That's a good looking rascal. When the young man gets his top down, you know, he looks just a little high loin there. And he's got a lot of muscle. He possesses a lot of product under the hide, and that part's good. His belly's good. We just got to change his running gear off of both ends to get him any higher. If he was good on his running gear, he definitely would go second in this class. This is a calf here that I apologize to this young man for in terms of standing still I told Brock, I said, I'm not sure that calf don't start the class. And then you put him in motion, and we didn't get to see him in motion very often. He just fighting the whole system. I think he's a little straight off both ends like the white one that precedes him. But as a result, he wants to camp up and roll over in his top. He gets a little tighter in his spine. Boy, when he's standing still and he gets him parked like right there. But you can tell even there, he's a little straight fronted. He sits a little forward in that front knee. That's a high quality calf to be sure. Really, really nice calf. And then the predominantly red roan calf, we'll call him. He's a little further along in his condition, probably a little past. He's got a little extra rind on him. It's kind of all went to the front end, to his neck and chest. I'd like to redistribute the wealth, if you will, even though I don't believe in that. But in that part of it, I love him through his center body, pretty good from hooks to pins. I'd like to actually lean him up just a little, make him a little fresher in his front 1/3.
Your Class 3 of your Shorthorn Market Steers. Congratulations to your class winner, Cale Garver from Lexington, FFA. Followed by Ella Fessmeyer from Timberlake, FFA. Third, Rance Riddling from the Sentinel 4-H. Fourth, Kit Pettigrew from Yukon, FFA. Fifth, Hudson Cooper from El Reno. Sixth place, Hudson Prater from Tuttle. Seventh place, Emma Haken from Morrison, FFA. Your eighth place, J.D. Garrett from Amber Pocasset. And your ninth, Eden Jakubowski from Broken Arrow, FFA.
All right, here we go, Thompson. Class 4. Year round.
Class 4. All right. We don't have a middleweight this time because we got an even number, Josh.
Well, this is the first of the two middles.
Oh, okay. All right. Class 4. Natalie. Oh, boy. How do you pronounce that?
Stajaskal.
Striscoll. Stillwater FFA. Excellent Sierra from Hollis FFA. Graceland McClure, Chickasha FFA. Grady Smith from Moreland FFA. Gracie Whitman from Osage County 4-H. David Workman from Stonewall 4-H. Maddox Shout, Piedmont FFA. Olivia Seaman from Waynoka FFA. Winoka FFA. Delaney Troyer from Mayes County 4-H. And Mackenzie Kirkhart from Elmore City Pernal FFA.
Got a range from 1270 to 1350.
Ladies and gentlemen, this congratulations to the peers as they exit the ring at this time.
We got is it a shout boy this time?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. He must be right underneath of us right here.
Hey, he's got a roller steer.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Yep.
We got one more breed after this one, or two?
We got 2 more classes of Shorthorns. And then we've got 5 classes of Simmentals. And 1, 2, 3, 4 classes of AOBs. 10 classes.
You know, you ever watched, there's a movie that's got Robert Redford in it. It's called Spy Games. You ever seen that movie? In it, they run an operation called Operation Dinner Out. Okay. I think this is going to be Operation Dinner In.
You think it's going to be that late?
Well, we're talking about another 100 calves.
Yep. 10 classes. What are we on here for classes today, you think?
Like total classes sorted?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. We've probably seen 250 steers, though. Dang close to it.
Charleston's is open late, though.
34.
They're open to 9 or 10.
50 is 84.
I bet Blake's dad, Todd Kennedy, has got underground eating hookups that we could eat after hours at. Brock just got done handling.
Yeah, so we've seen 210 steers through the ring, basically.
So we're 2/3 done.
And we've got... No, dude, we're not 2/3 done. We're not even half done. There's 560 head. We've seen 210.
No. For today, I bet you we're.
Oh, well, there's
done.
probably 2/3 done. But there's 176 crossbreds. So on 560, that makes it 380 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Pretty close, I guess, to that. And I think both Bob and Brock have been moving very efficiently.
Pretty good.
It's not one of them deals where it's been dragging. It's just, there's been some decisions to make. And honestly, those decisions that they took time on, those classes in particular, like that one class of Keys, the one class of Shars, the Maine-Anjou class that had some heat in it. I mean, those classes really, they could decide the final outcome of the show.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in that particular step or set, I mean, you probably need to take just a nickel more time and make sure that you're doing exactly how you want to, because it's going to be one of them deals where it could affect you.
Yeah, when there's four head that are very, very good, they slow right down. But if there's 5 head in the class and they think it's a placeable class, they rock and roll just as fast.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, here they come around. And they get to see them a little bit now.
Right. This ring is interesting because, if you had an Angus, you draw a completely turned over ring at the beginning of the day.
Yep.
You can get away with some things.
Nice and soft.
You get to this part of the day, by the time them Simmental show, that ground's going to be rock hard.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
And things that are little are going to be quite a bit bigger.
This Shorthorn steer shouts is sure nice.
Mm-hmm. They got him dressed pretty nice, too, don't they? Whoop. Come on, get that thing.
Boy.
Uh-oh, now we got 2 loose.
This one really didn't get away. That other one just ran between the boy
and
the
caused them to get loose. Looks like we got him hemmed up now.
What's the weight on this class? 1270 to 1349. Starting to pull a few.
What do you see out there? Yeah, Shelt's calf looks good from this angle, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Calf in the lead looks pretty good too.
Oh, that calf that got away, the young lady second to last, that one looks nice.
The color of the steer on the end reminds me of an In God We Trust looking deal, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of almost like a copper color, not necessarily a red.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that young lady steer that she had to collect back, that calf looks good.
Yep. Gonna give these a walk.
1, 2, 3. You're gonna walk 6 of them, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What's the ground I got left?
Yeah,
they shake out a little bit, moving.
Kind of like the last class. I think there's just some different things you could do here. Just a little more variance in terms of frame and
variance. There's a word we hadn't used today.
Variance. Hey, could be another conundrum.
Could confound the decision.
Could, yep.
Miles' calf, he looks like he could be a perfection.
Mm-hmm.
Calf's punchy. You were talking about Shorthorn colors earlier. What is the ideal Shorthorn color?
I think it's strawberry roan.
Really?
No redneck.
So like these cattle that are kind of like this color with the white legs.
Yeah, like a strawberry roan would be that color.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
shout
I know
calf,
that.
just a little more roan colored.
Mm-hmm.
And then the red and whites, and then the ones that got a red neck roan, but the rest of them are kind of white with flicks.
You don't see a whole lot of those cattle.
A few, yeah. There's, I don't know. It seems like you see a little bit of everything. And then you got the solid white derivative.
Mm-hmm.
Require more purple soap.
You're not on game for the purple soap.
I had one Charolais heifer. We showed one Charolais in my son's show career, and it was I got all the respect for
enough for the rest of
people
your
that
life not to
show
have to show Charolais cattle.
Charolais,
White cattle
in general. That is a beast to tackle. Yep. Bobby wants that gal that her calf got away. He wants to get her out there and get him square in line to get a look at him. This will be interesting what they do here. Got the two heavy muscled ones in first and second right now. Then they got the big framed one in the third hole. Then a real good looking one that probably doesn't have as much muscle. Yep, he's going to move the shout calf to first and bring that red and white one in second.
Is he going to flip 3 and 4, you think? Or stay committed?
I think they're satisfied there.
Sounds like a little thunder. Is there a storm rolling in, I think? Oklahoma could use some rain.
It was blowing hard enough to blow one up this morning. Here's Brock.
We had some challenge here in this Shorthorn class, and to me there's some give and take. And the steer that we start the class off with is one that from the side is just patterned really nice. We love his balance. We love his symmetry. He set him into motion, and of the initial 4, we thought he did that the best. He's adequate in terms of power. He's definitely not blown apart in terms of his skeleton. I would like to see him with a little more genuine width from his shoulders all the way to his base width, but that's one that balances very well. He gets out and travels really well. We'd maybe like to neaten him up through that front 1/3 ever so slightly, but a good place to start in this particular class. Calf that comes in second, standing here, I'd say that's the one we'd like to gravitate to. That thing's got a killer look when he's parked. It's when you get him into motion where he comes into second, and he comes into second strictly from a quality standpoint, because when you do set him into motion, he struggles off of both ends. He's pretty tight up in through his spine, and therefore he's pretty short-strided off of both ends. If we could change that about this calf, he wins the class and he becomes a threat for the Shorthorn breed, but I don't think he moves quite good enough for that to happen. The calf that comes into third, the third, fourth, and fifth place steers all offer some differences in terms of type and kind. I think the red and white one here that comes next is one that's got more depth. He's got more true power to him when you get in behind him. He's a little stilty, a little straight off of both ends, and the calf that probably cuts up into his flank ever so slightly, but that's one that's got more power than the 2 that come in behind him. Now, the 2 that come next, they're 2 that are very good in their own right. I thought the calf that comes fourth here is one that balances very well from the side. He's one that's got a big old back on him as well. When you set him into motion, much like the calf that gets second, he's pretty tight up in through his spine. We need to loosen him up there to get him to go a little easier. And then if we do, I think this class becomes a little more interesting. The red calf that rounds off this top 5 is one that's really good looking from the side, and that's about where it ends with him. You set him into motion. We'd like to see him a little looser off that front wheel. You get him going, he's just a little straight there, and then you get off to a 3/4 view of this one. He's pretty flat made through his body, pretty flat made through his muscle pattern. If we could give him a little more expression, a little more boldness, that calf probably slides up a few spots, but a very competitive class of Shorthorn steers.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner, Shorthorn Market Steers, Maddox Shout from Piedmont FFA, followed by Graceland McClure from Chickasha. Third, Olivia Seaman from Winoka. Fourth, Delaney Troyer from Mays County 4-H. Fifth, Jackson Whitman from Osage County. Sixth, Mackenzie Kirkhart from Elmore City. Seventh, Grady Smith from Moreland. Eighth, David Wortman from Stonewall. 9th, Zylan Sierra from Hollis. 10th, Natalie Steskill from Stillwater FFA. We now have Class 5 about to make their way in the show ring. Class 5.
All right. Class 5 here, coming in the ring, starting at 1350. First one in the ring is Colin Nelson, Amber Pocasset, 4-H, 1350. Lydia Bullard, Durant FFA with 1354 calf. Colton Stennert from Garber FFA, 1359. Strand Stacy, Rogers County Young Stowe, I guess, 1359. Presley Cox, Perkins 4-H with her calf weighing 1381. Kyle Rule from Stillwater FFA, his calf weighs 1388. Kylie Callis, Minko 4-H weighing 1389. Michaela Westbrook, Medill FFA with his calf weighing, or her calf weighing 1390. Hagen Hambrick from Bennington FFA, calf weighs 1390. Paxton Mallory from Guthrie FFA, calf weighs 1397. And Stetson Hall from Anadarko 4-H, calf that weighs 1399. Oh, wait a minute. Legend Cooper from Caddo County 4-H weighing 1399. Hudson Carter from Stratford 4-H weighing 1399. And Legend Melton from Warner 4-H weighing 1399. Got a big class ranging from 1350 to 1400. Still got one more class of heavies after this one. Sure looks like we've got quite a few in here the way the class is broke. Got quite a few ringside up there, don't we?
Yep. Oh, is that, did you say Hudson?
Yeah, Carter's little boy's in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Brett Carter, big
Callis'
Shorthorn
kid.
enthusiast. Main breeder, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was wondering. I seen Gerald Buck over there, and what are we're weighing 1350 to 1399. This one of Callis is right ahead of us here. He's a big burly calf.
Yeah. This class is pretty good, it looked like, coming in. Just glancing up and down, reading names. Classes like this, and I'm not saying it's wrong, but with them guys kind of handling from opposite ends, you know, kind of catch them cattle differently. John's boy's other calf's in this class.
In this class?
Yeah, he's the leadoff calf.
That's the one down there. What's that calf weigh?
For 1350.
Oh, he is that big. Huh.
Yeah, honestly, what kind of stunk, it broke.
Right.
1349.
A lot of fun to sort through, and I think it gets to a top trio of sheep that are built extra good, sheep that have tremendous balance, and look about them. They're sheep you like from their silhouette and the way their pieces fit together. They're sheep that are fresh enough. They're sheep that are good on their skeleton. You get them in here and you start to study them and pick them apart. You get them on the three-quarter view and get your hands on them. This sheep at first separates himself. He's the most explosive in his rack. He's the sheep that's the biggest through his upper hip. He's not the most width in his pins. He's a sheep that balances well. In fact, he probably drives a little too hard. And the young man, he wants to break in his loin. They're ever so slightly. We might fix that. He's not the hugest in terms of his bone work. There's probably sheep that stand behind him. They got more real substance of bone. He's plenty adequate. I think it's his three-quarter view. I think it's his hand.
I think Griner's settling down over there.
That gets him over our sheep in second. The sheep in
Cattle-wise.
second is beautiful in his makeup. The sheep is really, really proportional. His lines are awesome. gives you a stout look. He's ultra fresh, extremely well presented. Sheep we just like to give a notch more shape to. For me, as you study him right behind his shoulder, you study him through his hip and stifle. He's just not as explosive. I'd square him up. I give him just a little more oomph, a little more fullness when I get my hands on him. The sheep in third's awfully good as well. He's big at the ground. He's very, very proportional.
Now, this is a big class here. It's one of the biggest classes we've had all day.
Way more balance and way more look. He's a little bit shorter neck. He's a little thicker in terms of his neck. When you get right behind him through his upper hip and his pin set, there's not as much mass. There's not as much hind saddle, total product and punch compared to the first two. But that's a really good sheep we're being ultra critical of. The sheep that comes in fourth, that's a good one too. From a terminal standpoint, this sheep's as good as any in the class in terms of shape, muscularity, mass, substance, muscle expression. Unfortunately, he's a little rounder and bulkier in the shoulder. He's not as fancy in terms of his silhouette. Just a good sheep, though. It's really fresh, really terminal in terms of his merit. Young man's done a great job with him. The sheep that fits a little on the other end of the spectrum. He's really nice balance, awesome in his lines. Probably follows the type and kind of our top trio just a little bit better than the sheep in fourth, at least in terms of the way he's constructed. Unfortunately, this sheep just gets outmassed. He's not manly enough. He doesn't have enough punch, enough power, enough dimension, and total product to run with those top four. But an awfully good sheep in his own right. Really fresh, really good in his lines, ultra cool in terms of his balance. Congratulations to all these young people. Very competitive class.
Quite a few Maine-Anjou enthusiasts showing Shorthorns. Very interested in the Shorthorns.
Second, J.C. Allen, Canoe.
What'd you say?
Said quite a few Maine-Anjou enthusiasts watching the Shorthorn division.
Yeah.
In fifth position, Haston Jones, Hulse Valley.
Yeah, SL Kraft is up there ringside. John Griswold, Gerald Buck. Yeah, it's Maine-Anjou Central.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. We're going to get to see these things move. This class has got some numbers in it.
We're now ready for a sixth and final class of Hampshire Weathers. Again, we need first through 8 in the hold and be ready for the sale order. Have 9th and 10th back in the holding area in case they're needed.
Calf looks good.
Yeah.
I can't remember what he is.
He doesn't look that heavy from up here comparatively.
Well, he might have been trying to play a weight card there because Class 4 broke at 1349. He put him in at 1350, so he might have been trying to shoot for the heavy end of the middles. You know?
Yep.
He's like real good built though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like good looking, cylinder body, tall shoulder. They do start to look like they get a little bigger and denser though, don't they?
Yeah, for sure.
Learning to fly. Calluses is husky. Look up.
Yeah, I said that when he first come in.
Very husky. John Steers held his hair good. I saw him a couple weeks ago. They clipped him out, maxed him out for county fair. That red one's good too. Big old legs.
Well, I don't know. Another deal here where there is probably a handful of ways to go. One of Callus's looks really big out here.
Yeah, and his color pattern is strange. It makes his top look funky. You see that?
Yeah.
Like right there in behind his blade and like mid loin edge. Just looks kind of weird when
he was right in front of us, though. He had a big old
yeah,
square
his
back.
top's plenty square.
I still haven't seen. Oh, right there he is. That one of Hudson's.
I never saw a good look of him though.
Yeah,
Missed him
he's
when he
right
walked
there,
and
yeah.
whatnot.
He's got kind of a cool color pattern to him.
Yeah, he does. I agree with you. But that calf and like the lead calf, they're quite a bit different than Callus's calf. Like, those are different kinds of cattle. I wonder what Callus's steer is.
I don't know either.
I'll text him. Gray's calf's got the same situation we were talking about earlier. Just needs just a shot more hair.
Yeah.
From hock to dewclaw and changes that calf quite a bit.
No doubt. Got her down to 5.
Really, what's interesting is like 1 and 4 are similar, and 2 and 3 are similar to 5. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Grady steer and that calf in the lead, they're a little more of the same kind of cattle.
Boy, that one of Callus's, he's got the big flexible feeding legs.
Well, I don't know if he has really a structural advantage over the other cattle, but he is certainly bigger structure.
Yeah.
Like he is certainly denser. What's up, buddy? He was really upset with himself. Right here, though, the calf's like squareness of his hip and then hock to ground's real good.
Yeah, that's a good
Like
calf.
he's very true.
He's just a little more moderate. Just
Yeah,
a
for
little,
sure. Be curious to see like how Callus's calf and like these others kind of handle from behind. We don't get a great look at it, but just when they kind of turn the corner one split second.
This red calf here
He's good, yeah.
is pretty dang good, too.
Uh-huh. But he's similar image to the first one.
Very fresh. He's got a big square hip on him.
Maybe not as true hock to ground.
Hmm.
Hard to tell when he's turning the corner.
He can look pretty good at times, though. Very good.
It's good colored, too. Yeah.
Yeah, there just looks like if you brought calluses down here to the end, it'd be like evolution in terms of like mature. I mean, calluses
change of
just,
like bone and maturity and stuff.
Calluses just looks a shot. Not saying he's not fresh enough, but he just looks more mature.
Yeah,
and
he
just
does.
More man.
Mm-hmm. Just heavier duty.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is, though, is like there's such a line in which we have deemed acceptability of bone and foot and density, and you have to find that line. Because, like, there's not a single steer out there that's light-boned.
Light-boned, yeah.
There's differences in hair.
Hair quality.
And there's probably a pinch of difference in maturity.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there's no doubt about it. Do Nelsons, do they do their own clipping and stuff, or do they who do they get to do
I think Chappie helps them and stuff. Yeah.
Grady does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chad might have to get the silver Andes out and put the smooth clip on. We got one more heavyweight class, Shorthorns here. They're going to get these 5 thrown in line. Got Coach Carter up here behind us.
Brett. He's jumping around like he's nervous.
Yeah. That's ironic, Brett Carter giving showmanship lessons when he couldn't show a stick horse.
You ever seen him show? The last thing I think I saw him show was a bull on the hill in Denver.
Really?
Yeah. It's been a while ago.
He could fit one well back in the day. He brings that red steer in third to first. He brings the Nelson steer that was in fourth. He brings him down to third.
No, he brings the Nelson steer down, I think, to fifth.
He brings the red and white steer that was fifth up to third.
Leaves Grady where he was at, right?
Grady goes fourth and Nelson goes. They're looking for guidance from, Yep, they're going to leave Nelson fifth. All right,
here we go.
We definitely turned up the heat in the Coliseum here when we got to this class of Shorthorns. And the solid red steer that wins this class, man, we like this calf when he hit the ring. He's kind of crapped all over himself from his pin bone all the way up in the front of his loin, and we actually thought another calf slobbered on him, which is irrelevant to the quality of the calf. I'm just saying it takes away a little bit from his look, but that calf is really fresh to the touch. His front knee sits in him nice. I like the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. A lot of steer coming out of the backside of that shoulder. He's good from hooks to pins. Big old wide pin set on that calf, wide through the center of his quarter. Certainly got some width and dimensions off of both ends of his skeletal. We think he matches up good to some champion steers we've had out of some other breeds. Awesome steer here that comes second in this class. He isn't quite as fresh to the touch as the steer that wins the class, but certainly adequate. What doesn't make sense about this steer to us, and we think it's because he's just a little bit stubborn on the halter, his design and his hock down into his pastern, his foot size, it's all there. And so when we put him in motion at first, he was about 6 inches short of meeting his stride, and I actually missed it. Brock said, "Did you see that when he was down on the corner?" And he must have thought he was getting to leave the ring. And he said he made a complete fullness of stride, which we appreciate that about him. Awesome, awesome calf. I think both them, well, I admit to you, I don't think they're identical in like and type and kind, but I've never seen anything in a judging manual that says they have to be about like and kind, because if you think they are, you're the only one that's got an opinion on a certain type of cattle. So we admire this calf, love him through his center body. He's a bigger bodied cattle than the calf that wins this class. No one would need to tell me that. Good bone, well presented. Just wish he'd go a little better at the halter when he goes. This calf here, I only offer an apology when it's sincere, and I just couldn't tell what to think of this steer early on in the show. That calf is so, I mean, he commands, he screams at you when you put your hands on his top. There is so much of the high quality, high cut meat coming out of the back of that steer's shoulder. It just reaches up and grabs you when you grab a hold of his top. He's really good out in his hip. And like I said, we weren't about to ask a grown-up to lead him because we didn't think that would be fair to another exhibitor. I applaud. How about a round of applause for that young man for staying with it? It certainly puts me in the mind of having kids that showed and having a daughter that's out of it now when they were that size, and, you know, they can only keep that head so high, and the steer was fighting it just a little. I'm not making excuses for Brock and I think that calf is high quality. I wish we could have got to see him go in motion just a little better. Got granddaughters coming up. I'm sure we're going to deal with that coming down the road here fairly soon, but that's just part of life, and that'll all get better. This calf here, we really like the design of this calf. You can say, well, he's more type and kind of the steer that wins the class, and he is. We would like to see this calf go better out of his front two. He wants to paddle off his front two, but to be sure, so far we've talked 3, we're talking 4 cattle now, and they're 4 good rascals to be sure. This calf that comes out 5th in class, this roaned up calf, I guess, or spotted up calf, little taller kind, and he doesn't stand 5th because he's taller. He gets to be taller if he wants to be. I'd like to see a little more true shape down in his stifle, and we think he gets just a little straight in his hock when he goes in motion. Not bad. When we got 4 steers that go out above him that are this good, we certainly are going to call that out on that calf. We think that's an awesome calf. A little taller kind of cattle. We'd like to see him have a little more freedom and ease of movement coming out of that hock when he goes in motion.
Class 5 of your Shorthorn market steers, congratulations to your class winner, Stetson Hall from Anadarko 4-H, followed by Kylie Callis from Minko, your 3rd place, Legend Cooper, Caddo County, 4th, Colin Nelson from Amarillo-Pocasset in 5th place, Hudson Carter from Stratford, your 7th place, or 6th place, Hagen Hambrook from Bennington, 7th place, Legend Melton from Warner, 8th place, Paxton Mallory from Guthrie, 9th, Strand Stacy from Rogers County, 10th, Presley Cox from Perkins 4-H, 11th, Colton Steiner from Garber FFA, 12th place, Michaela Westbrook from Medill, 13th, Kyle Rule from Stillwater. 14th, Lydia Buller from Durant FFA. We now have Class 6 and your final class of Shorthorn market steers.
All right, last class of Shorthorns.
It's the Cribs class of Shorthorns.
The heavies.
The heavies. All right. My turn to read.
Your turn.
Melissa Ainslow from Silo FFA. Landry Fuss from Yale FFA. Brett Sturgeon from Cordell FFA. Leo Enlow from Sapulpa, Oklahoma, or FFA. Abby Scott from Struthers, FFA. Gunnar Warren from Cleveland County, FFA. Jade McPeak from Chakotah, FFA. Harlan Holman from Garber, FFA. Spencer Lewis from Silo, FFA. And Wyland Dishman from Porum, FFA. All right. I think that's Shane Sturgeon's girl there in the third hole. And then that'd be Landry Fuss. That would be Matt Fuss's son in second. Josh Enlow, Maine breeder from Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Leo, his son
Leo's
in fourth.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what's Griner on over there.
Hamps. I'm just guessing.
I think you're right, actually. Because will they show some sheep tomorrow? Will they show crosses tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so it's got to be. What do you think? Will we see a heater yet today? Seen some pretty nice
there's
ones.
been some pretty nice Simmentals come out of that division.
Mm-hmm. Actually, the champion semi last year was good, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He had some white on him, maybe. Splash of white. I think
I
he was
honestly
pretty good.
forget what he looked like, to be honest. I remember
I thought he was
Lockhart's
Coca
had
John's or
a
somebody.
champion semi 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I forget what the champion who had the champion semi last year. But there can sure be a good Simmental. Yeah, we got a ways to go yet.
A little bit, yeah.
Another big class. They're going to have to take quite a few Shorthorns to the sale.
Yeah, actually, the Shorthorns to this point have been the biggest breed by close to 20. Jeremy?
Yeah. So
20 had more. So I think like those bigger breeds are taking like, what, 8 or something?
Yeah.
So I bet
So
we
they
get
could-
close to 12.
12 head, yeah.
12 or 14. Which I wonder if that's historically different. I mean, the Shorthorns being
Yeah,
were they the
I think
biggest
there's
breed
always
last year?
quite a few, but I can't remember them being the biggest breed.
Hmm.
I think it just really fluctuates.
Yeah.
Right. Gonna take them for a walk. We We range in weight here. We get over 14. We get to 1412, all the way up to 1580. Big
Yeah,
boy.
little size, little size in here.
Boy, just from where we're sitting up here, boy, it's hard to see that much difference between that bus steer and that one that weighs 1580.
Yeah.
And maybe
What's
maybe
wild
it's
is that first calf. He's pretty big.
Yeah.
Size wise, but I mean, just probably obviously don't weigh up. Did a nice job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just hard to see how far off the ground they are from up here. I was basically saying that calf is probably more than likely over 1,600 at 1580.
Yeah. Well, I think that's probably obvious.
Yeah. Pretty sound 1,600-pound steer.
Grinder's on a mission over there. He's got his mic and he's ready to roll.
It's an incredibly good mare sheep to lead this class, and both of them are phenomenally good. Our estimation just got so much quality. I think they're close. There's some good intake. Both of them are tremendously good. As we talk about the sheep that we lead with, is just so complete and flawless. The pieces just fit together almost perfectly in terms of the way he balances, the way his neck comes out of his shoulder, his top line, his neatness right up there through the chest board, his shoulder, and you get him behind that sheep, and he's really opened up in terms of his rib cage. Super good in terms of his forehead, and right behind his shoulder, I think he's a nickel better than our sheep in second in terms of his boldness and roundness of body, in terms of the way he hooks up from his loin into his heel. Just a sheep that's really, really good in terms of...
Boy, another big class. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's good sized. Couple nice ones, though.
Brock's going to pull in the big boy.
That calf looks like it didn't got in his head. See it?
This one?
Yeah.
This red one?
Yeah.
I don't think you can get a red in God.
Can't?
I don't think so. I've never seen
probably
one.
not. So what bull would do that? You get a red, that's right?
I don't think so. I've never seen one. I've never seen one. I would say Red Rocky, Standout, Red Elephant.
Is Red Elephant an MAB?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got some sheep that are just past where they need to be from a composition standpoint. We've had that the last 2 or 3 classes. I think of the remaining 3 of sheep that are stout, muscular, fresh, and lean enough, the sheep that suits us best in terms of rib shape and in terms of practicalities. The sheep we got in third, he's a little more toned down than the sheep that we got coming in fourth. That sheep is really extended, a little extreme for me. Just like to tone him down a nickel, give him a notch more body, a notch more productive look in terms of his side view. The sheep that we got in fifth has got that look. Unfortunately, he's a little plainer, a little quicker in terms of his makeup, but he's very muscular. He's very carcass oriented.
Yep, he's going to walk. They're going to walk 5 of them.
Just like to fancy him up a little bit compared to those that stand ahead of him. Excellent class. Congratulations to all these young people. Give them a nice hand as we conclude the hand division.
Shorthorn deal is going to shape up pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And the results of the class number 6.
Oh.
First is Sadie Allen.
Brian Jones said it could be a how grade on a red shorty.
Hey, there you go.
Third, Tatum.
Singing outside the box.
The elusive heterozygous black bull.
Anderson from Greenwood. Fifth.
Hey, I think that's how they got Red White Delight.
Madison Hood from Keys. Seventh,
They say that bull looks good.
In 8th position, J.C. from Boise City. In 9th, Madison Wynn from
One of the 6 Little Red Sons out this year for 2025 spring breeding season. All right.
Well,
Still doing a little talking.
beef. So what's for dinner? You can get a red in God with a red Shorthorn. I have a couple. Hey, there you go.
I'm not saying it wasn't possible. I just have never seen one personally.
Thank you for those who have commented to correct Thompson in his mistake.
I've just never
I
seen one
appreciate the
personally.
help. Mark a point on the board for me.
I'm waiting for Jason. I'm waiting for DNA.
Oh shoot!
Fight it till the bitter end.
What do you like here? Oh, here we go.
Horn show, and we got some cattle that offer some differences in terms of type and kind, but one thing's for sure is the calf that we used to win the class. There was never a doubt in our minds when they hit the ring that this one had to go first. There he gives you a look there when he gets him parked. That thing's so balanced from the side. He's maybe got just a nickel of chest as you view him from the profile, but that's one that's so balanced in his lines. He's so good in his top line. He's huge back. When you put your hands on him, he meets you with a lot of red meat up on the top side of his skeleton. You set him into motion. From the side, I like the way he goes, especially when the young man just lets him walk. If he holds him up a little bit and he maybe gets a bit short-strided, would like to see that one just get out and go. Don't hold him back. Calf that comes in second is one that just got a ton of power. If you're looking for the muscular steering class, this would be him. Stop from the side. That calf gives you a good look. You set him into motion. As you can kind of see when he's standing here, he's plenty straight off them front two. You get him going, and he's also a little restricted off the back too. If we could neaten him up off both ends of his skeleton, we might have a different story in this class, but today he needs to go second. Calf that comes next here is one that gives you a cool look. We like his length and extension through his front third. He's deep and soft through his center body. We need to see him a little deeper and a little softer through his forerib and back into his flank. You set him into motion. He wants to get a little restricted on his hocks, but that's a really good steer here that comes third. The two steers that round off the top five, the two red ones, they definitely have their trade-offs. I think the calf that comes next, he's probably not as good behind his shoulder and into his forerib as the calf behind him, but when you set him into motion, he has the advantage as he hits his holes a little better than the calf that comes next. The calf that comes fifth is one that's probably got more spread. He's got more top. He's got more shape. You set him into motion, that's where he faults with us. He's got a little bit of chest, and he's restricted off both ends. If we can tidy those things up, then maybe he passes that calf in front of him. But a really good class of Shorthorn steers. Be interested to bring them back out for the Grand Drive.
Congratulations to your Class 6 winner on your Shorthorn Market Steers, Landry Fuss from the Yale FFA, followed by Brett Sturgeon from Cordell 4-H. Third, Jade McPeak from Shakota. Fourth, Leo Enlow from Sapulpa. Fifth, Melissa Ansel from Silo. Sixth place, Harley Holman from Garber FFA. 7th, Spencer Lewis from Silo. 8th, Gunnar Warren from Cleveland County 4-H. 9th, Waylon Dishman from Porham. And your 10th place, Abby Scott from Strother FFA. We'll now show for your champion, Shorthorn Market Steer, champion and reserve champion, Shorthorn Market Steer.
All right. Gonna knock down another breed.
Yeah. So coming in the ring will be Shorthorn Steers. Class 1, Peyton Lynn from Frontier FFA. Her calf weighed 1,003. Class 2 was McKaylee Krins, Walters 4-H. Her calf weighed 1139. Class 3 was Kel Graver from Lexington FFA. His calf weighed 1259. Class 4 was Maddox Shout from Piedmont FFA. His calf weighed 1333. Class 5 was Stetson Hall from Anadarko 4-H with his calf that weighed 1399. And in Class 6 was Landry Fuss from Yell FFA. And his calf weighed 1425. I tell you what, you get them things back out here, and I thought, like, within class, the the 4th class winner, I thought he was, like, perfect size within class. Then you get him back out here, and he's maybe just a nickel moderate relative to them two heavier calves, which is rightfully so, but there is some size difference there in those cattle.
This your last bullet, Miles?
Today.
Miles, what is this calf?
That is a Perfection Foo 6 from Tracy.
Foo 6.
Jake Campbell.
Perfection Foo 6.
Got just a little roan on him.
Shorthorn drive came together nice.
Last one for the day.
Been lots of fun, and I know lots of good sheep that have come through, and great set of young people, tremendous quality, and been a lot of fun. Great division here in New Hampshire's.
Who's the boy out of Class 5 then? Hall. Yep.
In terms of quality and sheep, got the right kind of pieces for us. They're compositionally right.
Did SL have something to do with him?
Sheep that are fresh to the touch, lean enough in terms of their composition for their weight. They're sheep that we can stand looking at from the side.
Oh.
Travel with adding an amount of skeletal structure. We're trying to piece those together as we went through the classes. They're not cookie cutters, but I think as you look at the fundamentals that we try to emphasize, I think we should have all got that. I guess as we kind of discuss it, there's a lot of difference out here in terms of weight. There's going to be the little ones. We call that a lightweight. That is not a lightweight sheep. Probably weighing in the 20s or 30s. I didn't ask the young lady.
Where do you know where Fuss's calf's from? What? Raised him. Home raised. Bred and owned. He just started the OYE Bred and Owned show.
What is Fuss's steer, do you know? Miles? Red Rocky.
That are compositionally right, that handle good, are fresh, are built the right way. There's a pair of them we think surface pretty quickly. The two young ladies on the heavyweight class will have you ready reserve.
I think we're just going to go to Charleston, maybe. What? Go to the ranch. That's pretty good.
Oh, I think it's awesome.
Yep.
So as we wrap up a really big and really nice Shorthorn drive, the real futuristic, youthful, juvenile-looking steer that wins the first class, just really easy on the eyes, really good to look at. Surprising when you get behind him, he's got some real pin width. I wish he was a little shorter face and wider skulled. Not that I like them little pug-headed ones, but he gets a little narrow faced. How he feeds the tail will be told. If we can keep this one going in his back hock, that's a really good calf to build on, I think. The calf that wins the second class, I remember his class, and that just quality-wise from the knee up, maybe not including the knee, but from the knee up, he just had to win that class. Whole lot of body, whole lot of power, really good from hooks to pins. Just a high quality calf that we thought maybe could have been a little better in his structure, but in his group of peers, we felt like he had to come out of that class. The white steer that comes out next, I think I use the term combination calf on this cattle in terms of he just, again, had to win that class. He was structurally sound. Is he perfect from hooks to pins? No, he isn't, but he's real good through his center body, lays really nice in his shoulder. Love the pastern set on this calf, the angularity to him. Love to watch him go in motion. Another steer that comes out of the fourth class that is quite a bit similar to our second place class winner in terms of body-wise and composition-wise. There's not really a lot you'd want to change about that steer. We acknowledge the fact that when you put him in motion, he gets a little bit accordion, a little tighter in his top, and gets a little shorter in his stride. And the fact that he's not an extremely long-bodied steer makes me wish that this calf would go just a little freer. I think it starts in his spine. The red steer that wins the next class. It was a big class, and we're not going to lie, we love this calf when he come in the ring. He's got a little bit of a squirt deal going on, and that's not working in his favor. With that being said, he's moderate framed, and we don't love him because he's moderate framed or bigger framed. We just really like this calf. We like his bone. We like the angle to his hock. I could watch that calf walk all day. He's got good feet. I know that the movement isn't just, it is just a single trait, and it's not the only thing we're looking for, but we're certainly not looking past it either. He's certainly fresh, really good to the handle. Big old boxy square end on this one, real wide through the center of his quarter, wide off of both ends of his skeleton. And then again, like I'll reiterate, when I see him go or when we see him go, we agree, man, you could watch that thing walk all day. The red steer, the power red steer that wins the big class, easy on the eyes, good through his center body. You could argue that he's got more barrel than the one that stands in front of him. I don't know that that's even an argument. I think it's just part of the discussion, and I think he is. I think his boldness and his rib depth is maybe a little more prominent than the steer that stands in front of him. I'm certainly not indicating that the one that stands in front of him doesn't have enough. He's not quite as boxy and powerful hipped as the steer that stands right in front of him. And I don't think there's quite as much true power in cow down in his lower stifle area. And then when we put him in motion, he's certainly sound enough. Does he reach quite as good as the solid red steer right ahead of him? No, he probably doesn't, but that's a powerful pair of steers. We've already discussed them. We know what we're going to do. We'll get you your champions and reserves.
Congratulations to Stetson Hall, will be your champion Shorthorn Market Steer coming out of Class 5. Congratulations to Stetson.
Yeah, over on the sheep side, our champion.
things here before I pick. We're a couple, 3 short on our alternates. And I don't want any family or grandma or grandpa or anybody that's here think, well, this guy, they didn't care enough to wait for the lights to come back on. But we've seen all these cattle, and we know, I mean, we know what we're looking at down here in terms of what we've already seen. So I'm going to wrap this up, not because I'm in a hurry. I'm not going anywhere. We got tomorrow. So I don't want any parent or handler or grandma or grandpa to think, well, these guys didn't even care how they finished that thing off. It's not the case at all. But we are going to wrap up this Shorthorn drive.
if you are following along with Walton Webcasting, we're going to have about a 20-minute break due to power outage. It's going to take that long to reboot the lights, and so just a quick update on the steer side. If you are following along on Walton, even in the back getting steers ready, it's going to be right at about 20-minute break, and we're probably somewhere about 5 minutes into that, so should be here pretty quickly towards the start of 6 o'clock.
was a little kid growing up on a farm. The person you knew was
of Simmental Market Steers. Class 1, Simmental Market Steers.
All right, back and rolling here. Little power outage. Come back to lights and Creedence Clearwater Revival on the loudspeaker and Simmental Kettle. So Class 1, Jalen Eastwood from Caddo FFA, 1,000-pound steer. Lucy Travis from Magnum FFA, 1,008-pound steer. Everly Bush from Altus 4-H, calf weighs 1079. Maggie Tracker from Hobart 4-H, her calf weighs 1175. Reagan Bowles from Verdon FFA, calf weighs 1177. Trenton Cordes from Cashing FFA, 1185. And Alea Smith from Moreland FFA, her calf weighs 1225. So ranging about 225 pounds in the first class of Simmentals. Got 46 head to sort through, split over 5 classes. That's round 1.
Yep. Yeah, pretty good size Simmental show to get through, and honestly, the AOB show I know is up in numbers this year.
It is.
Yeah, I think these breeds are. I'd be curious to ask the crew what numbers are like compared to last year, but boy, it sure seems like there's as many heads, if not more, in every breed.
Hey, I think we should sign up for this. South Dakota Barbecue Championship. I was just looking here on Facebook scrolling.
Yep.
I think you and I can do this. It says, you think you've got unbeatable barbecue, prove it. Okay, $17,000 in prizes.
Yep.
Got to sign up by April 5th. 1 meat rib contest, 4 master series. So you got to do 4 meats. Backyard barbecue people's choice. I think that's the one we go after.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the slang.
I feel like,
it's like
we would have to go in
barbecue.
like as an amateur. I mean,
for sure.
You're gonna there in that. There's gonna be a lot of good smokers there.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
I thought you were talking about a foot race competition at that barbecue event.
Hey, sign me up. I'll race you down.
What's going to be the ramification of the loser?
Of what?
Of the
foot race?
Yeah.
I don't know. Public embarrassment, because I'm sure that's what the person opposite's going to do.
I'm going to have to get training.
I mean, if you get beat, you are definitely not.
That's not.
I'm not going to let you live that down.
That's not going to happen.
If I get beat, you're certainly going to bring it up all the time.
You got me by 40 pounds.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Short distance sprint, I think you're going to be surprised.
I think you will too.
I'm just saying.
Yep. I've mowed down my share in my life that doubted.
Hey, I used to take reasons bets on it. I'd tell them kids, you pick a team member, I'll race them. If you win, we can stop talking reasons for the night. If I win, we keep going.
And you got whipped a lot.
I won more than I lost.
And they got to pick the fastest kid on the team.
They got to pick whoever they wanted. Now, as I aged, I started pushing kids.
Mm-hmm. As they aged. Started playing defense.
Well, they were, they were not aging from year to year, but I was.
Lights are going. Did you hit that light switch? All right.
Yes,
Gonna walk
here we
these
go.
5. Well, one thing about it, when it's a tougher class to put together, they just kind of settle in and want to get every class as close as they think they can.
I didn't really think about it, but we're like we're double walking the cattle, aren't we?
Yeah, because
they walk them once,
in,
yeah.
They walk
Pull.
them around, put them on, and then they start pulling a few in, and then they'll walk them one more time. I think they kind of generally look at the whole class initially, and then now they're going back and digging in a little deeper. It's a pretty good looking motley face steer up there.
That calf of Fuss's was a ginger. How's that bull bred?
Ginger Ninja. What?
And that, I tell you what, that champion steer was a standout.
Yeah. That was he was on the red list.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much an In God We Trust.
I meant like the copper color, like this color.
Yeah. We were wanting gingers.
Oh, here we go.
A nice class of Simmental steers here to keep things rolling, and obviously some steers that are juvenile in their maturity pattern, but the black and white steer to start the class off with just got a really nice pattern, got a nice look from the side. Obviously we wish he was a little more further along in his cover, but that's a good calf. It's got a good look, plenty of muscle, gets out and moves well. Calf that comes next to him we thought matched him closely in terms of power. You get on top of him, this calf handles with a lot of red meat on the top side of his skeleton. We would like to free him up off both ends when you set him into motion. He needs to set back further in that knee, travel a little looser into his hock. If he does those things better, maybe we can slide him past the calf in front of him. Red calf that comes next, one standing still that has a lot of balance and symmetry to him. We like that about the calf. He's a little upright on both ends of his skeleton. If we can lay him back in his shoulder and see him travel a little freer on that hock, that's a pretty nice calf there. Next, we got a calf that just a little shorter fronted. We'd like to lengthen him out, give him a little more extension up through that front third. We'd also like to see him balance a little better, see him a little deeper and softer into his flank before he gets any higher. Then we got a really cool looking black and white stock steer here. And this one has got an incredible look from the side. He is plenty straightforward into his shoulder, and it shows when you set him into motion as he gets plenty straight and a little short strided. We also just need to see a little more power in that calf. Nice top 5, good initial class of Simmental steers.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, Simmental Market steer, Aaliyah Smith from the Moreland FFA. Followed by Everly Bush from Altus. Third, Reagan Bowles from Verdon. Fourth, Maggie Tacker from Hobart. Fifth place, Jaden Eastwood from the Caddo FFA. Sixth, Trayton Cordes from Cashion. Seventh, Lucy Travis from Mangum. We'll now have Class 2 of your Simmental Market steers into the show ring. Class 2.
All right, here we go. Class 2 coming in. Calves range from 1265 to 1339, so big gap again. First one in the ring, Isaiah Mendenhall from Boys Ranch 4-H, or Town 4-H. Caitlin Adams in second coming in. Amber Pocasek 4-H, weighing 1279. Jace Garver from Lexington 4-H, weighing 1285. Crew Cummins from Hollis 4-H, weighing 1289. Kylie Chambers from Osage County 4-H, weighing 1305. Claire Harton, Medill 4-H, weighing 1320. Hunter McDaniel from Elgin FFA, weighing 1329. Briley Fuss from Twin Mountains 4-H, weighing 1330. Mays Marshall from Beaver 4-H, weighing 1335. Kaylee Noss, Leedy FFA, weighing 1335. And Hudson Cooper, Malrino 4H weighing 1339. They look good coming in?
Yeah, there's some standouts for sure. All right. Class 2, got 3 more to go in this division. We got 2 more pages, Josh. Yep.
2 more?
2 more pages. Yep. Boy, we started with a lot of pages this morning.
Hey, do they make sexed red elephant?
No, there isn't very much left.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
In general or sex male?
In both, but the sex male is getting very, very slim. It's come out of the incubator tomorrow.
What cow?
Ingod Little Red and that Ingod. Yeah, I'll send you Christine Miller.
Yeah, that's
who
fine.
You got to send the deal to. What kind are you going to do that to? I tell you what, we got to. Get.
All right. We got distracted for a minute.
We are just finishing up handling them. Looks
Yep,
like
about
they're
to
gonna
move them.
Start moving them out. Yeah, really, you can't see anything with them, I bet, at home until they get out there walking.
Yeah, it's a little tough just because they pull them so tight against this wall, and I understand just from getting them moved. But for us, I mean, the first 5-10 minutes, you just kind of sit here because you can't really see much, especially if you're reading the names and you don't catch them coming in, you know.
Mm-hmm. We go up to
There's about
1339
Yeah.
weight here.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Who sings it?
Oh, golly. I would have zero idea.
Really? Earth, Wind, and Fire. Dancing in September.
That's the name of the song?
I'm pretty sure. I know it's Earth, Wind, and Fire, though.
What is that? What is that song about? Dancing in just.
I have no idea. What do you like here? Baldy's nice and stout, ain't he?
Yeah.
Pulls some things together. Calf right behind him, same way. Very big structured.
I
Good
think
in terms of his body shape.
That was a fuss girl there.
Tell you what, honestly, that string of calves is nice. That black and white steer, I mean, he's a little more elevated in terms of his size, and he maybe needs just a pinch of flank, but like his back and top line looks real good in terms of its organization. I like the calf up second in the spot, too. That splash of white in his quarter. He's maybe not as big as some of the cattle behind him, but he's pretty daggum stout relative to his weight range and where he's at.
For those of you that need Josh Cribbs translated, elevated in size means taller.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pretty standard discussion, Corey. I mean, I think everybody could think elevated, elevator, elevation, all things that deal with height.
Don't speak judging coach. And I just
just
want to translate.
No. See, you have opened a can here in a discussion point where the discussion of judging coach description, that has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. I haven't coached a judging team in over 5 years, 6 years. Hell, more than that, actually. Almost 7 years now.
You just can't take the judging coach out of you.
Sure, okay. Because everybody that set a standard in the cattle industry for years and decades ahead of us, we're all judging coaches, but that's fine. we can bypass that. The Harlan Richies of the world, we can just act like they didn't exist.
I've touched a nerve.
Oh, it drives me nuts. Oh, they're a judging coach. They don't know what they're doing. That is so stupid.
I didn't say you didn't know what you're doing. I'm just saying.
No, that's
some people
the preface,
need translations.
Though. That's the preface of what you're getting at.
You start talking about internal thoracic capacity.
I didn't say that, though. Internal thoracic capacity. Oh, shit.
We're going to have to translate.
That calf actually looks even better when he's a little more head on to us.
Yeah.
This calf is good.
Big old paws underneath that black and white one.
Mm-hmm.
The black and white one there is really presented very well.
Yeah, he's presented really well. Calf's like the classic Simmental classic steer.
Mm-hmm.
Streak-faced, little socks.
Got a little throat.
Yep, little pinch of throat.
The black and white one behind him, not so much of the throat.
No. They needed that calf might have been an AOB under the Gelby breed.
Yep.
I mean, not the Gelby breed, the Belted Galloways. Could call him Belted Galloway, ran AOB.
I don't know about that. I'd say closer to a Maine-Anjou.
Yeah, that's true. Key. Probably could have got Key, too. That calf's white's unfortunately where it's put. I mean, it's kind of like right in the band of his forerib. Now, his body shape's good, so it doesn't really make a big difference, but his white, I mean, it's a full belt, too, isn't it? That's
he's
wild.
square-backed. It kind of...
Yeah, he is.
It's kind of like Longfeather, the Hereford steer today. It kind of shows off his back shape a little bit.
Glad you thought better of yourself to change the translation.
I bet this Simmental deal gets pretty stout in this next class, it looks like.
Is it loaded up? This class ain't easy. I mean, there's some things to do, but it's not like it's just a drive-by.
Richard, Brock, and Bob will be ready for hit the hay here when they get done with this deal.
It's been a long day.
Been a lot of good classes, a lot of depth of classes, not just a pair here, a pair there.
Mm-hmm.
There's 5 or 6 in every class that got them down to 4. Got another one that found him an oak tree to rub on there. A black steer comes 5th. He's still got the 2. They bring that white belted one comes up in 1. I think that was a Fuss girl. That black and white steer.
We've got a really, every breed we've seen today, and I know we're getting a little later in the day, but every single breed we've seen, and it's not to take anything away from the lightweights of every specific breed, but man, we followed up right after that. We come with some real smoke, and the Simmentals certainly didn't give any ground in terms of that story. So the calf that wins this class, just really good calf. He's so deep in his body. He's so good from the bottom of his chest back into his flank. He's a big-ended calf, carries down into his stifle. Big bone. Would I call him huge-footed? I probably wouldn't go that far, but he's got a good quality foot. And then when he goes in motion, that's just fun to watch that calf go. He's just so dense throughout. He's got some width off both ends. He's got some width through his center quarter. And then he's got that eye appeal and attractiveness up in his front 1/3. The steer that most follows him is the streak-faced steer that goes second in terms of mid-body. He's a steer that we like his angles off of both ends of his skeletal. He's got some skeletal width off also, He isn't probably quite as wide and pronounced from hooks to pins, but just a really, really high-quality calf. You bring one like that to Oklahoma City and stand second in class, are you disappointed? I'll bet you're disappointed because that is an awfully nice calf, and you got beat by an awfully nice calf. Phenotypically and easy on the eyes is the 3rd-place steer. That thing is so nice the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. He advances up high, really good that way. We both agree on that steer. We'd like to set that front knee back on that calf a little. At times we see he wants to park a little wide to be comfortable, and we think that's shoulder angle. And then we'd like to free him up in his hock. But boy, you talk about a good looking one. When he goes in motion, you can see rather than flex that hock, he swings it just ever so slightly. But as far as if you were to just drop in here unannounced and not see him walk, that one will sure grab your eye. This calf that comes fourth in this class, you can argue, well, he's a little more body and density type of the the two that went out ahead of our third place steer. And that would be true, but I think he's a little over conditioned. I don't think his movement out of his front 1/3 is quite as comfortable. He's an awfully nice calf, and I do admire the density of side of that calf. That part's really good. I wish when he went in motion, he had a little more natural comfort as he goes. This calf here is an odd man out in this class in terms of he's not standing fifth because of his hair quality. Trust me, he's not. But it does take away from him a little bit. He got next to something, and I know the struggle is real. You guys deal with heat down here and electric wires, and maybe for whatever reason, he got too close to something. That doesn't make him any lesser steer. He, like the third place steer, wants to get out on his fronts just ever so slightly, but I think he's got relative comfort off of his back too when he goes in motion. Probably sits up in that tail head just a little bit. Either that, or maybe since there's so much lack of hair, he looks to be just a little pinched in his loin in relativity to his tail head. Nice length of body, just not the underpinning and the softness of side as cattle that go out ahead of him. Nice class of Simmental steers, to be sure.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, Simmental Market Steers, Briley Fuss from Twins Mound 4-H, followed by Maisie Marshall from Beaver 4-H. Third place, Crew Cummins from Hollis. Fourth, Catlin Adams from Amber Pocasset. Fifth place, Kaylee Noss from Leedy FFA. Sixth, Hunter McDaniel from Elgin FFA. Seventh, Hudson Cooper, El Reno. Eighth, Claire Harton from Medill 4-H. Ninth, Kylie Chambers from Osage County. 10th, Isaac Mendenhall from the Boys Ranch Town. 11th, Jace Garver from Lexington 4-H. We'll now bring Class 3 of your Simmental Market Steers. There'll be 12 entries in Class 3.
All right, Class 3 Simmentals. First in, Brazos Heck from Roth FFA, calf weighs 1343. Second in, Sailor Norvell, Amber Pocasset 4-H, weighing 1343. Shelby Patrick from Woodward County 4-H, weighing 1345. Claire Collins from Tillman County 4-H, weighing 1349. Hallie Lewis, Davis 4-H, weighing 1355. Kinsey Abernathy from Altus FFA, weighing 1359. Bo Klein from Central High FFA, weighing 1368.
Chappie.
Rance McIntyre, Sweetwater FFA, weighs 1377. Braden Callis, Minko FFA at 1389. Camden Williams, Caddo FFA, weighing 1397. Sadie Plagg, Guthrie FFA, weighing 1399. Skylar Sturgeon, Hydro Eakley 4-H at 1399. And a very, very good class, it looks like.
Very good.
I didn't get a chance to see them all come in, but look stout.
Hey, hand Chappie.
Double tough, Chappie says.
Hand Chappie your deal.
Double
Pick his
tough.
brain a little bit. Got Chad Chaplin hop on here for a minute.
Oh yeah, how's it going?
What's your take of the day, Chappie?
Well, so far it looks like it's extremely tough out here. I hadn't seen it all. The ones coming back that's winning are good.
I tell you what, the numbers I think are strong as they've ever been, and the quality. I was telling him the last 4 years I've come down here, seems like 1 year the breeds will be tougher than the crosses, the next year the crosses will be tougher than the breeds. The crossbred's bred will bring some stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, the breeds I'm scared are going to be better than crossbred day, and this class right here is could be as good as the key.
The
next one, boys, the one up the ramp.
It's pretty good.
Get a hold. yeah.
Hey, it's like your boy would say, get you some floaties.
It's floaty time. Yeah, it's floaty time. Get your floaties aired up tight. Hey, and by the way, it takes some big floaties for you to keep y'all's head above water.
For sure. Might need an inner tube on.
Yeah.
Not a car tire, but a lawnmower, large lawnmower tire.
Triple protection. That's what y'all need.
Yeah. Yeah, that is for sure. Yeah, there was a class of Maines that was pretty good.
Yeah.
The Keys was,
that's unbelievable. Really,
one of the best classes ever been. And then, the Charolais had a good deep class.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I tell you what, the Shorthorns were pretty dang
that's
solid.
what we were. The lights went out, and then there was some coming back and forth, and there was people coming by.
Shorthorns knocked the lights out.
They said it's unbelievable how hard it is, and sometimes that's not the hard.
No, exactly.
And they said it was for real.
Yeah, they were good. Yeah, very good.
They said the steer show broke out on the red and white.
Yeah. Yep. That's right.
Hey, do y'all have any idea? Have y'all been doing any sire surveys? I know you two.
A little bit. We tried to. Yeah.
Any surprises today?
The champion Shorthorn with the ginger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They're good cattle. They're just not enough of the semen.
Was that one have a little bit of white on him or solid red?
No, he's solid red.
Yeah, I thought that calf was.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Was that Stetson Hall? Who the champion was?
I think so.
From Anadarko?
Yeah, Anadarko. Yeah.
Michael's boy.
Yeah.
Hey, they do a great job. I'm glad to see them win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we was talking. How red can you make an In God We Trust?
Oh, boys, not very.
That's what I'm saying.
No. Oh, okay. Now, dark orange is a subjective term. Okay. You see what I'm saying? I mean, OSU color. No, you couldn't get that much flare. Now, a dun, you could get him in that horsey brown color.
Yeah.
You can get a pretty dark one in a dun version. But when it comes to red, like it down a red line, a yellow is a. You ain't getting no Limousin
about
color.
As hard as
you
you
will
can
not
get
a Limousin color. And listen, if they got a Limmy colored one sitting there and they say he's in God we trust, they wrote it down wrong when they bred the cow. Yeah. Either they're not proud of what he's out of, or their notes are wrong.
Oh yeah, yep. I knew it was. What?
Standout and ginger were the two.
The other Shorthorn was a standout.
Yeah.
The one of Calluses.
Calluses could have been a perfection.
Champion was a standout, and the reserve was a ginger.
Oh, the reserve was it? Callus was third out. He was bronze.
Okay.
The Fuss boy was reserve with a standout.
Yeah. Perfection MAB Heatwave.
Which one was?
Nelson's. That was the sixth one in. That's a home raised deal.
Yep.
How'd he look out there?
Look good. Little moderate compared to.
Oh, Sugar Bear. Yeah, hey, I like those Sugar Bears. They're gentle.
Sugar Bear's an MAB sign.
Yeah, Sugar Bear. He MAB. I was real close.
Yeah.
No, but he looked good out there?
Yeah, just a little more compact, a little more moderate than those others. Those others were just a little stretchier.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good feet and legs.
Oh, yeah. Had the bendy legs.
Mm-hmm. Well, I tell you what, there's never been Simmentals like this class right
you
here.
You boys have no idea. I mean, this one and the next one is light your eyes up.
Yeah.
Like, we got one on the ramp that we're very proud of. I would like to have our card back. I believe I'll just try them crosses tomorrow, boys.
Yeah.
Because it can't be any worse than it's fixing
right
to be
here.
as far as stout competition. But also, who wanted to work all year and leave home and not show against a good one?
Yeah.
He's going to be a How Great Kelly. Our old buddy Luke raised. But y'all haven't noticed any trends or made any comments? They're boxier this time. Remember last year, Corey made me make a comment about trimness and maybe some things, and I think that today that there's a theme of bulkier in the middle today.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if I made either one of y'all pick a baby show calf, you'd go for bulky in the middle first.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. There's no doubt about it.
You'd pick a bulkier one over a trim one. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. These two have been, I think the first thing last year and this year, they will not give up on structure at all. They're very, very solid on structure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That thing looks stout. Somebody
is that Odie's boy? Is that Odie Hicks?
There's one of them in here. Yeah, that Brazos, didn't he have champion Hereford last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him. Hey, somebody left home thought they was winning, and they're going to have a big fat lip they're tripping on in a minute, boys. I'm telling you.
That one, that's a Collins girl there, right, in that dark hat.
He'd be a How Great Carney man or something. Colby and somebody on that cow together. He owns her. They raise that calf.
Mm-hmm. Who's the girl after the Collins girl?
Crib's got the sheet. I don't got the sheet. I can't even got my glasses. He'll have to tell us. Oh, yeah.
Oh, was that relation to like Trip Lewis?
Yep, got to be.
Yep.
And then the big boy in the cowboy hat, that's McIntyre. That's a Sturwell. That calf come from Sturwell.
Hey, I don't know if you noticed this. Usually they stop them things and they pick off 2 or 3 at the bottom. This time they didn't
keep
stop
rolling.
Them. They just said keep them rolling, boys.
Some of these breed classes could decide the whole show. So
yeah.
Oh, I mean to tell you, an argument could be made that this is deep stuff right here.
Yes.
There's about 6 of them in here.
That's what I said.
Pretty good.
Somebody's going to get left out here that had a good calf.
And these things go up to $13.99, and then we're going to go $14.12 to $14.69.
Is that Lewis, little ponytail, white shirt? Good calf.
Boy, that's a wide back son of a gun. It's amazing. Black cattle to me did not look like that just like 3 or 4 years ago. It's like somehow, some way we've transitioned black cattle to make them look more southerny in terms of their density and their rib cage and stuff.
It's no different. No. The cattle being raised are out of the same bulls and the same basic cows. It's just we just made our selection pressure different. We stopped picking the trip. We stopped picking the cylinder-bellied ones that are a little leaner, trimmer, and neater and freaky.
Yeah.
And the ones that like this, we would have been like, oh yeah, it's $3,500 calf. Now it's reversed.
On the other hand, just to talk down the other side of that, I do think there's a bull or two out there that's making them a little bit denser.
I'd be curious to know. I would be curious to know if that's a how great.
I have a bold prediction. Don't write it down. But I have what do the kids call it? A hot take. I got a hot take on that one. What he is.
Yeah.
What was the champion key? Did anybody get the pedigree on him?
Champion name was a Here I Am. Reserve was a Here I Am. I don't know. Reserve Lemmy was a How Great. Champion key was a Here I Am from Boddicker. Reserve key was a Here I Am.
Look at the boy in the cowboy hat. That's a pretty nice calf right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That brockle-headed one.
No kidding. That one, that champion key was a Here I Am.
Shorthorns were stand out in ginger.
Oh, look at that. Just look down through there.
I mean, tell you, Simmental breed should be proud.
Yes.
Which one was that?
Hey, that one of Lewis's is a Here I Am Wizard.
Which is the girl in the ponytail?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, white shirt, ponytail, heavy duty calf.
Boy.
Look at the foot hitting the ground there, heavy duty. Yeah.
And who? Oh, that's that Heck boy up there in second.
Looks good from here, doesn't
He
it?
got the good silhouette. Boy, and I mean all the way down here. I mean, I'd say the way they've been doing this deal, moving them around, and to get that top 5.
Yeah.
I'd say you could be dizzy by the time this deal's over with.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Put a timer on it. There's going to be.
They're gonna have to walk.
There's
'em.
10 minutes left of this, and we've been at it
at least.
Oh,
yeah. They'll get down to 7 and walk them again.
And you know what? This group of cattle got to wait on the lights. They're going to be some wore out stuff up that ramp.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the key was a Here I Am Wizard. My bad.
What are you thinking, Corey?
Well, I mean to tell you, there isn't a lot of low-hanging fruit.
Hey, have y'all been picking? Like you've been making him say?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Not really.
Yeah.
They're judging.
That used to be the fun thing about right now. You make him say, and
Yeah.
then when his pick goes forth, you got something to make fun of him about for the next class. You know what I mean? Yes. Hey, Corey, thought you was pretty smart. You don't pick in this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I tell you, the other thing about it is, and I went down there and looked at a couple of them.
Oh, yeah.
In between deal, they look way different.
Yes.
From up here
Yes.
to down there. It's amazing how different.
Do you think? So, do you think your elevation gives a skinny one an advantage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I think
That's
too.
the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's been some there. Because I've been trying to find a
Oh,
couple
doing a little
to
order
take
buying
home.
up here with the headset. Doing a little order buying, about messed up.
Got a couple of orders, and I've been looking for, and there's been a few times where you think, man, that thing is immature and real good looking and real sound, and you get down there and they're way taller than what you think they are from up here.
Yeah. So you can mess up on a tall, skinny one up here.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, your elevation
It's
gives
just
them more
it's hard
dimension.
to tell. It's hard to tell frame and just absolute width until you're right on top of them. They're going to get rid of another one. We're down to 6.
You think white shirt? We've got a declaration. It was an eye catcher. It caught it early, made us look up who it was. You know what I mean? Yeah. Pony. Most good things, least amount of bad. Yeah. That's what works. Hey, if you get them as dense as they want them and they're not short-legged, they'll weigh 1,900 pounds, guys. Them things won't fit in a clip and shoot.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That hex deer is really
He's
you know,
unique.
He's a
look
show
at
calf.
Look at the top of his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, he is so unique how he
He's
goes up
unique
there. Yep. Bob will be digging it.
I mean, he ain't as heavy muscled as some of the others probably, but he gonna walk him again?
No, he's just walking.
Oh, just that one. That Collins calf's got a lot of, boy, you talk about back shape and muscle. Mm-hmm. Boy, that little Lewis girl, that calf just, he's not freaky anywhere, but boy, that calf's just very solid.
Yeah, I hope solid. He don't solid his way to second or third. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Boy,
But
feet and legs and angles and all that stuff.
He's bulletproof looking.
Very, very good.
If he's Key, that's what I thought when I asked y'all who that was. Yeah. I'd say
Collins girl goes fifth.
Her and the blue shirt are going to battle it out for the blue ribbon when the smoke clears.
Her and the blue shirt?
Heck.
Oh, yeah. There's two blue shirts. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, baby blue. The blue Oxford.
Baby,
the one mommy
yeah.
made me wear to church when I was a little kid. The blue Oxford shirt, button-down collar. Yeah. Too much spray starch, rub you raw. Ever since I was little. You wore blue in the winter and white in the summer, isn't that right?
It's like cowboy hats, straw in the winter or straw in the summer and felt in the winter.
Yeah. Well, oh yeah. Oh, Corey. Have they said much about handle?
Not really.
He just said lots of muscle or not enough muscle. He didn't get into 13th rib
just
cover
on
and
like
all that.
stale ones. He'll talk about them having too much rind on them. Who's the little girl in first there? Oh yeah, yep.
The guy, I guarantee you, the bunch in the back, that 20-minute delay, and then being on the ramp on this extra long class, that wind's whipping terrible right now, and that dirt's coming in on them oily black ones. I bet they're about to have a panic attack.
Oh, boy.
Hey, let's put it to, I bet my bunch is about to have a panic attack.
That wind's bad today.
You got Grady telling Ty and Ty telling Grady they be throwing cans at each other all the time.
No, boy. They're going to walk them again. This is the longest it's taken on a class all day.
This has got a little pig show action.
Yeah.
We're going to walk them till something goes down.
Yep.
Yeah. I had that feeling when I told y'all start timing right now. This is fixing to drag out. Oh, yeah.
I mean, you could end up leaving a steer third if you win the class. You could end up winning the 3 shot.
Yep.
I think it's starting to work its way out, boys. Yeah, it's sifting. It's working its way out.
Is it against the rules to show a colored one, a yellow or a silver in the semis?
No. If you've got the right genomic makeup, that thing be purple spotted and run him up in here. Yeah, there's no color requirements. Now, I was going to show we showed a silver one last year, Simmental, a lot, and I had some people ask me what I thought about that, and I told them Simmentals be silver any day of the week.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we got silver back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, you get it from the Charolais, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Crossing Charolais.
Anytime that one of them carried that
Yeah.
diluter gene,
Oh,
the
yeah.
keys in the semis and throw it in
Sure.
the Charolais, and then you get docked at town when you take your cab.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Boy, they are handling and walking.
Yeah.
And it's a marathon now.
Yeah, it's really close in a couple of areas, but I think you could just. It's time to flash gang signs and let's roll. I think it's over. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do it. Yeah. Hey, how about how good some of these people's been showing today? I've been up here for about 4 classes.
Yeah,
the ones winning have been parked down.
Yeah, they don't.
No running off.
Oklahoma is not for the weak at heart. In presentation, very good. Yeah, I can't believe the number of people back there it must take to get a couple hundred of them fit like that in a day.
Oh, boys. Hey, used to, it took 4.
Yeah.
Now you really got to have 6, or the people across the aisle have 2 more than you got.
Yeah. Well, we were talking like back 15 years ago at Ohio Beef Expo. You'd never been able to paint for years at Ohio.
Yeah.
You could dress one by yourself in Ohio 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Because without that white paint and stuff,
you can't.
It ain't near as long.
It's a timed event at that point.
Now you do all 4 legs, the belly. You got to have a guy clipping their top and neck, and it takes 7 guys to do it nowadays. Right. That's per calf.
This is hilarious. I mean, how many times have they evaluated this group of calves in this environment? Is this our 5th or 6th? Where they took a big look?
They've walked them at least 5 times.
You know, time, I'll tell you what, time does help. A long-necked one with a high neck set, time's on his side. Yeah. When you got a bulletproof one, and he's just nice everywhere, time's not on him. He like about a 6-minute class.
Yep.
These 28-minute deals, he better have a big outline up front. That blue Oxford shirt's holding together pretty good, too. Well, neither one of us is wearing a cowboy hat, but I think that you could just start with foot size. Just whose foot does the best. Let's get it down to 2 that way.
Yeah.
I think that's a good place to start. Yeah. And you don't have to argue over who likes a big foot. The whole world does.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever drove in the driveway and said, well, I'd like to have that average foot. Yeah, that's the problem. We're sitting around that right there. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a popular characteristic.
All right. Think they kind of must have their. Was he telling Blue Oxford to go?
He's going to the front. And the boy in the.
Well, I'm not going to make any apologies for the extra time we took to get this class right. And obviously, if you've got eyes, you can tell we've turned up the heat here. And I'd call this worth the wait. If you've stuck around here all day, we've seen some really good cattle. And boy, this top pair can run with any of them. Not making any claims, just saying these are some really, really good animals up here on the top end of this class. Hell, this class is 6, 7, 8 deep of really, really good cattle. But the calf that we start off the class with, this is one that we feel like just kind of been fitting what we've been doing all day. This one's really, really good looking from the side. He's not the most powerful of the initial trio. In fact, that belongs to the calf in second, but he's certainly got enough. And if you've decided that this calf has enough, well, then he's got the extra presence. He gets out and goes very, very well. That's something both of these steers on the top end do very well. But this calf really gets out and glides, and when you get him parked, that's about what you'd paint a picture of a show steer to look like. We really like that calf to go ahead and win this class, and obviously there was some challenge here. We like this calf in second a great deal. When you get in behind this one, he really grows on you because he balances up really nice from the side. You want to really get to liking him from the profile, but man, when you get in behind him, that thing is chock full of red meat. His degree of finish is almost perfect. He gets out and goes really well for the amount of power that he has. We would like to see him transition from his shoulder into his forerib ever so slightly, just a little better. Not even so much in his underline, just right in there behind his shoulders into his forerib. That's a very good pair of cattle. They're both different in type and kinds, both very, very high quality. Excited to bring them back out here. Calf that comes in third, this is another one we really, really liked. And from his shoulders back, this thing excels. I mean, he gets along and walks just as good as any of the two in front of him. But he gets a little bit plainer from his shoulders forward. We'd like to clean him up in his chest floor, see him a little bit more tidy in there through his dewlap. But that's a pretty good calf. We'd also maybe like to see a little more power in behind his shoulders when you get your hands on him. And we got the black and white steer here coming next that's got a killer look from the profile. This is one you just fall in love with when you get off to the side here. He's cool marked, he's cool made, he's really well balanced. This calf, when you get in behind him, just gives up a little power to the initial three in front of him. We really like this calf, really tough class, and that's a really good fourth place animal. Steer coming fifth is another one we appreciated a great deal. This is one that really balances up, and when you get him parked, there's not much to lack here. There's not much to be desired. That calf's really, really good when you get him parked. Our issue with this one was when you set him into motion. His angles read true when he stopped. It's just his ankles. When you get him going, he's not necessarily popping his ankles every step, but he's pretty well locked in on him when he's wanting to go. If we could change that about that calf, maybe the dynamics of this class changes the way it comes together. We just would like to see him get out and go with a little bit of a deeper heel. Congratulations on an incredible class of semi-steers.
Your Class 3 of your Simmental Market Steers. Congratulations to your class winner, Brazos Heck from the Roth FFA, followed by Sailor Norvell from the Amber Pocasset 4-H. Third, Hadley Lewis from the Davis 4-H. Fourth, Rance McIntyre from Sweetwater FFA. Fifth, Claire Collins from Tillman County 4-H. Sixth, Braden Callis from Minko FFA. Seventh, Kenzie Abernathy from Altus. Eighth, Skylar Sturgeon from Hydro Eakley. Ninth, Bo Klein from Central High. 10th, Sadie Plagg from Guthrie FFA. 11th, Shelby Patrick from Woodward County. 12th, Camden Williams from Caddo FFA. We'll now have Class 4 of your Simmental Market Steers.
There you go.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, Brock was awful complimentary about that class of Simmentals. Now we're on to Class 4 semis. J.C. Floyd from Durant FFA. Darla Fesmeyer from Oklahoma Union FFA. Finley Yoakum from Supulpa FFA. Tracy Baker from Bethel 4-H. Traylon Henderson from Caddo FFA. Bryce Brown from Savannah FFA. Kristen Hansen from Eufaula FFA. And Brooklyn Bailey from Hydro Eakley 4-H.
Well, there's really no way this class can be as deep as the last class.
I don't.
Because it'd be the deepest class of the day. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I would say.
That's safe to say.
Honestly, I'm not going to say the best one or the poorest one was better or worse of the top five, the Simmentals versus the Keys, but this was probably almost harder to place. It felt like for them than the keys were.
Yeah. Yeah. More of them, their kind.
Yeah.
In that semi-class
It was closer.
You bet.
They were high quality, and it was closer.
Yeah.
I think in the keys, that one to win just kind of separated himself for them.
Yeah.
And I think it was more, that was one of the best classes ever been here, I'm sure, but it was more placeable. They didn't walk them 5 times like they did the semis.
Yeah.
That semis, that was a tight race now. Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah, that key, when you got up on him, was a beast.
Yeah. And him and I were talking about it. Nowadays, it's almost, I'm not going to say a bad thing. It's not. But, like, especially, we were watching Houston on the way down here, and Jack Ward he kind of started this trend about not wanting them so deep-bodied.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And wanted them trim-middled. And somehow that key steer was deep-bodied but still had the round rib cage.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That calf had more height.
Yeah.
That calf was bigger. That's part of it.
Hey, if we had, well, we can't pick that yet. I guess I'll have to stay on here long enough to play the game of, if we had to pick a gram from today, what you boys' nominees would be.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah.
That key would probably be the crowd if you polled a People's Choice Award.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to end up watching this, but at this point, we've probably seen.
Yeah.
You might have to look over the rail, but.
Yep.
Anyway.
The Maine deal was tough. That Maine was good.
Yeah. Hey, Lemmy, what about the Lemmies?
He was nice.
Yeah.
What color was he?
Was that the Lemmy steer was black, wasn't he?
Reserve was like orange.
Yeah. Are they dug in here? Are they ready to show for champion?
What?
Do you think our judges, are they dug in here, or do you think they're ready to show for champion?
You know, there was a few times today where I thought in the a lot of them middler weight classes ish, I thought they were done and they'd used a heavyweight.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
Well, good. Hey, the heavier weight is becoming more popular all the time.
I just think, honestly, more than anything, I agree with you. I also believe that weight is becoming more relevant.
It's less of an issue today than it's ever been in our lifetime. It means less than ever before.
Yeah.
Just what's that calf looking at its best? That's where
I totally agree. Great statement.
Because, like, we just say that Nelson's Hereford steer that was in that was a little moderate, won his class, that calf couldn't ever handle 1,400, you know. He was, that's the perfect weight, perfect size for a calf that's built like that.
Yeah. Has the stands been full today pretty good?
Pretty good, yeah.
You had a lot of visitors?
Not really, no.
No, nobody wants to
We
come
need
talk?
to, you got Ty hooked up all day tomorrow?
We have. I'll tell you what. I can send Too Tall Ty up here. We have a class 4, 5, and a 6, and then he can come
then he's
evaluate the 2 heavy divisions for you.
Very good.
He get the big eye on it.
Webster.
Yeah, he get the big eye on it.
Oh yeah. Give you the.
I've never, you know, does he get real political and talk real nice when he comes up here?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes sir, no sir.
Mhm.
Oh, that sounds good, Corey. Yeah. Yes. Oh yes sir. Look at that. Isn't
He
that beautiful?
he don't even bring out the Missouri accent.
Yeah, he goes, oh, isn't that beautiful? Does he say stuff like that? Yeah. It's a beautiful calf. Yeah, that's probably what Ty says. Hey, they've been playing good music.
Pretty good, yeah.
It's hard to get Journey on a day like today.
Yep.
And they just, They just fired it in there.
Calf of Yoakum's got some muscularity.
What's the calf of yours?
That calf is how great, Kelly?
That's your motley faced one?
Huh?
Which one's yours?
The back one, the high necked one.
Oh, yeah. He's got the big hooves on him.
He does have big hooves, doesn't he? I told y'all he's popular. If you're going to take advantage of us, you got to have a big-footed one. Yeah.
Do you have any with feet like sparrows? I would like a sparrow-footed steer. Yeah.
Yeah. But he'll get planted down. Hey, they gotta be a little wild to look a little wild sometimes. Yeah. There was a little girl with the white shirt and the ponytail wished hers was a little wild a while ago. She had them in the corner for 26 minutes and they got loose.
And how big are these steers?
They got some size to them here, Corey.
Are they? Oh, yep. We're not. We got to go.
Do you like them that big?
I don't know if a guy. You start getting toward, because if you put one in at 1469, you know you are headed past 50. I mean, that steer full's going to weigh 15 something.
Yeah, I just don't think that's. I mean, I think it's more. I think it's way more relative to where they're framed. You know, like
Yeah, but I'm just saying personally, do you like them that
What
bulky?
did that?
Oh, we're 3 wide.
Yeah,
in the first corner, we're 3 wide.
3 wide in the first.
Can you hear?
corner.
Can you guys hear stuff?
Oh,
in
like
here?
yeah.
I can't. I'm the one that can't hear.
Yeah.
Have y'all talking about 3 wide in the corner? Have you seen that deal where he says, "I'm gonna put my foot on the floor and either see the checkered flag or God"? Have you seen that?
No.
You seen that, Chevy?
No, I have not.
That guy puts it on the edge of the wall in NASCAR race and just lays the throttle and just bounces off the wall and gets around everybody to make the championship.
Hey, I'm telling you right now, I ain't seen a lot of TV or nothing. I'm down a man there at home since college, since Dr. Chaplin's went to college.
Chappie, I was telling.
All we do is eat and go to bed after we work.
The best story I've ever heard of you deals with a really good friend of mine named Chance and F.
Yeah.
Chance and Ben were coming through your place. I don't really know why they stopped. Did y'all show sheep back then?
No. Would he have been? We had some show pigs at one time.
I don't know why. I don't know why Chance stopped, but he stopped, and those clones, the solid gold, were there.
Yeah.
And Ben tells the story because Chance is short, and he's got a short neck, and he said you were out there looking at them bulls, and I guess Ben or Chance one asked, what are you going to do with them? And you grabbed Chance by the head and headlocked him and held a gun up to it. We're going to hold him hostage. Ben said it looked like Chance literally needed to change his pants.
Yeah, that's probably what Horn told me to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You boys are looking down. I'm looking up. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Is Grady playing baseball?
No, judging. Livestock
He's judging.
Yeah.
He turned in his glove for.
Yeah. No more slider on the corner. Oh, no.
Nope.
He tells them what's wrong with 4 calves in a pen now instead of breaking that thing off the corner of home plate. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Who's he judging for?
Redlands. This is his second year. He going to Tech.
Nice.
After this year.
What are they doing? Moving them up into position to look at them more, or what?
We're doing.
All right, here we go.
Class of semi steers. We've got a really nice steer to start this class. What's unique about this steer, does he have a little more shoulder and maybe just a little more maturity in his chest than we think is optimum? Yeah, admittedly he probably does, but what's so unique about him is this one's hip just screams at you as far as true power and mass and the way he can go in motion. He keeps those ankles down, he flexes those hock. He's just a really, really nice bovine, real thick through the center of his quarter, got some width and dimension off of both ends. Could I pick him up and refine him just a little in his chest? Yeah, but the calf handles really good, really nice calf, lots and lots of power. Second and third was a toss-up for Brock and I in terms of if you're studying him from the ringside and you stood third, you're going to say, well, this calf that stood second, he doesn't move quite as comfortable as what you think he should, and I agree with you. And I think he's a little tight spine. He excels the steer in third in this way, in two ways we think. We think his optimum angle to his front shoulder is a little better. We think his rib shape and design is certainly better. His barrel is bigger, and he carries back into his flank. He don't dry out there quite as much. Is there as much from hooks to pins in this calf? Maybe not. But both these cattle, we think we'd like to change them as far as their overall structural design. Easy to look at calf that comes in third. Look at what you're looking at there. He extends nice in his front. He gets quite straight in that front shoulder, wants to tip out on those front two, gets those knees a little close together. You can argue and say, well, this steer's got a bigger hip in him than the one you just beat him with, and I agree with that. I want to see him go in motion specifically off his front two. I'd like to set his tail head down a little. Of the placings in this class, if I was going to switch a pair or you wanted to switch a pair, we're obviously not going to switch them. If you want to switch 2 and 3, you won't get a big deal of discussion out of us because we think it's that close. The steer that we go with next, a little flatter in his overall kind as we compare him to the ones we just talked about. He's a steer that's long, level hip. I'd like to see a little more true shape and design out in his hip. I'd like to give him more true shape and dimension to his barrel, but a really, really nice calf. This calf here I'm going to talk next gets a little rounder in his hip, a little lower in his pin set, gets a little bit restricted when he moves. A lot of muscle in that calf. I want to pull his tail head down, and I want to certainly drop him down in his flank. But this is a really, really nice class. I'm not going to pretend it was as deep as the class before, but really, really a nice class. Not near as many head to get through. This calf here just gets a little drier back in his flank, gets a little drier and flattens out in his forerib as I compare him to what's ahead of him. As far as you compare him to any steer in this class, that is the biggest, best-footed calf in this class. Really appreciate that about him. He's a big hip kind of a steer. Just gets a little flatter in his overall design.
Class 4, Simmental Market Steers. Congratulations to your winner, Finley Yoakum, Sapulpa FFA, followed by Darla Fessmeyer, Oklahoma Union. Third, Brooklyn Bailey, Hydro Eakley. Fourth, Tacey Baker from the Bethel 4-H. Fifth, Bryce Brown, Savannah. Sixth place, Traylon Henderson from Caddo. Seventh place, J.C. Floyd from Durant FFA. Eighth, Kristen Hansen from Eufaula. We now have Class 5, Simmental Market Steers, Class 5.
Okay, I think we're good. Back on. You reading or me?
We back?
Corey's a great reader, isn't he?
What?
Like I said, Corey's a great reader.
Well, I think it's your turn. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Class 5. Entering the ring. To this point, a very stout Simmental breed.
Corey, is that class of semis the best class in itself that you've ever seen?
Which one?
Is that class of semis a while ago the best class you've seen since you've been commentating?
I would say
maybe today.
In terms of depth of quality.
Okay, here we go.
That class of keys and that class of Simmentals, I would have to see them together. But those two would be They'd be right toward the forefront of anything I've ever seen here in the breeds.
Yeah.
There's been classes of crossbreds probably
Yeah.
as deep, if not deeper.
Let me get these names out. Entering the ring, Class 5, Landon Anderson from Luther FFA, weighing 1478. Keaton Slover from Tishomingo 4-H, weighing 1489. Dustin Fonte from Beggs FFA, weighing 1499. Case Waltershire from Altus 4-H, 1550. We could really catch him, you know it. He don't know where he's on, and just let him roll.
That makes me so nervous.
Grayson Keeling, Valiant 4-H, 1577. Chloe Goldbeck, Lamega FFA, 1589. Brindle Franklin, Hare FFA, 1,600 pounds. All right. Okay, Thompson, you're good.
Sorry for the interruption, Mr.
It's honestly a little sketch.
You got to pronounce
he
it
doesn't,
Krebs.
He doesn't know
Otherwise, it
that
comes
he's on
out
air.
sometimes Krebs.
Yeah.
And he gets confused. People start calling him Eldon.
Right.
Yeah.
That is hilarious because there is some similarity there at one point. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Have you ever
Scott said
seen
this summer,
have you
I
ever
walked
seen
by
Krebs,
Thompson.
Krebs's ads? It says, "Think quality, think Krebs." I'm gonna make bumper stickers for Josh. It's gonna say, "Think Chick-fil-A, think Krebs." We're into big boys now.
Yep. Getting closer for the day.
Which class did you think was better between the semis and the keys?
I personally think this.
We were mid-discussion when you were in.
I think probably the Simmentals were deeper in that class. That class went deeper.
Yep.
I mean, there was 9-10 steers in that class that were quality.
And the quality might have been better on the keys if you just scored them maybe. But the depth of quality in the semis was very.
I mean, that one class. I mean, there was 9 head in that class that you could. I mean, you could have very high number scores for.
I didn't see that key class. I just saw the results of it scattered through the barn, and they say, "Ooh, that one was this or that one was that." And,
yeah, them top 4 keys. But in terms of length of time it took them to evaluate the cattle, the semis won by about 18 minutes, I bet.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
If you just did it off of that.
Sure seemed like to me that yeah.
Tomorrow will be interesting. Hey, before we get on to that, how many of these Simmentals make sale?
Well, there's 46, so I bet it's around 8 or 9, maybe 10.
You don't have that exact number?
I don't have that number, no. But, I mean, like, there was
they
60
sold,
Shorthorns, I think they get picked like 14 or 15.
Yeah,
so.
but they only sell 8. See, they sold 8. It's 10% plus 1. Is that the rule?
What's that?
10% plus 1 on the sale. Is that how they do it?
Well, if that's the case,
they're only going to sell 6 semis.
It's
they took 12 Shorthorns. Shorthorn's the biggest breed here.
Yeah, but they only 8 made the sale, right? And the rest of them were alternates.
Oh, is that
See,
right?
what y'all are seeing is, look and see when they change card colors, when they go from one to the next, then those ones can be alternates. Yeah,
alternates.
so they're getting cards, and y'all are thinking, look at all the little
family
kids.
Has 2.
Yeah, look at all the little kids making the premium auction, but them ones with the other colored cards.
Honestly, I don't know if I was thinking
they
that
gotta
at all.
have.
But
Mm-hmm.
What did Richie tell us this morning? 550 head in the show, and there's 46 head in this breed.
I think the numbers are up. If you don't know, they said the entries were up. I don't know if numbers shown are up or not.
I think it's 9 head will make the sale.
9. Way to go!
If that's the way it is.
What did that Collins girl go 3rd in that last class?
Well, no, she was fifth.
She was
Fifth.
fifth. Yep.
Because
Yeah, that's what
fourth
Chappie
was
said,
the
though.
Cowboy.
Yeah, he
Chappie
said,
that
you said
that
Colby owned that cow
Colby
with.
raised that
I think
calf.
so. Yeah.
He owned it. He owns it with the Cardozo family.
There
in
you go.
California.
Yeah, I thought he had a partner.
Mm-hmm. One thing about it, when it's not as tight a race, these guys don't mess around.
That it ought to be that way.
They go.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, was the sheer number of head more today than normal?
Well,
I mean, I know
Chappie
the lights
just
going
said
out.
the entries were higher.
What?
Chappie just said the entries were higher.
Yeah,
Okay.
entries were higher.
Yep.
You know, I don't know about the true number head through the ring, but
Usually it seems like we were done at 6 o'clock.
There's
I know
a-
the lights went out, but
I think Bob and Brock, and this is not bad at all, but their discussion and their known each other since Brock was born, it adds to the length of it a little bit. Yeah.
That's what'll go through the ring today. 374.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's 176 crossbreds, so 550 minus 176.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was a big day today.
Yeah.
I think Richie said the entries were 950.
Yeah, 954 is what they advertised on their
Going to show
advertisement.
550, no scratches, obviously.
You know, I remember a year or two ago, AOBs, they didn't take but maybe just 2 to the sale.
That's right. How many's going to be today?
4 classes of AOBs.
Really?
I think there's 4. No?
Yeah,
3?
there's 26 AOBs. There'll probably be 4 or 5, I bet.
Yeah, that's L4. Oh, we've got some information, guys. I can tell you how many he's making the sale. 4 Angus, 7 Charolais, 4 Keys,
Only 4 keys, really. That breed was
5 Hereford. It's always been that way. You don't want none of them keys. Do not write that on there.
Your goal is to make the sale.
Do not go in there. Yeah. 5 Herefords, 4 Limmies, 4 Maines, 8 Shorthorns, 6 Semis, 4 AOBs, and they'll sell 24 crossbreds, boys. Hey, if I want to make the premium sale and have a big smile, I'll be easing over tomorrow to them crossbreds.
Yeah.
You get your lips knocked off right here.
Mm-hmm. But tell you, and I was telling him, it's such a big deal down here. 90. Oh, go ahead.
Here, and the calf that we go ahead and start the class with, we just thought he was a safe option within this particular lineup. This is a calf that's really smooth and balanced from the side. You set him into motion, I think that's where he excels over anything behind him. That thing really gets out and smooth strided and just long, fulfilling stride. He's deep and soft through his center portion, good through his forerib. You could maybe add a shot of power to this one, maybe on the top side of his skeleton down to his base width, but I think he's got enough and he handles with a good degree of finish. You could argue that the calf in second definitely has more power from his shoulders all the way back to his pins. It's for the side profile where he falls out of balance for us. He's got a little bit of chest. We'd like to see him with a little more expression through his forerib and back into his flank to match the power he's got up on the top side of his skeleton, but a calf that gets out and moves pretty well for the power that he does have. Then you got a pair here in third and fourth, and the black and white one that comes next. This calf's really smooth and good looking from the side. He's a calf that we just need to see a shot more foot and bone, just a little more substance to him before we slide him up in this particular lineup, but a really good smooth patterned individual. Then you got the calf that comes next here, and this is one that's got a lot of power. He's a little more bold and coarse about it, though, as he's got a little more lower shoulder to him. You set this one into motion. We'd just like to see him softer off of both ends. Then you got the black and white calf here rounding off this top 5, and that's a calf that's just a little straight off of both ends. If we could just relax him in his structure off his front end and his rear end, that calf probably changes a little bit within this lineup, but that's where he stands down here today.
Congratulations to your Class 5 of your Simmental Market Steers. Your winner, Garrison Keeling from Valiant 4-H, followed by Keaton Slover from Tishomingo. Third, Landon Anderson from Luther. Fourth, Dustin Font from Beggs FFA. Fifth, Chloe Goldbeck from Lomega. Sixth, Case Walterscheid from Altus. Seventh, Brindle Franklin from the Hera FFA. Will now show for your champion and reserve champion, Simmental Market Steer.
Okay, champion semi-steer coming from Class 1, Alea Smith from Moreland FFA, weighing 1225. Class 2, Briley Fuss from Twin Mounds 4-H, weighing 1330. Class 3 is Brazos Heck from Rolf FFA, weighing 1343. Class 4 is Finley Yoakum from Sepulpa FFA, weighing 1429. And Class 5, Garrison Keeling from Valiant FF4H, weighing 1577. Those will be your 5 Class 1 and Simmentals.
Bringing in the champion semi-drive. You go all the way back and come back down the ramp if you win your class.
Oh, yeah. You're going back out.
Yep.
You go outside of the outside holding area?
Oh, you go outside.
Yeah, you got to go back out in that dirt.
In the wind.
Yikes.
But here's the thing. The class coming in's on the ramp, so you can go through the door unevaded.
Yeah.
But you got to go out there, and there's not really a spot for you. You got to go find you a spot.
Mm-hmm. Because the next breed is loaded, basically.
Yeah, yeah. The next class. You just got to go fade the heat till everybody gets out of your way. I'll tell you what I do. See where Jim's name is to your left?
Yep.
They used to take pictures right there. There's a little dead corner, a little blind corner.
Mm-hmm.
If we ever got lucky enough to win a class, I'd stick old Boo right there and then let them all go around you.
Yep.
Just because the mass hysteria in the door.
Basically hide out.
Yeah. You got to just get away from everybody.
Mm-hmm.
That's the deal. And that's the only place that you can go. There ain't somebody.
Yep. Here they come.
Now, there's a little blind corner. It ain't a bad spot. It's downhill.
You know, honestly, all these class winners were pretty good.
Is there a good little one?
There was a nice little one.
Ooh, I heard we had an order
You
by
know
her
that
up there.
gal?
I know Fuss, but I don't know the first one.
The first one?
I don't know the first one.
Drive to bring our class winners in. Show for champion, reserve champion, Simmental Market Steer.
Hey, Corey.
Hey, is that Kent McLemore over there?
Yeah, in the orange. Yeah.
How about it? I ain't seen him in a couple of years.
Hey, Bush, that first one will work.
What?
Corey
He
can't
said
hear.
the first one will
Hey,
work.
that first one will work.
Yeah.
Second one will work. Yeah, that's a good calf.
But what did that second one weigh? That was a Fuss.
He's like 1240 or something. He's a pinch bigger.
How many semis do they take?
6.
6.
I'd say get your big eye on here because that class is tough. There could be some.
No, that one of Fuss's was 1330.
Oh, Fuss is getting in. That's a good calf.
Fuss is 1330.
Yeah, he's getting in.
Yeah.
He's gonna make the sale.
That first one, I don't know if he will.
Yeah.
But he's give up some pounds. He looked good coming in here. Hey, we got a little humming on the background too.
What's that?
That was me, sorry.
Josh, if we get some songs, he knows he hums along. Yeah. Does he ever break out into song?
Hey, who's this?
No.
Who's this?
Kenny Chesney.
This Kenny.
You don't know who that is?
We're doing like we've done
Name that song.
song
He's
trivia
after
all
it.
day.
Hey, I hate to be this way, but I'd like to play with y'all for money. We'll name that tune.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Hey,
Next one.
I
I've
don't
got
bet
just
on. I don't bet on. I just bet on sires of famous club calf.
Yeah, and see, I thought I knew, but
Hey,
knew it all that day too.
I want a Simmental drive. I know it's getting late in the day. How about we have a round of applause for the Simmental drive? This was as impressive as it gets as far as I'm concerned. We start out with a steer, and I don't know if Brock mentioned it or not. You know, you could say, well, that one's just not eat up with muscle, but that one's eat up with quality in terms of he has practically no hair, and he is designed so dadgum good. He's good from hooks to pins. He's good in his expression up through his front end, certainly good enough through the mid part of his body. Huge bone? No, he's not huge bone. Certainly adequate. Love the way that calf goes in motion. He's a calf that's probably not market ready, but awfully good constructed steer. We love this calf when he come in the ring. He's big bone. He's big bone. He's got nice cushion on both ends. He's a steer. I think I may have said this in class that he doesn't have huge feet, but he's got good quality feet. Good from the top of his loin down to the lowest sweep of his rib. Pretty good in his chest floor. Nice from the top of his crest. He's fresh down into his jawline. Good from hooks to pins. Then we get to class 3, and I think Brock might have said it on the mic. He got the luck of the draw to talk that class, and that was a wicked deep class. Now, we want to clarify something. As far as what we've seen here today, we're certainly not claiming, because we know we've seen some incredible quality cattle that come out of division, and we've seen some incredible quality cattle that come out of this division. But we will say this, as far as a class is concerned, I don't know not only that we haven't seen a better class, a class from 1 to however many was in that class, but maybe in Brock's and my experience, we haven't seen a deeper class than that in our entirety. We think it was that good. And that's why Brock, I think, commented that we took quite a bit of time on that class, and we're unapologetic for that, just simply because we wanted to weigh those cattle out and see, you know, let them separate themselves for a minute. And the calf that wins that class, he's exceptionally good. He's a calf that's real good through his center body. He's a calf that's good from the top of his loin down to his flank. He's a calf that's fresh enough up through his front 1/3. Now, are we going to stand out here and try to convince you that he's as stout as the calf that he beat in that class? No, he's not. He's not as stout from hooks to pins as the calf that goes second that the little lady's circling right now. We felt this steer, as good as he is, tied in the backside of his shoulder, just joined in there a little better. Awesome pair of steers. Then this young lady comes out with another power steer, big old hip, kind of like the steer that's circling right now, the steer that wins this class 4. This really nice, big top, big ended, really screams at you at the top part of his hip. Good through his center body. Does he set out and forward in his chest just a little? Yeah, just a little, but I mean, we're looking at market cattle that are getting up there in weight. Just really appreciate this steer. Nice through the top of his crest. Not as much as the 2 that win champion in reserve, or first and second, I guess I should say, out of that class ahead of him. The calf that comes out of the last class, we really appreciate this dude. He's just good cattle. He's good behind his shoulders. He's good through his depth of side. He's a steer that is adequately wide in his pins. Does his rear end just blow you smooth away? No, it doesn't. Is it adequate? Certainly is adequate. He's fresh enough up through his front end. And a little bit of a disadvantage, I would tell you, just simply because I raised kids in this program. When they're that tall and that size, they probably can't, well, they can't. There's no probably to it. They can't keep that head up quite as much. It's not your fault. You can only be so tall, right? And someday you're going to get tall. Once in a while when he led and we didn't get to see that head up, he tended to look just a nickel's worth plain, but I don't think that's an issue with that calf at all. His neck comes out tall out of the top of his shoulder. Brock and I'll make one last visit. I think we know what we're going to do. We're going to verify it here.
Congratulations to your champion Simmental out of Class 3, Brazos Heck from the Roth FFA. And your reserves, Sailor Norvell from Class 3 as well, from the Amber Pocasset 4-H. We'll move right into our AOB market steers, Class 1 of our AOB market steers.
Hello. Neither one of can't hear. Hello. Oh yeah. Back in action. First class AOB steers. Corey ran down there to look at a calf real quick. First class, Jennifer Groves from Covington Douglas 4-H. Waylon Hargis from Rorica 4-H. Freedom Barnes from Porham FFA with his 1,130 pounder. Peyton Lynn, Frontier FFA, weighing 1257. Kyler Marshall from Rydon FFA, weighing 1280. And Rebecca Purvine, Thomas Fay Custer FFA, weighing 1280.